Welcome home, gamer. Welcome back to Mechabellum for Weekend Tournament European. Elite Tournament European. Coming up in 1 hour and 6 minutes. We have been playing well. We got up to 1890 at the end of yesterday's stream, so let's see if we can crack 1900 real quick. Good luck. Good luck with that. I haven't had coffee yet. Betting odds should be running against. Pursuit at 1819 is opponent. How is everybody doing today? I see a bunch of W's in chat. Hello, Baller. Hello, Meganob. Hello, Godius Prime. Hello, Bellicose Drake. Meganob. Reven. Please get there so I can stream snipe and cheat my way to some free W's. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Bimpy, hello. We're going to take a speed spec start here. You finally got to 2K earlier. Very nice. Congratulations. Let's go. Finally got to 2K, back to 2K in 2v2, right? Like, you've been there before. But also, similarly, congratulations. We're just going to run kind of a central, run it from deep for a bit. Everything clumps up poorly, so we're gonna have to break up sentry missiles on round 2, I think. Some very, very missile-able lineups there. And Meganob struggling to get to 1K. In other seasons, Godius Prime, yeah. Well, I mean, I wanted to put some chat up there anyways. You know what? We'll try a couple of Void Eyes for eating those early missiles. Run those two. We have no upshoot, so we'll add a Fang, I think. Both sides add the Void Eyes. I love it. Let's go. Crawler carry, play it. Good baller. He really went harder on the left. He's gone harder on the right. Yeah. Okay. I see you. So let's take some efficient giant. I do like my efficient giant. We'll try. Right, you've added some hound up front, sure. Most of our hounds will hang out back here. Efficient attack, okay. Fun. Buy more giants than you buy tech. It'll be fine. Somebody will heal themselves in a minute. He'll be there. Nice attempt at lighting my whole army on fire. Can we please get one dog to light these on fire now? Oh, really? No? Okay. Oh my god, really? Lined onto the fort? But the fort walks out of there. Yes! Oh good, that ion beam has been useless. That ion beam basically completely whiffed, didn't it? And we made sure the oil didn't light. It was almost an amazing read, wasn't it? I mean, that's a good enough miss that it makes me hope Pursuit was stream sniping to catch where it was and then missed it. Not that I would ever wish ill on an opponent, but it would make me feel better about his miss there, that's for sure. Hello, son. First techie lead is a neat choice. I'm liking it. It sets them up so they're just a little further back, do a little more damage, and they're still behind the hounds, or still in front of the hounds. So, I'm enjoying it. You can swing my door shut. Yeah. Healing Saber refused to die. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Whooped. 2 over there now. And... woof! Hello, Dachshund. We, think we might have Pursuit in some trouble here. With any luck. We get enough speed to block it? Not all of it, but good. know what else destroys his board? Me. Me destroys his board. Board's hilariously weak to worm. Right, maybe we should think about it. He does not have EMP on the marksman. You kind of have to be the answer to the overlords, I think. We might fort range in a minute, yes. You're not even gonna get through those shields, right? You know that. You do get the Phoenix, though. But you also didn't, oh, you got through the shield. Very nice. Yeah, he's playing 1v1 like free-for-all. It's true. I don't see anything good to do with my 50 there, so... Ah! Hello, Geriatric. Hello, Park. How are you? I know, 3 regen items on a tall fort game. Right? Like, it's just gross. There's a problem. We have problems. Come on, get the tower. Get it, baby. Good work. Wild. Ooh-wee. That's one to hit 1900. That was a nano kit victory, right? Nano kit goes 3-0 in this game. We've got 3 nano repairs and a steel ball spawning fort. Ay, ay, ay. Level 4, level 3, level 3, level 3, level 3, and level 2. The level 4 did 250,000 damage that game. There's just no big targets on the other side. Yes, and still no melter from my opponent. He was going to find out if Marksman could beat this or not. Hello, Red Scare. Welcome in, man. Ooh. I'll take it. Pursuit, that was a lot of fun, man. Thanks for the game. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he might have wanted a melter. He might have wanted a melter. That has put us to 1900, folks. Let's go. Back to the 1900s. It's been a while. We went 18 or 8-6 yesterday. Let me update the whole season to date thing so I don't lose yesterday's games. Season to date 208. 108 wins, 189 losses. 1890 is plus 56 is plus 378. Yeah, I've had basically like a straight climb since that coaching session with Alpha Titan. Really sorted out my my thinking about Chaff and Hound, and it was needed, right? I should actually, let me cancel that. I'm going to run an ad real quick. Apologies to those of you that see ad, but I actually have not even had my first cup of coffee of the morning. So I'm just going to go grab that, be right back. For those of you here for tournament action, we've got 38 minutes. So one more of that length, or two quick ones, all right? Yeah, T minus 40. So we're counting down on it, and we will be right back. Coffee has been acquired. Let us go. Back on. So, Mega Knob, how is work going today? Can we defend our 1900? That's the question. Well, that's interesting. Same old, same old. Dispatch for an Amazon DSP, so you got to make sure people are keeping up. Yeah, fair. Fair. Someone did force and to take care of all the other problems that pop up for people. Yeah. Yes, somebody did force Void Eye on this one, I think. Oh no. I just so happen to have enough to force a unit, too. Interesting. Love it. Yes, we're going with 5 Void Eyes. My Void Eyes are my chaff clear. Exactly. Let's just say I am still experimenting with it. This game, though, I have a plan. Ah, yes, you too. My plan has just developed to including Assault Stormcallers. Alright, well... I mean, I guess, sure. Hi. That's silly, but hi. The Typhoon already, because he's Typhoon Specialist. So he actually played around what I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of hitting aerial mode. And just, you know, putting these guys up in the air. So he actually covered that nicely with the Typhoon right here. He has rocks in his veins. He's afraid of nothing. Whooped. I want you to be my WWE ringside announcer. You being the hype man, yes. Here we go. Force a unit saber. Oh my god. Alright, alright, I hear ya. Come on, people. Let's get that MMR back below 1900. Love it. And sure, you can make the first volley miss, but it's not like... There we go. That worries me. Maybe he takes this. If he took that, then we'll take these to cover Rhino flanks. Hello, Zalex. Welcome home, my friend. How you doing? There's not a perfect missile there, is there? Probably not. Okay. Thank you, Cat. I'm liking it. I decided it was going to be the knife fight board. You're going to force him to knife fight us. Yeah, he did take the Phoenix. You did not win your contest last night. Aw. I won the first of the drinking games. But by the second and third one, I was in a bit of inebriation trouble. The corner factory against Fairy. Right? Brilliant. Yeah, corner factory always was strong. Uh-oh. Our friend finally found some single target. Board is falling apart, Cat. What did I do wrong here? What have I got? Okay. We're pulling the same thing there. Eyes are in front of the dogs now. Fixed. Okay. Yes, yes, they do post them. They do post them to YouTube now. Phoenix got in front of the... Oh, no, Phoenix are kind of mid right now. Okay. No, not paying proper attention. That's okay. We'll go with that. What? Yeah, I see what you mean. Now I have the Void Eyes left alive at the end of the round, which is much better. Still going well for him, though. It's officially become Phoenix Vulcan. True. Oh, hold on a sec. This OP wrecked me yesterday and started your lost streak. Oh dear. Sell or move the storms. Okay, okay. What are you doing over here? It's hilarious. I will be playing in the Americas tonight. That's the hope. That's the hope. We might be out of upshoot. For one game. The corner Vulcans were hilarious. Yes, corner Vulcans versus corner Storms. I mean, it was a fun board. It was a fun board. It might not have been the best board. Sigh. All right, what? We got him down to 30-27. That's all. Well then. Minus 24s. No. My 1900. My so sad. Tournament is in 19 minutes and 48 seconds. So, be ready for that. Alexis, I write too fast sometimes. I hope we meet, since I played like a potato. That's amazing. It's 24. What was that? 1882. All right, we have a random enjoyer. At 1817. Hmm. Alright, we have a forced Sabretooth game. Let's go. Plan is Saber staying here. We had a Sabretooth specialist with a Mustang start. Ballhound is gonna suck a bit, isn't it, for the first round, but we'll take what we can get. Alright, he is aggro asymmetrical on the opposite side. He is running armor on the bar, so could be troubles. No, that won't be troubles, because then we take the sabers and destroy them. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. The Mustangs had a pretty good round. Alright, I'm happy with that. Happy enough. Farseer for hit point damage on the bar, if we can get it. We can win the round, that is. Actually, do I want you up front? That I do. Whole boards to come this way a bit. Right, there are now hound everywhere. That's fair. Should have gotten chaff clear first, but that's okay. That one assassin ball, I know. I thought I was pulling them. There is the alarm for tournament, which is hidden somewhere. There it is. Alright, tournament's time. Tournament registration is open, guys. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate that. Squash the bots! The banhammer hath been swung. Why are they calling it Elite the Magician? Well, each month there is one. The last tournament of the month is the Elite Tournament, and it awards special badges, etc., that you can only get out of the Elite tournaments. So that is the idea. And Repair Saber can get so good, right? But no, it's in a different time zone. This is the last weekend of the tournament of the week of the month, even. In a different time zone. Made all the steel balls fight out of the acid. That's kind of fun. Acid for the win. Another nano? I mean, okay. If I have to. If I was opponent, I'd be looking for the Abyss button. Does opponent know about that button? Math has been tilt queuing for hours. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I don't think we have enough left. We don't. Disaster. And that fort levels. Alright, it's time to start teching the sabers. Vulcan sabers a build, right? Sure, Vulcan sabers a build. Armored rhinos, huh? Okay. Why, Healbot? Why have you gone over here? Oh, he's got a boat back there. No! Disaster! Best mind taking down the heel fort, thank you. Much appreciated. About darn time. Better! 11:54, so 5 more minutes to get yourself into Tourney, if that's what you're thinking about doing. I keep you guys from walking forward, please. That's right, we're deleting your forts. Alright, 3 minutes, gang. 3 minutes till Tourney. This match looks like it is finishing. Shoot! Fine. Rocket Punch! Mega Knob, I hope you have been entertained. We have gone to the Abyss finish. And there is much Rocket Punch into our shaft. Opponent did pick up a level 6 Phoenix that we're going to have to handle here. That has been a problem. The Mustangs finally get a lock. And we have GG Saber Force for the dubs. There you go, man. GG's. I need compensation! Love it. Alright, that is our last pre-tournament action. Get yourselves ready, because the tournament is starting in 50 seconds. $17 left us at $18.99. There we are. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds to get yourselves in. It's the final countdown. $18.99, and paid out to those who bet on streamer winning. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs! Welcome to Elite May European Tournament for 2025. We have a huge group. Let's see what we got. We have 2 full groups. Advanced Group 1 here has some 121 entrants. Math is Might has the bye, which is a shame. I wanted to actually stream a Math is Might match. Horrible Will facing Whooped. Ooh Ooh facing Becca Mellum. This could be interesting. Let us take a Whooped GG game, I think. Barring anything else. Yeah, let's go follow some Whooped. We'll see if Whooped can beat Horrible Will. It is usually 3 in the EU park. So only 2 groups today. I hope you have your popcorn ready. We should turn our... Oh my goodness. Who can send me private messages? That's a cool one. All right. Joining us in the booth will be an Alpha Titan, but he is not currently here. So, solo booth for game 1. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament, well, Elite Tournament European, May 2025. We've got a Whooped GG near side in blue, facing Horrible Will, literally the number 2 seed in the tournament, on the far side in red. Can the 501 YouTuber beat one of the top 201 players? We'll find out in a moment. And of course, as is our tradition, channel point predictions are up. Whooped on the near side is going to be a Rhino specialist with a pair of crawlers and sabers. I hope he's not honoring the forced saber tooth. That was requested from it was requested for me recently. We did win that one, courtesy of the Meganob, but did win that one. Got myself to 1899. But both of these players are in sabers to start with. Horrible Will on the far side, aerial specialist with Sabertooth Fang and adding some hounds. Horrible Will playing it very deep indeed. Look at this with Fangs behind and inside the tower. That's a fascinating piece. And Mike Tyson, Xfire X, thank you for the Prime sub. 16 months, my friend. Thank you so much. And for those of you that don't know, Xfire X is Mike Tyson in game, and we did often cast his matches when he plays in tournaments. I don't think work schedule has allowed you to get quite as many tournaments, right? But Mike has been a long-time supporter of the channel. There's a reason we call his name out as a thank you at the end of every stream. I feel like without some of the things he's done for us, we might not have gotten where we did. And much appreciated. Yeah, he says, I have not played very much this season at all. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Well, Horrible Will wins round 1 with both sabers surviving. Fangs and hounds as well. So Whooped is down to about 3,400 with Horrible Will at 5,100 right now. You get a unit reinforcement drop. If you are new to Mechabellum, if this is your first experience of it, you get a unit reinforcement drop between rounds 2, 3, and 4, between rounds 5, 6, and 7, and between rounds 8, 9, and 10, and they are guaranteed not to come back to back. So we get one in round 2, we won't get another one until somewhere between 5, 6, or 7. Horrible Will took the level 2 steel ball, puts behind them a Wasp. So Wasp, of course, a flying unit. He's looking at Whooped having no anti-air. Whooped is thinking about it. Whooped also took the level 2 steel ball, puts it outside of this tower where he's got kind of a direct run at it, and he does a flank pull here. So what should happen is the steel balls should handle the tower and the saber if the saber comes forward, and everything else will go out to the crawlers. But other than that, Whooped is still just building his chaff clear board with his hounds. So 3 hounds now, 4 crawlers. He is going to lose the round to the Wasps, and this is actually a really solid... I'm noticing this a lot more at, in my play. It was something that Alpha Titan called out to me to try doing. It's just take an early Wasp and force opponents to counter it. Some people will overreact and go after... you can kind of bait them into something, to overreacting to it. And if they never do counter the Wasps explicitly, the Wasps can be a quiet threat throughout the game. So, we'll see what Whooped's answer to them is. I think Whooped had a really good positioning and round, and those Wasps are going to save a ton of hit point damage. See, the Wasps have cleaned up. I mean, Whooped had plenty on the board when but the Wasps got this near side tower, got the other tower, and then cleaned up the round. So he only takes about 200. He's down to 3,200. But more importantly, Horrible Will did not take any damage. Whooped gets the additional deployment slot. This is a great card when it shows up on round 3. You are going to buy so many units over the course of the game. And at the top level, a lot of players will, for example, buy 2 units and then spend 50 to recruit 1 more chaff. You know, it'll be part of their plan to just kind of keep building their chaff board, and it's worth the extra 50 for an extra deploy. To do that, Whooped's answer to the Wasps will be Wasps of his own, both on the flank and behind his steel balls. And Horrible Will has gone level 2 on his Wasps. Now, Horrible Will has range and aerial specialization and shield. Range, aerial specialization, and shield for Whooped as well. They have the same bar. So, you know, there's no advantage in techs. Sometimes I will look at somebody's Wasp tech bar and be able to say, oh, my Wasps will beat your Wasps. That's not the case here. Here you look at those tech bars and they're basically the same. And Whooped is losing a bunch of his Wasps in the fight for this near side tower. There are just so many fangs down there on the ground for Horrible Will. And it's turning that into a battle of attrition. So there's about 1 pack of Wasps left for each player. But, yeah. They're all level 1 for Whooped. They are level 2 for Horrible Will. He keeps the pressure on. Whooped will be down to 2,800, 400 more gone. So he's at 2,800 hit points, Horrible Will at 5,300. Whooped gets his super supply shows up. Now Horrible Will with 5,300, he's in no danger at all. He takes the super supply. He knows he's not going to get tempoed out by round 6. Whooped couldn't afford to, because he's thinking, I might get tempoed out. If I take the super supply and Horrible Will just starts loaning to try and finish, I might be dead before I get the chance to profit from the super supply. But I feel like this game just went to Horrible Will on that decision. Rough. Oh gosh. Horrible Will reading this Rhino deploy as well. Puts a steel ball back in this corner. I don't know if that's a hard read. Or just... Oh god, he's even got... Look at this. He's even got fortified target lock on the bar. Danger Will Robinson. Danger Whooped Robinson. Hello, Titan. Alpha Titan will be joining us in the booth. Says he missed the start of tournament due to some technical difficulties. He's back online now. Technical difficulties should be over. Wait a minute. Hold on. That Rhino gets the job done despite paying the summoning sickness. And buys a bunch of time for the Wasps to work on the Wraith. The Wasps getting ranged helped. And they actually are a tech ahead of the blue Wasps right now. Again, though, Horrible Will took super supply. Whooped did not. Even if Whooped can win this round by a couple, you know, he's not even going to, right? Yeah. Horrible Will wins the round that he took the super supply. This game is slipping away from Whooped. There is a reason Horrible Will is up in the 2,200 MMR range. Sorry to showcase you in a match like this, Whooped. Whooped, of course, a very, very strong player. He's in the top half of the seeding for this Elite tournament this weekend. And that earned him a round 1 disaster against Horrible Will. Range for the Wraiths. The Wraiths are going to be the anti-Wasp solution. Whooped took the Orbital Bombardment, has that over the Wasps on the far side, and also anti-air specialization on his wasps. So his wasps will be targeting those wraiths. The wraiths count as 30 meters closer, so they won't actually target the wraiths right off of the rip. They'll be targeting the steel balls. Eventually, they'll get to targeting the wraiths, we hope. There are now 3 wraiths for Horrible Will. And round 5, Horrible Will is still behind on economy tempo, but obviously ahead in board tempo right now. Round 6 is when he'll break even, and it's round 7 onward that you'll be looking at it, the better player also having the better economy, and that is just going to be disaster. Note also that these wraiths are 13% stronger, both in attack and defense, due to Will being aerial specialist. Now, the orbital bombardment absolutely wrecked the wasps on the far side, and this round, finally, it looks like Whooped is going to win a round. It's not going to be a shutout. He gets the near side tower, gets the wasps, and wins a round. We've taken Horrible Will under 5,000 hit points. Oh dear. 4778 to 2290. Here's the break-even round. We get the unit reinforcements. Remember I said it was going to be between 5, 6, and 7. It shows up here. Horrible Will takes Marksman. There's no real answer to the Wasps, so what he's going for is answers to big ground units like the Rhino and... the Rhino, the Saber, and the Steel Balls. For Whooped, it'll be a melting point. He's gone multi-melt. Yes, the honor saved, moral victory achieved, guys. And horrible Will. That is absolutely horrible. Okay, we have anti-air barrage. Now, question: has Whooped baited Horrible Will into that? Because there is a interesting play with the Void Eye now, where if you can get your Void Eye flying, give it flying and that tech reflection, you can get it to turn off techs when it gets hit. Now, unfortunately, the anti-air barrage, like other cooldown things, keeps cooling down during EMP, so it will be valuable. Will has sold out of that far side wasp. Now there are wasps on that far side, but again, you can see just how disastrous this flank has gone for Whooped. The multi-melt is, handling the steel balls. Okay. If we can... the wasps are in a lot of trouble. The big units are in a lot of trouble. Yikes. The melter's got some locks. It's also in trouble. Whooped is down to 672 hit points and a prayer, because now, round 7 onward, is when Horrible Will has the econ advantage as well. And I think we can say GG's from here. Amp core for Whooped. See what he takes when it shows up. Lots of things to think about for Horrible Will. We really commit. We committed to 2 more wasps. Wow. Whoops is just like, nope. If I'm either going to win or lose with the wasps. But we're running a Rhino into a level 2 steel ball over there. There's some absorption module steel balls here. That's interesting. Note that, of course, the absorption module has them up to 13,000 hit points compared to this one's 10,000. And it's EMP on the marksman so that when they engage the melter, they'll turn it off. And in theory, they're trying to turn off any other key techs that a Whooped might have come up with. If there was a creative play in techs, a Horrible Will wanted to make sure it was turned off. I kind of like that. EMP on the marksman before anything else. Of course, they are currently mostly just shooting chaff, but the left side wasps get the tower. That's a huge difference from last round. So we're fighting through on the right with the multi-melter not turned off yet. There's still some chaff down there. Unfortunately, there's so much chaff left, it's only really melting chaff. Now it's been turned off. Now the wasps die to a volley of anti-air, and that is GG's. Horrible Will through round 1. There is the difference, 2,400 MMR for Horrible Will right now. Whooped is good. Beating Horrible Will was always going to be a really tough ask. So, congrats to those who supported the favorite there. Here, you guys have paid out 5-1 because he was not the favorite. Interesting. It was a big flank. I'm not sure the big flank was the way to go. Bait Boy, is that Tasty Bait? Nope, match has ended and Rooster has won it. Zon versus Kappa Zon's intro. Sob versus AWM looks close. We'll see about that one. Sob has just taken the Farseers. And they're both still at 2,500. AWM sells out of the Abyss. Lighting... Sob is going to light the oil on fire. And he places it down the middle. I like this, because there's no real way to shield and stop that. The only real way to stop this would have been fort with a bubble here. AWM by selling has gotten over to the other side. The melter's on the right, not the left. Sob has played so much War Factory. He'll be well familiar with that play. And of course that melter is going to get stuck in some smoke from AWM. AWM also trying to go out and around the fire, but whoops. Yeah, that's going to be right into the fire as it turns out. I believe we have an Alpha Titan in the booth. Hello, hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing, man?
I am good.
Excellent. Chat, can we get an audio check on that? Are you guys picking up Alpha, and do we have good volume mix there? Either test. Everybody good? Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Excellent.
So there has not been much chaff.
Right, there was a lot of fire in mid on top of Abyss missiles.
Right.
And those combined meant that there wasn't much in the way of small things. And then 2 Wraith also surviving uncontested meant that what was left got shot fairly efficiently. This is very much a something baited Mustang, or maybe Sob started with them, and now it is an Abyss counter to the Mustang.
Right. And of course, the reason that works is because there's not really anything you can do to get the Mustangs to have different range.
Right. Now, is AWM elite, or did he actually pay to elite recruit that abyss?
He had a level 1 on this side, sold it, and deleted it on the other side.
Gotcha. So he kind of hopped away from the melting point, and of course now there's some module that lets the melting point follow.
Right. Jump drive melting point. Wait, what? Congrats, moderator Zalex, getting a round 1 win.
Very nice indeed.
And there will be EMP on the Farseers. For Saab, that's a handy way to turn things off, such as the Wraith or Abyss. And of course, anti-air marksman is the canonical, I think.
I think that's a I mean, I guess he already had marksman, so
yeah.
I don't hate it, but you really need suck on the melter here. I think the extra health matters, especially into level 2 abyss.
Right, but we're not running it.
Oh,
but we are level. We are level 3, so.
Yeah, but that's going to go down in like 2 swipes. I don't think you can not run suck in this meta right now.
Yeah, you can see that so Abyss just did half damage to the melter. Now it does the second one, and that is Saab's left side and melter down. There's one AA marksman out in front, apparently, having a bad day.
Saab never really had much in the way of chaff clear other than the 2 Mustangs, and into 2 Abyss. That is not going to cut it.
Right. AWM gets the round win. Round 1 win, I mean. 2,500 hit points left. Saab knocked out of contention for the Elite Trophy today. Let's see. I think the main matches are done. So we'll go around and kind of... let's see if there's...
Introduce the winners.
Yeah, I was going to say introduce the winners. Yeah, there's still a couple of matches going on down at the bottom. Fedez, I do know Fedez and Smooth Jazz, I mean, but we're at kind of the end of that
I'll
game.
hop in real quick and see.
All right, yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, fair. Okay. So winners in round 1: Sacco, the number 1 seed, gets a W. Sugar Shane and Harry gets a prime sub. Wait a minute, that's not that. Hold on a sec. What? But thank you, much appreciated. Number 3 seed, The Conclusion, with a win. Number 6 seed, Apuchi, gets the win against Brojwan, because Brojwan never readied up. 8 seed, Woot with the win. 10 seed, Baller with the win. And further on, Sajsuto and Nolam with the wins. Don't recognize either of these names. Civil Shalat with the upset over Lapaco. Very nicely done.
Uh-oh, Fedez is in trouble against some quad-teched range elite launcher overload birds.
Wow.
Shield.
That's fun. Andy gets the win against one of the 201 streamers. Fantasy Seal upsets Acal. Alt number 2 over Lord Plancariat. Eimer, Spade, Morofo, Autodidact with wins. Blood gets a round 1 win over D-Unit. Egophobic over Coldfire. Park takes a hard luck defeat here. Kroopy with 126 hit points barely squeaks by Thonix.
Wow.
Black Sheep beats Rakamakaphon. Beware of the Fog over Wumbo Drebin. River Skende with an upset over the 17 seed. Nicely done, River. Godius Prime, your 15 seed, beats Skip to Skip. AWM we saw beat Saab. Keppels over Azan. Keppels is the 11 seed. The Magician upsets number 9, Fleet Command.
Nice.
That is a huge win from the number 54 seed. I love it. Rooster did beat Bait Boy. Ooh, the number 5 seed, with the win. Horrible Will over Whooped We Saw. So,
Anabolica, did you at least win your first round in the bracket that you made it in? If you're on the, even if you're in the bottom half of kind of the advanced one, as opposed to the intermediate, as opposed to the advanced.
Rest of the group: Devinist, Smooth Jazz, Explosive, Immunin, Reunity 1, Libook, Python, Raffo Dog, Burnix, Theorist, TDH, Happy, Empty, N470, and 4.7 million? I don't know. Street Warrior, Zalex. Yay, let's go, Zalex. Ashitaka, Teddy. That's another longtime viewer and now streaming. Lord Eradicate, Zarek, Gunma, Philip, Aztap, Bad Wolf, LMCV, Jacked, Galangala, Nikora Mosca, and the very bottom, 120th seed, Talk. Congratulations, you now get to face Sacco. Good luck, sir.
Oh.
Good luck.
Congratulations,
indeed.
I'm sorry.
Congratulations, I'm sorry. I mean, Nikora Mosca gets to face Horrible Will, and Galangala will be facing the conclusion.
Right.
So, you know, these folks
Round
at the bottom.
2 is the place that the people who like barely eked out their bottom of the bracket, the like, you know, because of the way that the pairings work, is like the two lowest ranked people faced each other round 1, and then the winner of that faces the winner of the number 1 seed in the tournament. So it's, you get your moment, and then it's like, oof.
Yeah, Sugar Shane and Harry gets the bye. What I think we're gonna have up at the top is oh no, there was a abandonment, so we have 60 unbeatens. So Talk versus Sacco, as I said. LMCV facing Ooh. Aztap against Rooster could be fun.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Aztap is solid and creative, right?
Trying to look if there's any big names that jump out in the middle bracket. Do you know anything about Burnix?
I do not know.
Okay, because they're a streamer apparently, and it's
Right.
Blood Burnix is interesting. Blood has retaken up the game and has been experimenting a lot with Abyss, and has been incredibly on a win streak on ladder.
All right.
Although I think Rooster, Aztap, we do recognize both names. That's probably a good match in the absence of a clear,
of a compelling, yeah.
Right, round 2 match to watch.
Yep.
All right.
Oh no, Fever. I'm sorry, Anabolica.
That's never fun.
All right, Rooster versus Aztap for round 2 of Elite Tournament European for May 2025. Rooster near side blue, Aztap far side red, Fire Badger specialist with sabers, and I think that was Saber Arc for Aztap. Rooster is running Sledge Marksman as an Amplify specialist. Very interested to see what he does with Amp Spec, because I am typically pretty poor with the amplified, the small amp cores, as it were.
Interesting. I wouldn't say that it's one of the strongest specialists, but I actually really enjoy the extra stats that you can leverage into an early game position or an early level with them.
Right. That's why I wanted to see what he's doing with it.
Right.
So he's placing them on the sledges, which gets the sledges up to 4,000 hit points, which is going to make them tougher against anything that's not the sabers, right? The sabers will still one-shot them. Doesn't put them on the marks. They do change some marks breakpoints on round 1 in terms of number of shots to kill certain things.
think that just sledges are generally tanky, and sledges are honest damage and honest health, and I think
Right.
that they're just a really good unit for them to be on. Kind of like a lot of times you want to kind of greed the heavy armor in the early game, but sometimes just tossing it on a sledge lets the sledge level, and then a round or two later you can take the field maintenance on them. And field maintenance sledges, I think, are really strong right now.
Right, because
but obviously this round you're going to get bullied.
Yeah, and field maintenance sledge in particular is very good because of the abyss right now, right? Because the abyss doesn't kill the sledge with the beam, and the sledge almost fully heals by the time it's done. By the time the beam goes again. So.
Yes, it definitely helps, especially there.
Right. Advanced Shield Device, Extended Range Phoenix, Improved Wraith, and Missile Strike are the offers for round 2.
Ooh.
4 good cards. And you can tell both players thinking about it. Aztap takes the Extended Range Phoenix. That gets his Phoenix on par with the Marksman for range. Note that Rooster is running Assault Mode on his Marksman and is playing them from a standard this game. So that is not... He's not going to be able to, like, elite them. So it's actually possible Aztap could wind up with Phoenix that outrange Marksman if he's got the right bar for it. Rooster has dropped the Missile Strike. It's going to take out a pack of crawlers and, wound a Saber, wound an Arclight.
It's really hard to skip Missile Strike. It's so efficient.
It really is.
For basically $50, you get single target removal on several things. It's great against Mustangs. It's great against Chaff, Wasps, clearing flank defenders. You never skip if it's on offer, unless you're elite spec and you absolutely need all of your money.
Right. Nicely placed. He's also added a pair of Arclights to play some Chaff clear. This Arclight, unfortunately, is going to just get deleted. It needs some Chaff of its own. And that is what the Arclights right with... That's what the Arclights right with these Sabers are for. To ensure that there's, whatever the Saber needs to be targeting, the Chaff has been cleared. But that has gone very different.
Into these arcs is where the amp cores are going to make a huge difference.
Yeah. The amp cores looked like a bad choice in round 1, but by round 2 he's fixed the Chaff problem, and Aztap just never gets to connect with the sledges. So, 4,300 to 3,700. We get our unit reinforcements. Ooh. There's the Phoenix for Aztap, and he skips it for the Scorpion. The Scorpion, sir, has the same problem your Sabertooth does. There's also 4 hounds. How do you...
I know, it's sad because Rooster literally played the arcs last round. I can hear him in my head saying, I wish I hadn't played the arc lights, because then he could play the Badgers. But I think, Void Eye is going to try the new unit.
Triple Void Eye.
With Marksman. Blue Void Eye is honestly spooky damage, particularly with the possibility of Charge Shot.
He's got Flying, Charged Shot, the EMP armor, and range on the bar. And he's instantly ranged them to get them up to 130 meters.
I like that instant range into this board in particular because Scorpion being on offer, you already have the sledges. You don't want them to clump up being within 5-meter range of each other.
Right.
And honestly, they do surprising amounts of damage. Like a level 2 Scorpion is a lot of health. But if you commit into the Scorpion long term, then you can also click the fly button on Void Eye and then suddenly dodge them all. And so I really don't hate this.
Right. I do think it's surprising to me that Aztap didn't take... I mean, he's got his Fire Badger coming, so to me it's surprising that he didn't either take the Hounds or the Phoenix. He already took a Phoenix card, so getting one to start at level 3 when he has the Elite Marksman on the bar, and that's going to be his range advantage over the entire board. I think that's probably a mistake, especially for the for this Scorpion. It does get one shot off into the sledges, but as you can see, round is going to go Rooster's way, I believe. We just have to clear a couple of things slowly. And the Phoenix, level 1 Phoenix really did a lot to mitigate damage over there. But
Yes.
Aztap down to 3475. How do you turn this around if you're Aztap, Titan? What are you looking for him to do?
Mustang. Mustang is very good into Void Eye, ground, or air. You have to be prepared for it to go air. I also think that it isn't nearly as bad into these sledges with Scorpion. I think the fact that you have Scorpion now kind of really, really incentivizes you to add Mustang if you're in Aztap's position here.
Oh, he skips to take the plus 50. Rooster will take the Rhino Assault for tempo.
I think the Phoenix are safe, but there is theoretically a Goomba world on the Phoenix in the corner, which then lets the Rhino kill that arc light in the back, which then lets the crawlers take tower from the front.
To make that work, I think he would have had to do like a deep flank here to be pulling,
chaff.
to pull them out of the circle, right?
Right.
And it could have been worth doing, right? But Rooster playing it safe, just he plays the Rhino drop defensively.
Right.
He's got a gap
and he's
back
winning
here.
the defense.
Yeah.
There's no reason to get fancy.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is he has a defensive gap back here, so he's just going to plug that hole with the Rhino. And as it turns out, there is no Rhino from Aztap, so now he just has a late arriving big old tank.
By the way, it's round 4, and you know my maxim about round 3 to 4.
Range the chaff clear.
Both players clicked range on their respective chaff clear units.
Yep.
With Fire Badger and Arclight. It is probably the best tip that I have been able to distill from my playstyle that I wasn't aware that I was doing.
Right.
That upon realizing it forces you to not only have chaff clear, but also teching it by round 3 to 4 is incredibly strong.
Right, and the bit there is if you're going to have to tech it by round 3, say, you can't just be waiting for the drop to show up, because the drop might not be until round 4. And I think that was one of the mistakes I was making, and then the other one was just, as we discussed, not thinking of the hounds as both chaff and chaff clear.
Mm-hmm.
Super supply available, both of them skip it, they both take the Rhino drop. We saw how valuable it was for Horrible Will to take it in round 4 against Whooped. For Rooster, he could have had it here with 4,300 in round 5, but wouldn't have made a profit until round 8. His thinking is, I'm going to finish this game by round 7 or 8 anyways, so there's no real point to it.
There is an argument to be made that you're in a winning position and you'd like your position, so there's little to lose. I actually think that for Rooster it was the right take, just to hedge.
He has gone for an outside crawler to pin this Phoenix in place and a missile strike on it. The only way for Aztap to protect that Phoenix would have been to level it and take tower health, but he has not done so. The entire oh my god!
There's the bird Goomba I was talking about.
Yes, indeed. He's moved the missile strike down here. We're going for the bird Goomba, and yeah,
and I love that he's
missing
missing out the chaff that goes with it. Mm-hmm.
And look at this. Last round, Aztap skipped the Rhino. This round, Rooster's sure he's skipping the Rhino again, so he's not playing it defensively. Aztap with the mind games.
He did fort his tower as well.
It is. Yeah, it is level 2.
I just love that I saw the Goomba bird play last round, and it happens. That's amazing.
That's fun. Yep, Rhino gets tower
and
first.
Using the missile strike to clear the chaff for that as well was huge in getting the timing you want.
Right. And yeah, Aztaps has got a well played emoji for us. Ouch. But we're also burning everything. We have all the Fire Badgers in the world.
I actually think Void Eye does very well into Fire Badger as they're both short-ish range.
Right.
And the actual damage from Void Eye is incredibly high relative to its cost.
Right.
And they're spaced out enough that the Badgers don't lock at the same target, which is where a lot of their killing power comes from. Oh my goodness, it could have been a double super game.
Oh my god, no.
That's not where we're going, but that would have been hilarious.
Nuke, barrier, super heavy armor available. Rooster skips them all. Aztap skips them all. For Aztap, he definitely needs Scorching Flames on the Fire Badger, but here's a play. Wasp Ignite. So 1.5, The Void Eye is the new unit.
Oh
That
my
came out on
gosh.
Thursday. But the Wasps with Ignite, what I was thinking for Rooster was, hey, look, those Fire Badgers basically got stuck on the sledges. Maybe the sledges take field maintenance and then they just don't even care. Ignite would have prevented the field maintenance, so Aztap's played around that line. But Rooster, with almost a cold read, just takes the level 2 Mustangs on a... You know, the only thing that would really beat this board right now is Wasp. So I'm just going to make sure I don't lose to the thing that would beat me.
I can't believe he's running Ignite on Wasp. That's one of the very few units where there are so many high-value techs that I think that is a mistake. And it's very rare that I will categorically say a tech is a mistake, but I think there are too many things that Wasp is too good at, ground spec being triple damage versus, you know, these Wasps have no shield to protect them on the bar.
Yeah, I'm not going to say this is a mistake. I think this is a comparative or experimental line for Aztap because of Ignite stopping healing. So that is...
Also, only having one pack of Wasps to tech it here, I will say is a mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe even a misclick, almost. I don't know. I hate to assume that, but it just feels...
It's not a misclick. There's no way. Because we have an undo button now. If it was a misclick, we would undo it.
Right. That's a great shout.
The other thing that we have now at 1.5 is an undo button.
So misclicks are no longer... Like, unless you forgot you could undo, but then that's totally on you.
Anabolica, Control-Z is the undo button, and then it is also right next to, you know, down in this right-hand corner. I can't show it because I'm in the spectator mode, but in the right-hand corner there's a little rewind clock, and you can undo back through multiple moves. Control-Z, 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 all the way back to the start of the round. The two things you cannot undo right now are card selections and the end round. So the only misclick we can possibly argue for is I clicked end deploy accidentally because I was trying to click something up here instead.
Which does happen and is absolutely backbreaking.
Yes. Interesting.
And of course,
we're going for we've taken the drop. We've taken level 3 steel balls. We've got 2 of them, and they are leading a pack of wasps to the tower. Instead of armoring them to try and mitigate the Mustang damage, what we've gone for is range on the steel balls. So the wasps have shorter range than the balls now.
Right. The wasp investment direction has been a little strange, and I also think that Rooster is the aerial mode Void Eyes away from just running away with this game, especially with the ranged Wraith to chaff clear for them. So long term, I think Rooster is in a fantastic position. The balls may get in this time just on a raw damage check, because level 2 charged Void Eye is not going to clear this, I don't think.
It's doing a good job. It's taking down 2. Make it 3. Come on. Yeah, 3 out of 8. Okay, well, it was a good effort. It was a really good effort there, little Void Eye. Little Void Eye that could. Now, that is going to cost a bunch of Rooster's economy because we're losing shields and anti-missile devices. And Aztap has won. It's going to be 2 rounds in a row now. Has he turned a corner? Or are you right? And we just click flying on the Void Eye and Rooster wins. 1899 to 1719. Intensive training. Wasp Swarm with an investment already in the Wasps is interesting. And that is what Aztap will take. It's what Rooster will take also. Now, obviously you can't drop it between towers here. But out here could have been interesting.
I think Rooster plays... he is going to try and Goomba the birds again. We're
going for the Goomba the birds, and the missile strike is on one of the wasps. And we've got a wasp back here.
Mm-hmm.
And he has sold out of the sledges to move the small imp cores onto the wraiths here. New mobile beacon for Aztap to try and get on that tower. figuring there'll be something to try and defend out here. And he's added a flank crawler to try and pull whatever was supposed to be stopping these steel balls, I think.
Of course, that oil will get lit, torching the chaff. I like the idea of just a blue scorpion over there. It's enough to actually kill the balls in one shot. Trying to force single target void eye shots that won't one tap them is just a lot of firing.
Right. But there will also be a void eye, just in case.
That was a good beacon. But it's still going to run forward.
Scorpion gets one. Scorpion gets, well... Gosh, these void eyes in the middle actually got a couple as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, great work in defense. We've got at least...
Did Rooster not have temp range last round, I wonder? Because this is going so wildly differently. I almost wonder
absolutely different.
I thought that Rooster was going to do much better than he did last round, and I wonder if he didn't temp range, if he just felt like he was in such a commanding position, and the temp range got him by surprise.
Right. So Aztap, 1388 MMR right now. Brings a Rooster down under 2000 MMR. Nice, really nice showing from Aztap. Long-time player, but Rooster, of course, able to close it out. Out of the top group, we did pick one of the longest matches. that's gone.
Very nice.
There are a couple still on for the unbeatens. Raffo Dog, Explosive, River Skende. Maybe we take the River match? Let's take it. We'll take River Skende.
Yeah. They did a very surprising upset in round one, so that's always a good sign for somewhere to come back to, especially close health.
Yeah, Sir Limbo's comment there is 1388 from Aztap. He must have been asleep for several season resets. He's much better than that. So
yeah, Aztap is, in my mind, a 17 to 1800 player.
I've certainly seen him in so many mini tournaments that I think of him as at my MMR. But you know, if I had trouble and dropped down to the 1490s, and Aztap was having a similar trouble and dropped to the 1390s, you know. Like, it's plausible from experimenting or just getting into a wrong direction. Yeah, see, it's either that or he's been void-eyeing hard. True. Explosive is running some big boats, indeed. What do we got here?
There is a melter over here, but at level 1, it's just going to get bodied by the boat. I think River needs suck on them and takes his level. Maybe if he has the money for it, AA on the mark is worth it, but there are wasps, so that's debatable.
EMP on the Farseer might also help, right?
He has EMP on the Farseer, but I don't know if it's actually connecting with the
it never did,
target once.
He's got multi on those melters already. Yikes.
Wasp is so good for explosive here too, that's going to be rough.
He was already summoning them, now he gets to tech them however he wants, and have some level 3s.
That's a good EMP though.
A great
That's
use
so
of EMP.
good.
This is so dangerous to the flying player. So dangerous to the flying player that I think you want to mobile beacon around it.
I feel like if you are in River's position here, you have to add Mustangs when you see that drop. Or you have to take anti-air. Now he's selling out of the Wasp, so I think that's a good call. I think he needs to add his own Mustangs, though.
Right, because he saw that drop. And he's got 3 deploys.
Where did the money go? Oh, no. Sorry, River still has some money.
Yeah, River's still got 3 deploys.
More hounds. Strange. guess if you can clear chat. Oh, he bricked them. He did not get a chance to.
Yeah, he ran himself out of time. That is something you cannot undo. There's your misclick. Yeah, there's your misclick argument. And yeah, he also didn't loan, but he was struggling to figure out what to do with it. And I think Titan was right that the play there was probably loan. He was at 850, so loan puts him at 1050. Triple recruit Mustang, even if they're just level 1, puts him at 450, and then he can range the Mustangs.
That's really unfortunate, because this was his EMP turn. It was his turn to stabilize and potentially win it. I think that not getting that this round is really going to hurt.
Yeah, running out of time. Deadly for River here. Is it GG's? It is not quite. It's close, though. 365.
And this is a Cell Wasp Triple Elite Recruit Mustangs.
Yes, please Elite Recruit the Mustangs.
And Jav. And try to double tap these level 1 boats with the Jav. That also is really rough, because that means you have to level both of these. Oh, you don't even have a level for this melter.
Right, because Explosive can orbital jab us too.
But you definitely have to go level 2 melter here, and Suck is also so important.
There's the jump. That orbital is going to miss, and I think that is going to be GG's no matter what River clicks from here. But again, we want to see. Oh, he ranged. Oh no. Having sold the Wasps, he now ranged AA as the 1 level 3 Wasp.
Sad. This is I don't know what to do. It's slipping.
It's an elite recruit.
Drive is a coup de grace.
Elite recruit 4 more Wasps is what he's done.
Well, there is method to the madness, but having sold the level 3, I think that you kind of had forced your hand into a different direction with that.
Yeah, I was surprised he sold the level 3. I thought he was just going to go to AA on them. That is certainly the path I was expecting.
Right. You either need to detect them or sell them and go Mustangs.
Right.
And then helipadding Hounds was neither of those.
Right. Unlucky for River.
Tower's gonna go down fast.
Yeah, tower in trouble. Tower down. And all the world's Wasps are going to be facing a Typhoon under debuff, but Typhoon's a little outnumbered.
Yeah, the real problem is this level 4 Overlord.
Right.
It's just not dying.
That's not even getting connected with, let alone dying. Hey, somebody connected with it. And we get the hearts from Explosive. GG's to River. Explosive 1650 upsetting an 1850. Nicely done, man. Well played.
But aggro can get the best of anybody.
Right.
For sure.
We're going to run our ads so you don't miss any part of next round. For those of you that see the ads, the rest of you will go around who won. Sacco, your number 1 seed, beat Talk. The conclusion over Galangala. I mean, these are the expected results, right? Rooster, Baller. Now, you get an upset here. Lord Eradicate beats AWM. Wowza. Wowza. Losing in... losing to Lord Eradicate. Godius Prime didn't even get a match, so has been hanging out with us. Beware of the fog.
Always happy to have.
Yeah, happy to have you with us. A pair of upsets here. Empty over Black Sheep. Our top 201 player gets upset by the lower one. Don't have names for that right now. Theorist upsets Spade. Also well done.
Oof.
Moral Foe over Raffodog. We had Kroopy beating Libuke. Moonin over Civil Shalat. Smooth Jazz beats Saj Suto. Devinist beats the Magician. The Magician, of course, had the the big round 1 upset, beating Fleet Command, and then falls in round 2. Ouch. Man, you beat one of the top 10s, and then that hurt. That just hurts. We saw Explosive over River Skende. Fantasy Seal with the win. Python upsets Egophobic. Sorry, Ego. Rest of the favorites are going to have wins. Blood, Heimer, Alt number 2, Andy 834. Best of the 201s. Nolam beats Teddy. Teddy's run comes to an end. Apples over Zarek. Woot over Philip. Pucci beat Bad Wolf. And Math is Might beats Jacked. So, and Horrible Will over Nico Ramoska.
One of the comments in chat was from Tuzzle about how multi-melt seems like a mistake in a lot of situations. That can be true. I think that it is absolutely amazing against boat aggro in particular. However, relying on it to be the wasp clear is not going to cut it. It helps to clear the wasps and then get locks on the boats, but it can't be your wasp answer and your boat answer exclusively. Also, I will say multi-melter is very dangerous these days with the fact that EMP armor is on the bar, because melter gets absolutely just bodied by EMP armor when the beam hits, and then it loses its text, even if it's just the multi-melt that gets turned off, but especially if it loses range, then loses locks, or loses stuck and then loses the health. Multi-melt is super strong. But also is very, very weak and counterable, and I think that's good to an extent, because multi-melt, I think, was too strong on aggro defense. It may be this EMP armor on Void Eye is too strong of a counter to multi-melt, so we'll see how that pans out over time.
Right.
Yes, Photon does block EMP armor from turning it off, which is part of why I think Farseer Specialist has become much stronger.
Yes.
I think running Photon on boat is also incredibly important in this meta. There was an argument, maybe not for different reasons, but I think that with the prevalence of the Void Eye right now, every avenue to Photon is going to be that much more important. The Photon coding item and the anti-interference module are both also even stronger than they already were, although I think that as quote-unquote free items, they were being taken less than they should have been regardless, so this is just going to increase their playtime, because the ability to not be tech disabled is just critical.
We've got 2 epic matches in round 2. Check this out. The conclusion against UU, that is the number 3 seed against the number 5, or number 6 Apuchi against number 1 Nsako.
Oh my gosh. How can we not do the Apuchi Sacco match?
We are in the Apuchi Sacco match already.
Okay. That's round 3? That's so sad.
Yes, for all of those players, right? Like this is
Only 2 of them will remain undefeated, and all 4 of them are finalist contender worthy.
Right. If we had this set up properly, those folks really shouldn't be meeting until the semifinals, in my opinion.
Right, and that's where the minor point can get a little unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Right.
It'll make for great viewership, if nothing else.
Yes.
We'll be in for a good game. Right. I wonder what Apuchi will be running. Apucci is known for playing unconventional units very well. Is a believer in Sabretooth in a way that I think that a lot of the community is not, for example. So I'll be curious to see if we get some Void action from Apucci.
Welcome to round 3. The epics begin. Of course, with the rebalancing of the boards based on minor points, you get some of the top players meeting each other in round 3. We could have had these two as a final. Number 6 seed Apucci, near side in blue with Quick Supply Specialist, Saber, and Fang. Far side, red, number 1 seed Sacco, currently holding the gold badge from the 2v2 tournament last weekend. Sends his love.
Yeah, these two have faced up who knows how many times.
Yup.
And there's just, I love the camaraderie and sportsmanship of the top end of the community.
I do too. It's great. I'm all in for Apucci. Throw my 16 tickets in. That should be most of my insight. Apucci with a Quick Supply Specialist, taking his time thinking. Sacco on the far side. A Typhoon Specialist with Hound and Mustang start adds the pair of crawlers. So, just kind of building it out. I do want to see what he does with a Mustang Hound start. This is one of my best packs right now. So, it'd be interesting to see how he's... It is. Like, I was looking at my stats, and that is just far and away my best opener. A really ridiculous set of stats for me on it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's like a 63% win rate. Mustang
I
Hound.
love what Apucci has done here with Quick and going the Spider-Saber combination, because you really want something like the health bullies this board so hard on both units. Right. And the Spiders are great into Hounds and Mustangs long term.
Yeah, absolutely. There was also a really good Reddit post recently about how to stop Mustangs from lower level player asking how do you stop Mustangs from scaling, and we will see what Apucci's answers are. Keep these Mustangs from hyperscaling. One of them is round 1 tarantulas. Let's go. Make sure those things get deleted. And part of the reason that's going to work, of course, is that you're going to get the Mustangs sitting here shooting, but not actually getting the kills on these high hit point units, right? Mustangs really depend on getting the experience out of units. And obviously, if you can kill them before that happens, it prevents the experience from going in. These guys got 2 kills, so they are halfway to leveling already. You can see they got 620 experience from what they achieved for the round, even though Apucci wins the round. 4,400 to 4,680. Go to round 2.
When you play Mustangs as well, it's very, very good in general to either pick a strong side or to deploy. I actually like how Sacco did an all-in on this. He kind of played one middle. Mm-hmm. That way the middle one could go either direction, but it also meant that if there was on the right side, it could fight together because, as you said, getting a kill, it matters. And so having 2 heavily damaged units versus one that beats you, but you kill the other one and get experience off of it is a huge break point.
Right. I was going to say those are 4 great cards. Apucci takes the shield airdrop. It's basically straight up better than a shield generator. Sacco skips everything so that he can bring out a pair of Phoenix on round 2. So what he's looking at is there's no great flying, no great anti-air on Apucci's board. I'm going to destroy the single targets. But Apucci sells a Saber to bring out a Phoenix of his own and another Tarantula. So, both sides fly.
Yes, Phoenix are so strong. It is painful to skip the shield if you're Sacco, but the 50 for the unlock and the 2 deploys is huge. Especially when you saw 4 big medium units like that. The double Phoenix play was just way too important.
Gets the shield in the right
also,
spot.
Also, the Fangs can't get out of the shield. That's so sad. I actually think that the Phoenix got a lot of value into that shield. I would have liked the shield to be a little bit shallower, as opposed to as far forward, so that way the Phoenix were shooting Fangs instead of the shield.
Right, but without knowing the Phoenix existed, he was he was covering the Fangs from the Mustangs. Apucci wins
But I
round
think that
2. We're on 4,400 to 3,860. And local betting.
ooh, yeah, it's immediately the module. That's what I was thinking for.
Tech for Apucci. Local betting, Sacco is 4-1 favorite.
The Phoenix
in
win.
online betting, it's 3.5 to 1. And yeah, since he's got the deploy module to be able to pull this back out without having to click jump drive, he doesn't even run jump drive anymore. Of course, Sacco is one of the most dangerous players at getting tower take. Right? That is his style. It always has been. He's going to hit you from whatever side he can, however he can. You know, it'll be a mobile beaconed rhino to this tower. It'll be a mobile beaconed phoenix or wasp swarm to this tower, or something like that. You know, where it just like he just finds whatever tiny angle he can to get through to your towers. And of course, here is the angle outside. He's not even going to put a mobile beacon on it. A level 1 tower unprotected to go hit on round 3.
I love the way that this vertical chaff on the flank edge is there to pull any flank shenanigans to the tarantula in front of it that can then clear it as a way of creating a safety guard on that tower. And obviously he's going to get the tower tucked, and that's going to let both these Phoenix are going to get some good experience, but I think it won't be enough to level either of them. Yeah. Now, Apucci did follow the rule. He has ranged his shaft clear on round 3.
I see it. I see it. I love the rule. Sacco has not yet.
Ooh. Interesting choices.
Stormcaller on top of the tarantulas. Interesting. Kind of like it. Storms are...
I think that it's...
Go ahead.
I feel like storms are good early, but they fall off. That said, there is not a ton of crawler, and there is a lot of fang, so it makes a lot of sense into this particular spider board. But I think that storms can really get distracted. It is also good money, though, which you can sell out of. So because of the high density of fang and literally only one crawler on the board, I don't hate it.
And we're avoiding...
You also sometimes steal experience.
Yeah.
Can be an issue.
Yeah, stealing experience is the issue in my mind. But the bit here I'm liking for Sacco is that is a tempo change. If he's feeling pressured and he feels like he only got this tower because of the Phoenix out there, or only won that last round because of the Phoenix, this can feel a little bit better. Now, what has he done down here? He has taken his Typhoon Specialist, puts his Typhoon out there, puts a Crawler out there, and used the deployment module to change the Phoenix positioning. And in particular, note that what he did, he wanted the Phoenix to have to pay the summoning cost again. So to make it have to pay the summoning cost, he deployed it back to his main board, and then put it back on the flank. If he had just jumped it from where it was to right here, it doesn't pay that summoning price again. So it would have been...
Right.
It would have gotten out in front of his other units. But Apucci has just enough over there with a steel ball of a couple of surviving crawlers and the pair of Phoenix. Just enough to beat all of that on the summon-in round.
Ironically, in this particular situation, the Stormcallers are kind of Sacco's chaff cleared, given the lack of crawler. But if Apucci starts adding crawler, this could turn very dangerous very quickly. And Sacco, on round 5, does not have a chaff clear that he is committed to. I guess the Mustangs could eventually, but they really need to be level 2+
and
to be viable chaff clear.
And now he's got a level 2 with an item and a second level 2.
All the spiders leveled. Oh my goodness, that's also a huge round on tempo.
It missed that Apucci had taken armor on the steel balls last round, so that was part of why that one went so poorly.
I missed that as
Sacco.
well, but that makes a lot of sense.
Love that this one steel ball feels like its mission is to go to protect the flank. Nope, I'm coming, guys.
Now Poochie has to decide how he wants to respect this. If you're Sacco, you definitely don't want to click Typhoon Barrier just for the one, so missiles are still relatively efficient, and Steel Ball is also relatively solid at answering the Typhoon on flank. Takes the level on the crawler. That will double its clear time into the Typhoon and honestly help it win the crawler off, which I don't hate.
I think there's also a really tricky shield airdrop that you could cover a bunch of the crawlers. He's not going for that. He goes for the much more likely to be valuable out here.
Right. And sure enough, it eats the 50 on that missile.
Mm-hmm.
The blue crawler was just enough.
It really
to actually...
was.
And
the blue Phoenix is enough to beat the Typhoon. Poochie doing that with exactly the minimal. That is the minimal possible investment to answer that flank.
That was beautiful. Honestly, we joke about calculated, but that is calculated in the non-memeing sense of the term. Like literally a 50 investment on one crawler was enough to hold that without any temporary minus 50s. Really well played.
Sacco down to 32.
Gotta be Rhinos. For Poochie, right? Maybe it's Ray, but I think it's Rhino. Could be Rhino for both, but probably not into the steel balls. So I'm curious what Sacco takes.
Sacco takes still the Rhino.
It's always
takes
Rhino.
The Rhino. Yeah, Sacco loves his rhinos.
For the money.
Sacco loves his rhinos. I was expecting Sacco to put one here. It looks like he has sold one and deployed one on the flank. I was also kind of wondering if Poochie might put one down here, just knowing Sacco well enough to say.
And I knew there was going to be a flank anchor there, so that way all the chaff gets distracted for these rhinos to get into tower.
Huh?
Whoa. So this is something I have been seeing at the higher level a lot, is actually immediate fort with AA, even if it's not super ideal, because doing it quickly can win rounds before the counters come online, even if it's inefficient in long-term positioning against smelters or against the fort mirror. If you take the AA as soon as you get the giant, then if they're relying on their bird, then it can be a really big tempo swing. But maybe anticipating it, did Poochie sell out of one of the birds on that side, or was there only ever one?
I think there was only ever the one.
Okay. So maybe he was anticipating more of a commitment. These blue rhinos know the assignment.
Right. Did those... Something went
the steel balls
very differently down there. Where... Oh, is it the tower take, I think? Because the...
yes.
That crushed the flank also. The level 2 crawlers killed the...
devoured everything.
Killed the Typhoon, even. So those rhinos were huge.
Blue rhinos are blue rhinos.
And they have bullied Sacco down to 1,116 hit points. 3,800
Another
for
thing.
Poochie. Go ahead.
Another thing about shutting out these Mustangs, armor. Armor on units absolutely wrecks them. The early armor on the steel balls and then armor on the rhinos. These Mustangs are just dead.
Yeah,
and they're also a very expensive investment. So to have to take them and deploy them and arrange them and level them, only to be doing 80 damage at level 2, to be completely negated or virtually completely negated off of level 1 armor, is...
Even this one with a item is only doing 56 damage per shot to the level 1 steel balls, and is doing 1 damage per shot to level 2 rhinos and level 2 steel balls. We do get a third fort for Sacco. Same mobile beacon for Apucci. He's given them some chaff clear.
I think these steel balls on the steel balls are there because the rhino was there, but I think you can cold read the rhino is going to be sold. I would have really rather seen these steel balls with the rhino push, anticipating a fort. And I love double tap. That's going to be very good for killing these rhinos, because otherwise a blue rhino will basically run in and punch that fort.
Shield on the Phoenix for Apucci.
Okay. Wow, only 2 of them and double tacked. That is strange. I guess there's another one now.
Third,
okay.
Yeah, he bought a third Phoenix. And there's a nice little shallow crawler over here trying to pull that fort out of position, which it kind of does. Double tap forts, just about getting it done. The 1 damage apiece did kill that rhino eventually.
Right. If a fort can take 99%, then the Mustangs can have 1%.
Exactly. Now those level 2 steel balls arrive and start killing some forts. The tarantulas have cleaned up the entire rest of the board, and they are still bricking even the phoenixes over here. And is that enough?
No, it's not.
Not quite. Sacco down to 242 hit points. And go to round 8.
I'm really confused by the shield fang commit.
Titan
Or
Worm,
the shield Phoenix.
Overlord. It worked. That was his response to the anti-air barrage, I think. What do you see Sacco taking to turn this around?
I almost don't hate Void Eye.
Level 4.
Like, if you range the Void Eyes at level 4, they will just delete. And they actually outrange the they don't outrange the tarantula, but they do. I mean, they'd kill the rhinos. They would stay behind the forts. Maybe it's cooking too much. It would be curious to try.
Be a level 2 sandworm. But Pucci takes the boats. He's got Photon on it. He adds a chin gun.
Yeah, this is just turning into a push to kill the tower.
Yeah. And that is going to be eating up a whole bunch of anti-air shots. Fort gets moved back just a hair.
A huge thing about this game has been Apucci's use of the shield that he got on round 2 when Sacco felt the need for double bird.
Right.
And that shield has probably been the best play of the game so far, in my opinion, just in terms of how it's been able to be used. Either that or the 1 level on the crawler in that corner.
Yeah,
3 rounds ago to keep that efficiency on the push.
Yeah, that crawler is now like level 4 too, by the way.
I see that.
You know the rule about never level your crawlers? There's the exception, is we've got this 1 crawler on the back line. It's going to arrive late when the only remaining chaff clear is the Mustangs. Mustangs are just not going to be able to kill it.
Never level chaff that is chaff.
Yes.
That crawler was not chaff. That crawler was a flank guardian.
Yep. He had a different role. Sacco wins the whole rest of this board. This push has been all but shut down. Finally gets the tower. And it's a problem for Apucci now. Has Sacco just stabilized? 242. He's dropped Apucci to 1520. We're halfway. That's half of Apucci's hit points in a single blow. Round 9. Sacco takes the shield airdrop.
Apucci's still thinking. I wonder what he's thinking.
Sacco has sold out of one of the, or repositioned one of the Mustangs. Could go, just been repositioned. Okay.
Yeah, got scoot over.
The big Mustang did 52,000 damage last round, 173,000 total. Bucci took improved
And that is
wasps. He's got the overlords, and he clicks mothership. So we are now making improved wasps. The improved wasp will have shield as well. What did I say about Sacco and flanks, guys? Sacco and finding a way to your tower.
that bird looks pretty clean. Also, he's only weakening one bird here, which is intentional in case there's a safety missile, so that only the birds split up. Which is just another really nice nuance.
Very, very subtle little play with that. Wasn't going to help if there was a safety missile right on the flank, but if the safety missile's back here, you can see how split up they are.
I think, though, you get to the tower for... Oh! That tower take. The tower was being shot. Oh, but Apucci also leveled... Or, sorry, Sacco leveled his tower to level 3 to the boat push.
Boat push is
An under
shut
tower debuff
down. The double tower debuff. And that is Sacco at his finest. Rescuing this game from a 242 hit point deficit at round 7 to knock out Apucci in 2 rounds. 24-64, number 1 seed, and through to round 4. Well played, sir.
I think the bird commit was Apucci's mistake this game. I'm going to stand by that. Especially after having seen the Ford AA, I think for as few of them as he had, double teching them was just too expensive and was only encouraging more forts, which compounds with its own value. And into the Mustangs, the forts are here to kill the things with armor, letting the Mustangs clear the Phoenix efficiently. Portable shield, or sorry, energy shield or no. I think that was the resource investment that gave Sacco his opening to stabilize.
Right, the 500 into shield being the resource investment that could have been in something else on that turn. Huh. And I'm going to say, we loved the level 4 crawler play, but I'm going to say that 2 things that, well, maybe 3 things Sacco did really well were the as you pointed out, when it happened, the instant anti-air barrage on just 2 forts. Of course, this exquisite Phoenix flank finish, and also stabilizing on that 1 round by having a Phoenix flank out here way earlier in the game, and then being able to get all the way back out of it, right? He's got the jump drive on that Phoenix, so it's not like it was going to be a jump drive, but redeployment module. It's not like it was going to be a huge investment, and he was able to get back out of it. So really, I think really well played for Sacco. And those 3 plays, I think, really make it. The other question is, how valuable were the storms? They've done a grand total of 200,000, 210,000 hit points over the course of the game.
Well, I think the real value is in the kills. Remember how I said they were his chaff clear? Each of them has over 100 kills over the course of the game, more or less.
Yep.
So that, I think, was because there was only 1 crawler and there were the fangs on the front. So in that situation, I think that was a good awareness that storms are usually a long-term losing play into the tarantula, but Apucci kind of light on crawlers,
right?
Which really surprised me. I think that's atypical of him, and so the air commit was a little off. I think that Apucci wins this 2 rounds ago or more if he just commits to more chaff and is more aggressive with that chaff. I think the boats were really expensive and also strange into a board that already had Mustangs and birds. And for AA, like, I don't know, I feel like Apucci was like making an air aggression board into a board that was already teched with all the tools to rebuff air.
Right. Fascinating game. I do want to point out there are 10 total crawlers on Apucci's board. It's just that 3 of them are down that left side flank, and therefore are not the late arriving chaff that we're used to seeing in these quadrants for Apucci.
It's
Like, I
also
think
only
if you,
one wave of chaff of crawlers on
uh-huh,
his board. Like if you draw the horizontal box, all these crawlers arrive more or less at the same time, and when
yep,
they're gone, they're gone.
yep, and that's kind of what I mean. Is this group right behind it is completely missing, and we're also sort of missing, what I would think of as the front line crawler, the ones that can get missiled out easily enough. But
Yes, and there was nothing to distract the storms, which
they
I was
could have.
baffled by never getting deployed.
Right, that's what I was expecting, or kind of where I was going with that was I was expecting to see that frontline crawler just to pull the first storm volley onto a useless patch of land instead of straight into the fangs. I mean, I don't know. Apucci is well beyond my level, so perhaps there was just always better investments for it, and it has cost me most of my insight to bet on Apucci for that one. All right. Fair enough. We'll be back after ads with the next round of this tournament. Thank you guys for being with us. Around the room, Horrible Will has emptied empty out of this tournament. A Rooster beats Explosive, so that fellow was at 1650, had a great run, but runs up against somebody much stronger. Nolam over Croupy. Blood upsets alt number 2. Very nice, very nice. Well played, sir.
I'm telling you, I think Blood is a 2200 player, and regardless of whatever his MMR says.
All right then. Definist. Go ahead.
I would stake my reputation on that. He has an almost winning record against Apucci in scrims.
Wow, that's amazing.
Contextualize that.
All right. Devinist beat Andy. Gotius Prime beats Theorist. Congratulations. Woot over Lord Eradicate. Woot was the original number 8 seed here, and Lord Eradicate is the fellow who upset AWM. So, trying to go for back-to-back big upsets. In the other big match of this round, the conclusion, our original number 3 seed beats Ooh, the number 5. So our 5, 6, and 9 seeds are down to two folks who were favored over them, but not by much. Sacco we saw beat Apucci in a very close one. Keppels gets the win. Beware of the Fog over Munin. Heimer beats Fantasy Seal. Moralfo. Baller says he won in 5 rounds against Smooth Jazz. And Mathis Might beats Python.
Very nice.
So, what do we have left? We have 15 unbeaten. There should be a spoiler. Moralfo has abandoned. Who is our... So that's dropped us to 14 unbeaten after Moralfo gets the win. So we are not going to have a spoiler in this round. We'll have Beware of the Fog facing Mathis Might, Gotius Prime against Baller, Keppels against Horrible Will, The Conclusion against Rooster, Blood against Devinist, Eimer against Sacco, Nolam against Woot. I think we've got to take...
I was so hoping for Blood Sacco, but it just missed.
Just off by 1 there. I think we will take The Conclusion and a Rooster as 2 of our top 7 seeds here.
That sounds like a fun match.
Welcome back to those of you that see ads. I did want to ask you, sir, you mentioned yesterday that you have received an invitation to something. Would you tell us about that? Tell us about that tournament and when and where we can watch you.
So, obviously, many in the audience will already know, but Mag 1 is an amazing competitive league for the very best players. One of the things that they do on Sundays, for part of just having weekly content, and for that is they do invitational matches for various MMR brackets to get the opportunity to be seen and to just kind of also get a look at what's going on at that level. And so I have been invited for the 1800 to 2K range to do a a show match tomorrow morning. I know that it's 9 my time Central.
9 your
Or
time.
9:30. I'll have to check exactly, but it's right around that.
The broadcast will have started by then, and at any rate, by 9 Central.
Yes,
so
and that one will be starting well before that. But I'm nestled in the middle of it. There's also a 1K MMR match.
Right.
Is part of that, and then Sacco is playing somebody.
Okay.
At the high end.
Nice. Well, we have so that would be, let's say Mag 1 is starting at 6 a.m. Pacific tomorrow with their broadcast. We'd expect to see Alpha Titan somewhere in the 7 a.m. window. That would be 9 a.m. Eastern, or 10 a.m. Eastern for if you're tuning in just for Alpha Titan. Welcome to round 4 of this Elite Tournament European for May of 2025. 2 of the top 7. The conclusion just beat the number 5 seed in round 3. Now he has to face the number 7 seed, Rooster. The conclusion
I think conclusion is debating aerial and speed.
Yeah, it takes the aerial. With the running fortified target lock, which I think is fascinating, right? I was running that for a long time, and it really does. It is a flexibility thing. It's one of the very few things that you can do to ensure your unit's targeting is on what you want it to be. And you've got a pretty good bar for the rest of it. Armor, range, mechanical division. If you need those tools, they're available. The thing that he's giving up is suck, right? Which is the extra hit points. So that is the thing that we give up for that. For Rooster,
Blue Mustang, round 1. Wow.
Rooster on the far side, elite specialist, and as you said, took a level 2 Mustang on round 1. Has it in the position to do flank screening, but also protected by the sabers in front of it.
Into an Arclight start too. Like these could very easily have been an Arclight standard board with steel balls. Now these two have faced each other enough that Rooster may know how the conclusion is playing, and the conclusion known for being like when the conclusion has a build they want to run, they will like run it and run it and run it and run it. So Rooster may have known what's going on, but especially into aerial specialists, the Blue Mustangs sound good, but these days this is kind of scary. And if you show on round 1, hey, I'm committing to Mustangs enough to lose a deploy for them,
right,
then that is the golden window for an Abyss pivot. So I'm going to go on record as saying I think this will be an Abyss game.
Yeah, this looks like an Abyss game to me for the conclusion. Now, we know he pulled out all the stops this morning in Mag 1 to throw down a corner war factory, so he's got that in his repertoire as well.
Very nice.
Nico Archangel asked, how does target lock work? Is it the highest total hit points or highest remaining hit points? It is the highest remaining hit points of units within range. If 2 units are tied, it takes the closest ranged unit.
Right.
So, it'll pick the first crawler. Right, if the only thing in range is crawlers.
Right, it doesn't just randomly pick a crawler amongst crawlers.
Right, but if there's one level 4 crawler in amongst a bunch of level 1s, it'll pick the level 4. So, kind of interesting.
Wow, okay, so Wraith.
We had drops. We've taken a Wraith for Rooster and a Rhino for the conclusion.
I'm a little surprised not to see conclusion. I know that he's already air spec, but Ball Wraith is great in general and is also a great chassis for Abyss.
Yeah, with the Wraith as the thing that the Abyss can summon, you're not even out text necessarily, and being able to summon Degen Beam Wraiths at whatever level your Abyss is just brutal.
I'm really surprised. Sells the Mustang, wow, okay, and is now committing into the Wraith.
Right. Love it. Now, do you want to point out, Conclusion has a 5,600 hit point pack. So this game may go long.
Right.
We may have picked the long pole game this round.
Oh, And the blue Wraith just barely clips that steel ball.
And entertainingly, that Rhino is going to get to tower, but during the tower debuff, all it's going to be doing is walking. And by the time it is in range of anything,
that Rhino pickup was very strange to me and very out of character for the conclusion, I think. I'm not an expert on the conclusion, but it didn't seem like their normal style.
Yeah. I don't think it's the conclusion's normal play, but had an wide open tower. Now we get... Yeah. Now we get a Wraith with range... with the laser sights. And it will be answered by a laser sight overlord.
Round 3 boat. That will absolutely kill a Wraith. And of course, selling the Mustangs and going into a level 2 Wraith is now much less likely to be an Abyss game.
Right.
That is a fast overlord to come down. Also, not selling the Rhino, I think there's a very real possibility that Rooster predicts it to be sold and doesn't answer it this turn. I like leaving it for a turn to keep Rooster honest. Probably there's a chaff back there, but even if there's not, like, that Rhino could start to cause problems. And a hedge missile is still going to be at -50 for Rooster and still have a Rhino problem next turn.
Right.
So that's Rooster's way of saying, you're probably selling, but I can't afford to blind gamble, and so that Rhino is worth an extra +50 on the econ.
Right.
The blue sledges, though, from Rooster are really solid, further disincentivizing Abyss.
Right, and he's got field maintenance on the bar. It's a totally different sledge bar. These are never going to be a carry sledge.
That Rhino gets in, and it's locking onto the Wraith.
Overlord beats Wraith and gets a level. That is a little bit brutal.
And you can sell the Rhino now to basically pay for the level, and with the -50, the missile, that basically is your Overlord level at 0 tempo loss.
Right. Oi. So 45.50 for the conclusion, 39.30 for Rooster.
Amp core for another boat, or is it speed for the conclusion?
Or intensive. Do you want a level 3 boat?
I think that's too expensive.
It's so greedy. It's so memey. It might be.
I'm not even sure it's good. It's just, it is funny though. Now, if you had stealth module,
this is why I will never be. This is why I will never be 2400 MMR. I will take that intensive training every single time, just for the fun.
And there is the amp boat.
Yeah. Yeah, double itemized boat. And another, just committing to just slowly building some chaff clear. Now, I do want to point out, they both ignored your rule.
That is true, although the laser sight in a headbutt situation is pretty close as far as rates are concerned.
Right.
And the chaff and chaff clear can shoot each other off the rip, so that's a fair point, though. Every rule has an exception, and a headbutt is where range on round 3 is probably a mistake. That said, these blue sledges are completely messing with the arc light targeting.
Oh, we didn't even take the level or sell the Rhino. Forced Rooster to buy an answer out there.
Intensived bird at level 3 though is potentially strong enough to kill a blue boat, which is what they were afraid of.
Right. Good question in chat from the Meganob. Streamer who's at about just breaking the 1000 MMR level, or right around there right now, seeking the 1000 MMR level, asks, what's the sweet spot for the amount of boats you want?
That's a really hard question to answer as a rule of thumb.
Right.
The answer, that is one of the most, it depends on the board kind of questions. Sometimes 1 Giga Carry boat is what you want to just kill certain things. Sometimes you want a preponderance of them with Chin Gun. it depends. Like right now, he's lining them up with the wraiths, which is huge because you never want a wraith to sit around for very long, especially in a headbutt because they are so efficient. So how many things do boats need to answer, and how quickly do they need to be answered is a lot of that. Also, can your opponent kill them? If not, then stacking them is good hit point damage to win the game once you have an advantage with boats.
Right. We have 3 boats. They all have items. We still have a
And I
syllable.
love this position on the itemized boat for summoning.
Right, we're
These
gonna
Mustangs will be popping out forever, and once the wraiths are dead, the birds are going to be gummed up on Mustangs for days.
Right.
While the boat is safe.
Yep. Like it.
That's beautiful.
We could sell that rhino to level something. But decide not to. Instead, we're going to go for HE ammo to try and clear the ground a little bit quicker. If you are in improved,
I like that.
If you're in improved boats, this is a disgusting tech to have on the bar. Because it'll get you up to 19 meters of splash. Even without it, it's pretty good. We're on 14 meters splash. We'll likely be winding up in range and launcher overload at some point. But for right now,
also especially good as aerial, because you get the stat bonus from aerial, so you don't feel the damage loss as badly.
Right. You can see
and
that
it clears birds that clump.
Yeah, that missile strike just took out a ton of birds and also damaged the Wraith. But it is a round for Rooster. Conclusion down to 4,000 hit points. Rooster's at 3,000. And yes, Nico Archangel says, wait, we still have room for the corner war factory. It's true. There's room there. I hear the ice cream truck. I gotta run, guys.
Oh, unironically, that's very funny.
I actually turned the mic towards the
so.
window for you guys.
Lovely. I love the levels now that he took Splash, because that's another thing, is the tankiness matters here. That Rhino has got to go at this point, though. I think that it's just beating experience. It's dying in like one shot. The $200 is valuable.
The loose formation crawlers, we're trying to keep some of them out of the splash. I'm not sure how valuable that is when the splash is 14 meters.
It also costs them health, which means the level 1 Arclights can now do a lot better into the level 2 crawlers. Although I don't think they one-tap even with the loss of hit points. They do now. Level 2 crawlers with loose get one-tapped by level 1 Arclights.
Yeah. Fascinating.
So that's honestly, I mean, you never want to kill blue crawlers or any crawlers that are loose with Arclights. There was a Rhino call-in that is going to get to this tower. And Conclusion does seem to have a chaff clear problem.
Yeah.
Boats don't have launcher overload. Oh, but he gets
Rhino gets the far side tower.
But I think the boats are still going to go down under this debuff.
Yeah, the level 2 boats are in a lot of trouble right now.
These Mustangs are solid, but if you don't kill all the Wraiths, then it's going to hurt.
Right, and we've just been letting this one Wraith live round after round, one with the range, and it's brought the Conclusion down to 3,500 hit points. We go to round 7.
Badger is so good here for the Conclusion.
Yeah, he's got the chaff clear problem.
These loose crawlers.
Yeah, he's got the chaff clear problem. We just need to throw those on the ground and let them do their work. Farseer to handle. Well, it's not like he's got Wasp summoning, but
it's for EMP on the boats. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, it's instant EMP.
Yeah. And incendiary. So we are just going to bathe the battle in fire.
Right. We are committing to the boats. the ground will be on flames. In flames, yeah. Launcher overload to try and as soon as we're targeting anything, we're going to try to punch through it really, really quickly.
I will say the Badger here is 3 bodies instead of 1. It can't do incendiary, but it can push crawlers from 6 directions instead of 2.
Right. And you
I
can
wonder if it would have been more efficient.
Yeah, you could do napalm, right? But we will see how efficient this is.
This is definitely solid, and it is creating zones where the spread crawlers just insta-die.
Also critical is they are tanking the EMP shots for quite a while. We've finally cleared the big wraith.
There is still a boat over here with a bunch of Mustangs as support. We need a level on this tower. That tower dying has cost the conclusion so many potential rounds.
Right. Doesn't cost him this one. He wins the round. Rooster down to 2,400. The conclusion's at 3,500. And I think the conclusion has been stubbornly not leveling it on the simple grounds that he's got... he just wants to win that side. I'm going to win this side. He takes the mobilized battleship. He's got techs.
Defensively, I think it's super strong as a offensive summon because it'll absolutely crush a boat v boat, and you could try to take that level 2 tower from the corner.
Right, from back here, hit that tower much quicker. Yeah, that surprises me a little bit too. Maybe his thinking is. Rooster, if he's got Rooster in trouble, he's trying to protect the one thing that could beat him. Now he's got... Well, honestly, he had the thing there.
He canceled it. I thought that he was going to move it.
I did a bird now. Rooster is playing around it, so there's much more back here now. The level 2 crawler and a level 2 phoenix. So, the conclusion maybe played it right.
Charged on the birds as well, so these are here to one-tap boats, basically.
We can get engaged. We're going to do the damage. 34,000 from this one. Does not actually one-tap a level 2 Overlord with the Amp Core. In fact, the highest leveled birds over there will take 3
Aerial
shots.
Specialist.
3
Aerial
shots.
Specialist means that 2,800.
Yeah.
That Rhino still stubbornly refusing to be sold.
Yes.
I don't understand that. I will say this cover Phoenix from Rooster is not only covering the drop, but this boat on the left side has been causing problems. So the late Phoenix is honestly just a good answer in general, although here's where those late Mustangs and that item is just putting in so much value.
This new pack of Fangs did great, kept EMP off of the ranged Overlord. 4 Overlords survive. One of them is the Summon In. That'll drop Rooster to 924.
Dab is really strong here. I think both players have to take it.
But you could
maybe
have another item on another boat. There's a boat without an item.
You could argue.
Sorry.
I think the orbital makes sense.
The orbital's much better with the Phoenix. Yes. If we can please just kill the Phoenix, we should win this.
That said, these level 4 Phoenix each require 3 orbital shots, so that's not a given.
Right.
Even level 3s take 4 hits.
Yikes. Big value on those guys.
Not the jab I would have played.
Interesting. He's trying to clip the edge of the
lowest
level Overlord and knock out the Vulcan, right?
Right. This blue Overlord actually has 78,000, so it doesn't die to a jab. So that is absolutely the orbital target. The other two just don't die.
Yep.
Also, these 500 cost Overlords are shockingly tanky compared to their predecessors.
Yes, especially with aerial specialists. Some late wasps arriving for the conclusion. That is to tank. There is no... interesting. We've gone for Hound cleanup. Our engineering unit cleaning up the fire. They've died now, but they've done pretty darn good at clearing up the middle of the board.
And the jab dodge, unfortunately, put his units inside of the orbital for longer.
Right.
Ooh.
Saves.
And we still have not leveled that tower.
And it goes down just like you said. Again, if that tower were leveled, the one
The game is over
Farseer
by
does
now
not.
off of damage earlier.
Yeah. And speaking of, we're gonna run out of
And
time.
that Rhino that could have been sold for it.
I know, it could have been sold so long ago. We are actually out of time. We're gonna run an ad now, so that you guys get to see how it plays out here. I apologize. We have delayed every ad that we could, so sorry about that, folks. We get a unit reinforcement drop. Melter, Abyss, a Marksman,
Level
Fort.
6.
Would you like level 6 AA Marksman, anti-air barrage forts? Would you like Abyss? Where are you going?
There's so many, like, neither player has... Okay, so we find Rooster does take and sell. Okay, so commit to what he has.
Right, I'm happy with what I have.
There's...
Both sides took and sold the fort there.
Or Wraith. That's an interesting decision.
The conclusion goes
Healing
Sledge because he saw the Abyss, right? So if we
no, I think it's because because these get killed even at level 1. I think it's mostly to tank the Wraith.
Okay. Tank the Wraith indefinitely.
And it's also decent into Hound damage.
And expecting Melter, right, because Melter's was one of the drops as well.
So it's bodies, it's good chaff against Wraith. I think that's just an efficient play.
Right.
It's also generically safe into pretty much everything.
Right. Photon on the bar. These are now 4 teched. 4 teched. 3 of them have items. All of them are level 2 or higher. And let's see if these overlords can just carry the game from here. The level 3s are down. Charge Shot Phoenix getting it done. Here's... And what?
The only, the lines they played were really strong. I think the conclusion had a chance to close out and missed it by just leveling the tower and using more of his own missiles to clear chaff earlier. Its game's not over, but this game is closer than it had any right to be, I think.
Yeah, itemized, teched tanks for the last boat there. Teched tank production. Just under 1,000 hit points left for each of them as we go to round 11 here. 2 more boats. 1 more Vulcan.
I like the 1 more Vulcan.
Throw some late Incendiary onto the board after the Hounds have done their work, and after the Hounds have died. Kind of what you're thinking? Put it right into that gap that's getting cleaned up.
The deep one, I'm actually afraid, will torch Conclusion's own line. I think it should have been on the left. Also, the ability for Hounds to remove fire is another reason why the Badgers would have been solid, and can also potentially, on your bar, take healing for themselves, which would have given the dual value here of those bodies, of the healing, of multi-directional crawler clear.
Right.
And at level 3 or so, which the Badgers were, also respectable, like, actual tanks in their own right. It's actually more health than the Vulcans. That said, eventually enough fort-tech boats will get the job done, question mark?
Well, actually, it's the late Vulcan that is getting the job done here. It's got so much fire on the board that it has cleared all the chaff. That has kept the boats alive. That's allowed the boats to finally protect this tower. And the conclusion closes it out with that deep Vulcan and 3 surviving boats to knock out the number 7 seed Rooster. Wow, that's an epic. It's a sweaty gaming even for a commentator, man. 4 teched boats. Yikes.
Rhino never got sold.
I refuse to sell. Did he just never? Oh, he did eventually unlock the sell button because he sold the fort, right?
For the fort, right. But I was also wondering if he was just running a I don't want to sell anything, which he hadn't up until that point.
Yeah, he was very much running the I don't want to sell. But that by itself, that thing was helping to level this Phoenix. This Phoenix reaches level 6. But it's, it's been farming experience off of this guy, and then it's been, once it got the levels, it was able to do farm experience off of the Overlords. The Arranged Overlord, gold damage dealer for the conclusion at 718,000 hit points dealt, 171 in the last round. The other Epic Overlord got 660,000 damage dealt. The best Phoenix out here, 528 for the second place, 658 for the first place Phoenix. So just amazing.
Very impressive.
What a game, guys. And it is not actually the long pole game out of that set.
Oh my goodness. Casual 11 rounder.
Casual 11 rounder, not the round pole, exactly. But let's take a look. Beware of the Fog has upset Math is Might. There was word on the
oh my goodness.
Word on the street was Math is Might has been tilt queuing. This is what Cat Say Mew said. Tilt queuing this morning after yeah, and so whatever
everyone
he's running,
is human.
Yeah, everyone is human. Whatever he's running right now is not working, and goes down to Beware of the Fog, who is not a highly known name, but will be in the final 7. Really never has had a high-level win before, so that's probably the strongest player Beware of the Fog has ever beaten. Really well done. Congratulations to you.
I mean, Math is Might has been hovering at the number 1 player in the game, so
yes,
probably the highest player anyone has beaten recently.
Right. But he's lost a bit of that today. He's down as the number 4 seed today.
Everyone is human.
Yes. Keppels, speaking of upsets the number 2 seed, Horrible Will. Congratulations to you, Keppels. Well done, man. So that is our number 2 and number 4 seeds down at the top of the bracket. Devanist beats Blood. I wanted to see a Blood match in the final 8.
Me too.
Woot beats Nolam. Sacco, your number 1 seed, getting the job done against Eimer. And we saw the conclusion beat Rooster. Baller beats Godius Prime. Says Godius Prime fell in 6 rounds. Godius Prime says, "You were my brother, Baller. I loved you." With the
how could you?
With the tears from the crying worm. Right, now I know you guys did see an ad during that match. We ran a short ad there. We're gonna run shorter ad here as well, trying to delay the next set of ads. Hopefully you won't miss any match action, but there we go. Check who's the top seed. You won't be surprised. The top remaining seed, well, the top seed right now is the 10th seed from the start of the match. He's got a spoiler roll match against Math is Might. Keppels will face Devanist. Beware of
That's
the
your prize.
Fog against Sacco, and Woot against the conclusion. Yes, your prize for number 1. I almost want
to see that spoiler roll. I really
want
to see.
Math abandoned, I think. So we get Nightcrawler versus Rooster. I think we should take...
Also a commendable match.
A commendable match, yes. But I think we should take Woot into the conclusion.
Mm-hmm. The other option would have been Keppels with his upset against Devanist, who also beat Blood. But Woot in conclusion sounds like a boat off. That should be fun.
Yes. All right, then.
I'm going to quickly get a drink.
Okay, fair enough. Park says he's facing a Poochie. You fooled me. Good luck against a Poochie, Park. Yeah, the highest to lowest applies to the top seeds. When you've got a loss, I think you're paired adjacent again. Well, I thought the paired adjacent was just the very bottom group, so never really been sure how the folk with one loss get matched up. All right. None of the 4-packs had chaff for Baller. Poor fellow. These problems.
I am back, and just in time.
Welcome back, folks, to round 5 of this European Elite Tournament. We've got 2 folks who we know have mastered the Overlord. Woot, Nearside Blue, is your number 8 seed originally. There are only 7 folks left, and 4 of them are from the top 10. Woot versus the Conclusion. The Conclusion was the original number 2 seed, number 3 seed even, sorry, and will be on the far side red, a Giant Specialist. So, Woot, Typhoon Specialist with Sabretooth and Fang. We know Woot's tendency is to line up aggro left. Aggro on his left.
Surprise! Well, it's our left.
No. On Conclusion, knowing his tendencies, is lining up on Conclusion's right, Woot's left, with Giant Specialist and Hounds and Steel Balls. He does not get the headbutt because Woot is on the right-hand side. Now, Woot is the 2v2 Asia Advanced Group 1 champion, so congrats on that gold badge, sir. Well played.
So I knew when I saw the packs which pack each of them was going to take, because neither of them had air, and the Conclusion had a ball pack with Giant. That was absolutely going to be a boat pick, and then the Typhoon is one of Woot's favorite accompaniments to an air push.
Right.
So these players are predictable in what they know and what they love and what they are good with. And both of them will know what's coming. So it'll be very interesting to see telegraphed how this works out.
Right. Fangs are Woot's chaff clear. And the Sabres are handling the steel balls. The Conclusion did get a tower take, but didn't really get to engage during the tower take.
This Saber has picked off every steel ball and screened the arc light. I cannot believe how good it did.
Assassin Sabretooth.
With the Fang staggered, the entire clump of Hounds stepped forward and shot, and was overkilling one Fang by like 5,000 damage with the overkill splash, and it's what bought the time. And the steel balls never got in front of the chaff, so the arc light only shot. That was amazingly beautiful, and that's not the kind of thing you can plan for per se. I mean, the initial deployments try to make that happen, but that was just an incredibly fortunate tower timing rotational engagement. Just beautiful.
Advanced missile device, the take for Woot. Conclusion is considering, with Underground Threat and Smart Art Light available, but Smart Arclight, I think, would have been tempting to Woot, but not to the conclusion. Has none on the board.
In theory, although Woot and his Typhoons.
Yeah, Woot with the Typhoon. He brings one out immediately and adds the Crawler for the conclusion. I think that was a skip.
Mustangs.
A skip to add 2 Mustangs.
I think so.
Yep.
Floating the 50.
Mm-hmm. Sensible. Now, I'm going to point out, Arclight, in my opinion, Harry Arclight died with the addition of the Void Eye. And
interesting.
I beat a Smart Arclight Harry Arc board by running the or the EMP armor. The Arclights lose all the important techs and walk slowly forward, where they shoot another Void Eye with EMP armor and again lose their techs and walk slowly
Particularly
forward.
if they're not one-tapping,
Yeah.
and if they're not getting flash, because then it takes 6 shots, which is 30 seconds of EMP debuff, because it's 5 seconds per shot.
Right, but I mean, they are one-shotting. I mean, because they are, full armored.
Okay, that's fair. So it's basically 3 shots per Arclight, but that's still a 3-to-1 deployment efficiency.
Yep. And a tech efficiency as well, because you're only in the one tech. And it just, I think Carry Arclight should be dead, and I'm so glad. You know how much I hate Carry Arclight. So, finally having something that I'm just like, this hard shuts it down. Felt really, really good.
This Sabretooth may be the greatest early game Sabretooth of all time.
It's not had a bad round. It just needs to kill a crawler or something to level. That's exactly what it does. Knew the mission, gets his level.
Like, it's got 23 kills, and only, 6 of those are chaff.
Right.
That's the dream. It's insane. Ooh, the double bird.
Conclusion takes the double bird.
So good. That's one way to say no more Sabretooth cheesing me.
Yeah.
I will say the conclusions formation here is incredibly compacted.
Yeah, this is the reason Nuke exists in the game, is to punish this kind of formation.
Blue Wraith. Well, the birds are going to have a day. Please
dear.
tell me you're chaffing in front of this thing.
Oh no.
Like, you can't blind play a Wraith like this into a bird drop. That, I don't think that's going to cut it. Maybe it does. Maybe the beacon is, enough. But I almost wonder... The Wraith is so fast, the beacon may even pull it from, being able to shoot what it needs to shoot. I'm very curious. This is either going to work amazingly, or it's just going to die horribly. And there's no middle ground, I think.
If that caused the Phoenix to do the whole little, shuffle and nose dip, it would be amazing. Oh my god, it does. Oh, Woot. You are an evil genius, sir.
I mean, maybe?
It does the running away. It gets to tank from behind the tower. We get simultaneous tower debuffs. Yes, now it's going to die, but it has cleaned up a lot of stuff over there, bought a lot of time. And Woot is, at the moment, running clean. He hasn't taken a hit point of damage. I think the Phoenix do get to...
The Phoenix will get there.
They should.
100%.
Yeah, eventually. So
And
he takes his first damage of the round. 4,100. Conclusions on 4,000. We could just sell this thing now, right?
I think you should, into the bird that you're seeing, especially with one of them having a level.
Did I say Nuke was supposed to Woot, you are an evil genius, sir. I love it. I love it. This is exactly...
That's expensive.
Yeah, round 4 Nuke. But it'll come back on round 9 if he needs to. The conclusion takes additional deployment. We're doing the same retreat
Wow.
strat with the Wraith. We haven't even sold it. because we're counting on the nuke taking out the Phoenix this round.
I think the game ends before the nuke comes back if Conclusion plays well with having the additional deploy slot under his belt. I think Bird is a strong answer to Typhoon. I like the Conclusion's position here. I think it won't go to 9 rounds, and if it does, I think that the Conclusion can probably even be in a winning position despite that.
Well, we
I
shall
would
see.
like to see a level on this right tower for Conclusion, though.
Right. He stubbornly refused to level it last game. Even in the very last round, did you see, instead of leveling it, he threw down 2 sentry missiles?
I did.
I will not level a tower, man. You cannot make me. Runaway Wraith baits everybody right into the nuke zone that he wants. And boom.
That is a lot of damage.
It's, I mean, you know, you might be right about this game not going 9 rounds. It might not be the Conclusion that wins it. We'll see if the evil genius plays over here are enough for Woot. He's dropped the Conclusion to 2,600. Triple Sledge. Okay, we saw him use that to good effect last game out, right? As a bit of chaff and slowdown. He's got 1 on the flank there.
The Bird. So he's going into boat then. Oh, he's going into factory.
He was running corner factory earlier today. Here is the corner factory. There's no...
Factory bullies Typhoon so hard.
Yeah, there is 0 DPS on Woot's board. So, there it is. Woot takes the Fire Badger drop. I imagine we are throwing down napalm in front of this push.
I don't like that. There's Fire Extinguisher on the bar immediately, and these Badgers are going to be 40% less health now. So I actually think that's a mistake. I think you've already seen that he has the Hounds. He doesn't need to commit deploys for them. The tech is cheaper for him than it is for you, and you're costing 40% of your stats to do it.
Certainly make the argument. We'll see how it goes. Forcing him into teching the Hounds can be useful. And
it'll work this round.
We can kill
for sure. It's going to help.
Well, note that the Hounds are in death range as well. Now, for the Conclusion has gone all in on this flank. Triple sledge deploy on the flank with a crawler there, and the rapid launcher overload, not even teching efficient maintenance, so another player running the same assumption you made, that this is not going to go 9 rounds. I'm not even going to bother with efficient maintenance, even though I have it.
Yeah, the napalm obviously works at this round, but I think Sprinkler is going to mean that Conclusion just has 2 winning corners. That said, a melting point is incredibly strong into this corner play.
Right.
Because of the larger chaff presence for Woot than Conclusion.
But this round, the Conclusion's sledges will all have summoned in.
That's also true. EMAG, Orbital...
EMAG, when the
Honestly,
shield
even
airdrop shows up, that's interesting. If I'm the Conclusion, I take the shield airdrop and put it over the War Factory to protect it from the EMAG. He goes the other direction. It's going to be EMAG to bring down a whole bunch of shields. And just make the War Factory more efficient at getting through those. Yeah. All with target lock, with heavy target lock and range, finds that War Factory, right? That is one possible answer. Dragonlord says he beat this build with big target lock. Sapphire Iris says both players are being weak, are weak to being pulled off into off course with well-placed rhinos beaconed to the rear. That was quite a bit earlier.
His answer is a level 1 boat into a level 2 war factory. Also, Woot not shielding, or the conclusion has to be shielding this war factory. Like, you can't risk it losing its tech to the EMP. There it is. Okay. I knew it had to. You really want one on the left side. I think if I'm in conclusion, I loan for it to shield against any spells on the left side as well.
Again, spell punishing that super clumped deployment.
By the way, if you know that Orbital's on offer, I don't hate delaying the fire extinguisher return, since the Orbital is going to kill you napalm or no napalm, so it's a timing efficiency thing.
Right. The sledges do take the tower. The new Mustangs, ranged, hanging out behind the Overlord, do kill the... or hanging out behind the War Factory, kill the Overlord. And round for the conclusion. Woot down to 1900.
Redeploy is super tempting here. Also, the conclusion, basically, again, not leveling his towers.
Right. Leaves him back there.
Okay, so we are in fact pivoting to, not away from, the War Factory's current position.
Wow. For Woot, we've gone Overlord Artillery for the Overlords. Punch through as much as we can. Now...
and takes a level for the damage.
Right.
With intensive.
Would there be value in having a boat down in the bottom corner to answer the flank, or is that just over-committing back there?
I'm sorry, say again?
Because this sledge actually got the tower for the conclusion. I'm wondering if there'll be a boat down here.
I want a missile there. I think a missile is enough to significantly inconvenience it.
Mm-hmm.
For a level, I think a boat deploy is too much.
Yeah, a missile would just kill that sledge outright.
Gotta take Sprinkler, right? Conclusion? Like, please tell me you're loaning and you're getting Sprinkler on these hounds. I think it's too mandatory.
I mean, he's got 200. He can just do it. But
right, but he doesn't want to miss the deploy.
Right.
Being greedy and not taking the extinguisher baffles me.
Maybe the long-term plan is the redeploying out of it. Right?
Yeah, but you're getting, like, you could win the game off the hit point damage that you're otherwise not doing. These are leveled Mustangs that he is investing into substantially. I think he's just not respecting it.
Nice.
It's not an expensive click.
Right. Nice little mobile beacon to get the tower there. That is kind of what Woot is famous for. But I expect the conclusion thought that was not possible, given that he's got a war factory there. Didn't even look at or consider it, and as you said, we're not leveling the towers. We've been very stubborn about that. That could be getting all the way to...
Gotta be AA marks if you're the conclusion here, I think. I like the spider pickup for Woot on the left side. They're just efficient. Yeah, I'm glad he's not selling them. It's great into the spiders, or into the Mustangs. Fire on the ground kills a lot of small stuff. Missiles are a little surprising, but I guess he's anticipating that the hounds could finally have Sprinkler and he wants to kill them before the badgers die. Spiders for both with one cell. Anti-air button clicked on the Mustangs. Blue boat. And jump being moved. Okay, so Woot just choosing the strong side. I actually really don't like this. Abandoning 4 Typhoons.
That's painful.
That and it's also going to mean that the Mustangs don't drive into the fire now.
But
That's very strange to me.
But if we get the tower on this side, oh, we're dropping oil to try and light that on fire over there. Sure.
Okay. I don't see the conclusion winning this round, which does mean that the nuke comes back.
And Woot might win this round if all 4 boats survive.
Yes, I could definitely see that happening. The oil here hurts for sure, and that Badger will live long enough to set the oil on fire.
And you said you did not like abandoning the Typhoons. Instead of using his mobile beacon on his boats, he's used it on 3 of the Typhoons to bring them away from that
Right.
strong side. He also leveled the tower to level 2. This tower is level 3.
That fire was brutal, though.
Yeah, there are no Mustangs left. There's only the 2 Phoenix remain.
That just could be game. I think that is. These Phoenix have a lot of work to do, and 4 boats, methinks, is too much of an ask. Yeah,
and surrender. The evil genius plays for the win. The nuke for tempo. Back when it mattered, the napalm for tempo, and as you noted, could have been countered with fire extinguisher. Never did get countered with fire extinguisher. And eventually, I know you said you hated it, abandoning everything over here, but it turns into abandon, but light the ground on fire.
Amazing.
Yeah, light the ground on fire, destroy the Mustangs, and running away with the mobile beacon to save 3 of the Typhoons while leaving the shield bubbles to protect the Fire Badgers, just to make sure they get the ground lit on fire. Really nicely played, Woot.
I think not taking fire extinguisher was almost a throw from the conclusion. He just let his entire strong side die in flames on the ground for free, and he lost so many Mustangs and hit point damage over and over. It just baffles me.
Woot says he's doing this on his old laptop, where every movement and click is lagging. Feels like good old times. So
very nice.
Well done, sir. And I think you'll take particular satisfaction from knowing that the conclusion was trying boats all in previous rounds. Went carry boat in the previous game, and then you beat him with boats, and boats over the corner war factory. Get it done. Right, napalm is 200.
Right.
Fire extinguisher is 200. If he goes fire extinguisher, it makes his other hound decks more expensive. So,
I definitely think that he wasn't committing to the hounds, so I don't think the opportunity cost of hound tech was going to matter. But you still get the first tech proc. The minus 40% health on the Badger as the trade-off, though, is not nothing. And I think that if he had clicked extinguisher, I'm not saying it wins him the game, but I definitely think that it is. He's got another 1,500 plus health at this round over the course of the game, and has done more damage as well.
Right. Gold damage dealer for the conclusion was the 300,000 off the war factory. Gold damage dealer here is not actually the level 2 boat. It's this level 1 who managed to do 450,000 and doesn't earn a promotion. Shaking my head.
Oil play, though, was amazing on the last turn. That was just amazingly well done.
Absolutely. All right. That is our unbeatens from the top end. Let's see what else is going on. Rooster beats your number 1 seed Nightcrawler. Rooster in the spoiler role knocks off a Nightcrawler. Sacco, your number 1 overall seed, beats Beware of the Fog. So the amazing run of upsets has come to an end for Fog. Woot over the conclusion, and Keppels beats Devinist. We have 3. We'll have Rooster versus Sacco, Woot versus Keppels in round 6. And that will be, as is our tradition, we cannot cast Rooster versus Sacco, as fun as that sounds. We've got to take Keppels against Woot, because this could be the championship game, depending on the result of the other.
Right. And Baller is no pushover. So,
yeah. Number 7 seed Rooster beats number 10 seed Baller to create the
Isn't it the second time that the spoiler roll actually spoilers first place? Like, facing the strongest opponent with one loss, to me, is oftentimes the most dangerous opponent.
Right. Well, yeah, I
like,
mean, right there at this point, we had other unbeatens in, Devanist and Keppels, who were not those top end. Like Keppels is the number 11 seed, right? And Devanist wasn't in the top 15 even, and I'm sure Baller would much rather have faced either of them than the one loss player.
Right.
All right. You'll have Sacco and Rooster. If you're interested in that one, you've got to tune in on Rooster's channel. He's live on Twitch at the moment. We will be in Keppels versus Woot, 11 seed versus 8 seed.
Keppels has been playing a decent amount of Spider Eye as his comp, so I'm curious to see if we will get some Void Eye showcasing.
Right.
And Keppels' specialty is spiders. If you don't know, that is his expertise.
Badass. I'm gonna click the exit button because I forget which one of them is blue. It is Keppels. Okay. Channel point predictions are up. Box them in, Sledge. Oh, that's fun. Welcome back to those of you that see ads. We will be in our round 6 match, which could be the title match. Number 11 seed Keppels versus number 8 seed Woot. Coming right up. Sacco versus Rooster will be on Rooster's channel. Rooster in the spoiler role, trying to make this a 6-round tournament and claim 2nd place. So I cracked to 1900 for just a moment, but I'm sitting at 1899 right now.
Nice. Yeah. Almost better, if we're being honest. Like, yeah. The dopamine is real.
Mm-hmm. Much appreciate your coaching. Welcome to round 6 and a potential final for this tournament. Number 11 seed, number 8 seed, and number 1 seed are the surviving 3, with the number 7 seed Rooster in the spoiler role against Sacco on the other side of the bracket. We get number 11 Keppels versus number 8 Woot. Keppels near side blue, a Farseer specialist with a Hound Steel Ball start. Woot on the far side red has his choices of Quick Supply, Amp, Rhino, and Speed.
I've mentioned this, but I think Farseer Specialist is one of the big winners from the Void Eye drop as a accessible source of Photon.
Right. Yeah, I completely agree there.
Instant sell of the Saber.
From Woot with the Quick Supply
Lone oh my goodness.
Round 1 boat. Are you kidding me, Woot? This is either Evil Genius or absolute 400 MMR troll throw.
I saw him beat Napping with this the other day.
Oh my god. Okay.
That doesn't mean it's good or that you should try this at home, but it's not, strictly speaking, a bad play. It is very much a, are you a boat master? Because if you are, then the sooner you boat, the better.
Right. Now, first off, Keppels has no anti-air. So Boat wins round 1. 350 damage is going to bring Keppels down to 3850, and Woot will be on the 3800. And that's assuming that Keppels manages to clean up the rest of the board, right? Which is likely, but not guaranteed.
I could see a world where this Saber survives, but not under debuff locks. At least he's not aerial spec, because then this boat would have bonus stats, and the $200 would have gone into the unlock price, and he could also have access to free unlocks on Wraith, so this is by far from the worst case scenario for Keppels.
Still, not a great case for Keppels. Alright, free mass-produced melter, subsidized steel ball, assault fang, or wasp swarm. Wasp swarm.
Who takes the wasp swarm, right? Oh
Wasps.
no, Woo has $100. He has to skip. What is it? Unless he takes something that's free. He can't give up his deploy.
Well, he'll be selling the Sabertooth, right? So he'll have 300.
That's true.
He took subsidized steel ball. Sold the...
Playing a steel ball and a crawler?
That'd be my expectation, yeah.
Wow, he used sell and quick supply
And loan
to get that giant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, that's my inner economist is dying right now.
I know. That's why I said it's either 400 MMR troll strat or evil genius. It's not anything in between. For Keppels, the answer is a pair of Phoenix.
I think that's smart. Sell the ball. Just answer air efficiently. Don't go crazy with your own wild econ play that rewards Woot for doing it first.
Right. I'm going to trust that I can build the board that beats this, even if I don't beat it on round 2.
And you very well might, frankly.
Yeah. We had the wasp. Yeah, we had the wasp swarm to cover the backside. There is not enough chaff on the board for Woot, and the Phoenix get to engage the Overlord with the debuff.
If it was any other player, I would say that they're kind of like not respecting Keppels, but this is a Woot classic, and he does this to everybody, and he does it to have fun. So this, in no way, is a like predictive indicator of his opinion of his opponent, where it might be seen as something like that if it happened by another top player.
Yeah, he did say that he's, on an old laptop at the moment, so maybe he's just trying to minimize the number of units to keep the frame rate up.
There you the 5-head metagaming.
Woot takes a worm from the round 3 drop. Now, he is 3 deploys behind, and that's why the chaff situation was so bad last round. So I could have seen even...
Oh my goodness.
Sell the boat to worm double boat the other side? No, to worm and double...
Are we just going ground?
Wait,
no, he's
to worm, steel ball, and boat all from the other side.
Woot's like, you can have that side.
You win that side. It's okay.
This kind of game makes my brain hurt. All forms of traditional commentary seem null and void. It's all speculation because we're in uncharted territory. There's no, outside of it generally, I will say, I think that if Keppels plays the game well, I think that he shouldn't lose from this position. But there's so many things that could potentially go wrong or snowball that it's always scary.
Apparently in game chat, Keppels asked if it was a challenge from a viewer to get round 1 vote.
Did Woot respond? Woot isn't streaming right now, so
no,
I
he's
guess
not.
That kind of answers that.
Does answer the question, right? one Phoenix down, but the other 3 should be able to handle a boat here. And do.
Yeah, and Keppels is a solid enough player that I am going to actually make predictions on Keppels this game. And go all in on it.
Oh my
I have
goodness.
confidence that he knows how to answer this.
All right. Well, I'll give Woot the support then.
Oh, but here's the round for Nuke again. Maybe
not this time. Not this time.
Too expensive.
We can. He's good enough to cripple his economy once, but not twice.
You know what would be hilarious? Oh, is Keppels taking the nuke? Which, if the game goes late, the boat player getting nuked is extremely painful.
Right.
And he's not losing anything, so, like, I think Keppels wins this before the nuke comes back, but I think the nuke is actually unironically good here.
Bear Lake, can I get an undo button for my prediction, please?
That's funny.
It is actually kind of cool that having nuked on round 4 last game gets nuked on round 4 here. I don't think those clear that nuke radius at all. Especially not since it's a round 2. It's a level 2 tower. They do drive by, but he didn't take temp speed, so I don't think they clear it.
I saw somebody in Discord saying that they wished nuke affected towers.
Oh god.
Almost had a conniption. I was like, are you insane?
There is the nuke. And round for Keppels.
So much damage.
That is huge tempo. Woot down to 1142. Can Keppels tempo him out?
Oh my goodness.
Orbital bombardment for Woot. And he'll place that over the clump of Keppels units. Welcome in, Dachshund. We're in round 6 of our weekend tournament coverage. This is the Elite Tournament for May of 2025. And this could be the final.
Yes, it could.
Depending on
Booster could very easily pull the upset.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to take nothing away from Sacco. I'm not saying that it's predicted.
No, just that it's possible.
Very plausible.
Yeah.
Ranging birds into an orbital turn always feels bad, but fundamentally I think that it's correct here. There's no guarantee where the orbital shots will land. The blue birds require 2 hits to die. And there's 2 of them. And you're so far ahead that spending your money on the turn you're supposed to is more important than trying to optimize the timing, so to speak. Also, that one missile, like, killed 3 packs or 2 packs of steel ball.
Yikes.
Oh, there's birds left over.
And Crawler's at the tower, so that's going to help.
Farseer is finally on board too. We didn't actually get to see it do anything last turn.
Right. Keppels has added has leveled this tower, so a level 2 tower to slow the push down over here. But you can see the boats get all the way over there.
Close. It was.
That's a close round. 200 hit points of damage.
The orbital was stronger for Woot in that round.
Right. So 200 hit points of damage brings Woot down to 942.
EMP is so good here to tag the boats
and
the balls.
They do have jump drive. He's gone for quick cooldown. Are you trying to get the nuke back? I guess he's got 3 spells. He's got 3 spells. And
I mean, I guess that's the gig of long-term greed play, because he quote-unquote can't lose, but the EMP just wins the game this round.
Hey, Woot does now have Photon on the bar. So, he's got Photon Emission, he's got Wasp Swarm and Chin Gun, and of course Jump Drive. So he could have photoned them, he could have jumped them.
AA forts.
AA fort for this side to kill the Phoenix, just purely because...
Right, their job is to kill the upshoot.
Yep.
So that boats can do boat things.
Yeah, Woot has the math, of course. He's got 300 left. And
actually sold a boat. 200. And I'm not actually sure if you put the forts on the side that dies.
Keples adds the Wasps. And that's going to be a little painful into this. With the runaway boats, they're going to come back behind this tower and support the forts. So basically...
I love the steel ball ad. Or keep, I guess it is.
It's the keep for Keples.
Yeah.
Handles the call-in with the anti-air and the mobile beacon. That's pretty funny.
Ironically, he pulled so much away that I think... Oh, no, there's enough crawlers. I was wondering if Woot's steel balls would even get in.
All those barrages are so devastating to the Wasps, but the Phoenix are just sitting out here at a zillion range. They have not been targeted yet. Now they finally get targeted. There's a couple survivors. 3 are up with...
Assassin steel balls.
The AA barrages are dead. The Phoenix are distracted. They get a tower.
Oh, the tower gets taken at the bottom.
It's another super close round. And the Overlord takes it.
Now remember, Keples took quick cooldown, so it's basically like 1 turn faster on the timer.
Right.
He'll get orbital first and nuke before Woot gets his orbital back.
Right.
Is it? I almost want to see Keples take ranged Sabertooth and play it to pop these forts. But that's probably wrong. I think it's probably better to just commit it to the birds.
He does take it. He sells it.
I think that's correct.
2 more forts for the Overlord.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Woot is playing I have to play the fewest possible number of units.
He's got no chaff.
No.
Whoa. Double
I guess
boat.
The goal is for them to hang out behind, but they're going to fly in front of the tower at that positioning.
Well, they're going to get anti-aired anyways. They're ranged launcher overload. He's got the full carry splash, so what he's thinking here is
getting cute.
What he's thinking is my boat bar beats Woot's boat bar. But I think you're right that what he doesn't see is that the Chin Gun snipes the tower regardless of whether he's in front of it or behind it.
Right. Well, and these boats fly in front of the tower. I think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they're in front or behind because the Chin Gun will target the tower. And
well, it does matter because if the boat is alive while the tower is, it just dies.
Yeah, it doesn't. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter, right? If it's in front to get targeted, that's actually better because the missiles are targeting it while the tower is still standing. If it's behind, the Chin Gun demolishes the tower, and then they get engaged while they're debuffed. There's just no winning with that position.
I cannot believe Keples double-teched a boat there.
Yeah.
He let the craziness just infect him.
Yes.
Why? It's like if you're gonna play Giant there, it's Melter every time. Every time. And you just fort that tower one more time, you play Melters on your right side.
I mean, there is a full-on level that tower to level 5 and ignore it. build
Right.
for Keppels, right? Like, this is disastrous. This is so much
And now he
investment
has
on
to
that
predict
side.
where the nuke goes.
He's
Nice.
aiming for the forts, makes good sense. Takes another boat, but it's up kind of at the edge.
No way Woot predicts that nuke placement. That's huge.
And
Unfortunately, the orbital drop is amazing, though, for Woot, because it means that there might not be enough hit point damage to win the game. So...
if 3 boats survive for Keppels, it's enough.
That's true. Or 2 boats and, like, anything. Even a bird. A few wasps, some crawlers.
I think both boats for Woot will be in the nuke. I think it's really unfortunate.
That's amazing nuke placement, though. That is skill reading the map.
Right. At least one. No, they all get out? Did they get out? They did get out! Saved by the temp speed.
And orbital clears so much of the... what's left.
The moonwalking fort is amazing. One of my favorite animations. Right, it is 2 level 1 boats. They have taken down A. Overlord not getting the next one.
Oh no.
Keppels loses the nuke round and is down to 500 hit points. 511 for Keppels, 942 for Woot.
Gotta be the AA marksman, right? Maybe not. That is your late game boat answer?
It's your late game boat answer, right? Take them, click them. Don't think about the
I mean,
other
at that
units.
point, at level 6, you may even elite them and let them pop forts.
Right, elite marksman on them gives them better damage against the overlords than Aerial does. But no. We are orbital bombarding again. Teddy says, carry Void Eyes. Just trust. Just trust. There's the shields. There's the shields, and I think Woot has finished it out with the shield bubbles. There's just not enough shield break. We've thrown down Splash on the Overlords, which will actually make them worse at shield break. The one saving grace we could double tap on the and do. So that's some shield break now on the Sabres.
I think Keppel's boat play was just a throw. It's so sad. I think Woot gets this.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
This is unhinged gameplay, but sometimes it baits your opponent into craziness.
Now, we do have word from the other side of the bracket that Sacco beat Rooster, so this is officially a semifinal. We will have one match after this. Which one of these two will win?
Seems pretty clear on the wall now.
That left side has just collapsed for Keppels. Woot using the mobile beacons, the overlords, and a really nice sell to reposition out of a losing side.
So, the lesson for this tournament is don't take boat into showing Fort AA when there's multiple bodies on board and you're giving their tech even more value.
What? Park? No, I never. I didn't. I just. I don't know what you're talking about with the undo on betting. There's no such thing.
That was amazing, Woot. That was unbelievable. That is the kind of gaming that makes my brain hurt because it's just so hard to cast and to analyze.
Well, boat round 1, new meta. You heard it here first.
Certainly fun to watch. That was ridiculous. Woot is a man of the people and knows to give them what they want.
And apparently the people wanted more boat and more fort. I mean, truly.
Ironically, there were only 2 boat. It was boat first.
The people want fort. That's what I'm saying. The people want fort. That's all I'm saying. Down in the rookie group, Anabolka has finally lost a match. He started out 5-1, or started off 5-0, and then lost in the semis to go to 5-1.
Yes, Doxson. I think that Keppel's had lone opportunities and range opportunities to close out. I think Melters makes infinitely more sense there, and then you can hack or EMP the steel balls and use Woot's to only chaff against him. And I think Melter Hacker just completely beats that. Of course, Woot has his own pivot, but there's only so many pivots you can make when you're manually unlocking giants and you're behind on econ.
Right.
I also think that if he takes the EMP spell instead of the quick cooldown, he wins the game that round.
Right.
Like, it's so sad. It's so sad for Keppels. I don't want to take anything away from Woot. Woot played that great, and it was fun to watch. But it just, I feel like Woot's style definitely gave room to counter, and Keppels had his shot and missed it.
And it did turn into a, like you said, kind of a tempo thing, where Woot was in the better long-term comp, and Keppels needed to identify that early loan and the initial deployments was kind of the, or lack of deployments was kind of his opportunity to close that out. So he needed to close it out early. Woot was
at like 1,500.
Mm-hmm.
Woot was at 1,400 at the end of round 4. And you're taking quick cooldown on round 5 or 6 instead of the spell that disables his air instantaneously and slows it down and disables the steel balls from getting the the mech div.
All right. So, Woot, we're going to pay out to those that had bet on Woot. Then we are going to put up our predictions for the final. And we're going to give you a full 10-minute window to bet on this one. But of course, we're putting it up now. So, but anyways, Woot, would you like me to refund to you the 2v2s till you lose with Anabolica, because that way you could bet all of that on yourself to win against Sacco, or do you just want to leave it redeemed? Do you just want to leave it redeemed? Anabolica says no. No. Okay, so we're leaving that in. Anabolica, I am willing to honor that as soon as your tournament and this one have both ended. So please, we will be available for that one immediately. Okay, current odds are 4,460 to 1 against Sacco.
Against Sacco?
That is the current betting odds, yes. The initial wagers are 10 and 44,600.
I can't, you know what? And I'll make sure that it's not cheap. I'll pay 10,000 down.
Oh, Thonix wants to know when we see an Alpha Titan in a tournament. Tomorrow, brother. Well, it's not exactly a tournament, but you can catch Alpha Titan in competitive action for cash prize tomorrow on Sunday.
Actually, it's not a cash prize.
Oh, it's not a cash prize for the show matches? I thought they were doing like a 10 or something. I thought they were doing it very low.
Because they needed PayPal info, and I didn't have it attached. I asked if they needed any, and they said no. So. All right. But it's still absolutely worth doing and fun to have the opportunity to be a part of it.
Right. So that will be at about, well, let's just use Delta from right now. It will be 8 hours ago on Sunday. So 16 hours from now, 8 hours ago.
Right.
And whatever your local local time zone
Time.
is. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Should be on the Mag 1 channel. And Whooped wants to know if you know your opponent.
Oh, it's a 201 player of the approximate equivalent MMR.
Okay.
So in the 1800 to 2K-ish range officially, I did let them know that I haven't played ones on ladder in a long time, and that's probably deflated from where I'm at. But they weren't worried about that, and it's not like a precision thing. So, but yes,
I could stream your last fight of the tournament. I'm sorry. Given my choice of Austrians, I'm going to take Woot unbeaten in the finals of the top division over the one loss in the one loss match in the rookie division. Sorry, mate. I mean, I do appreciate. I'm not taking anything away. I do appreciate the sponsorship and support that you've given the channel. Just not quite that much. I try not to sell out. Do my best.
Seems fair.
Hey, Woot says, soon Anabolica will be my level. Give me a month with him. Excellent. Let's go. You guys...
Wait,
Woot
has a lot of potential.
Woot, we need you guys to get up to 4 so we can see the Austria versus Finland grudge match.
Yes.
4v4.
Anabolica versus Rat.
Anabolica versus Rat. AFK Woot. Yep. Woot versus Cast. You just need 2 more to take on. Was there a grudge? I don't know, but I mean, it just seemed like.
Now there is.
I want to see a.
Master hype.
I want to see. I want to see.
Matches.
I want to see a 4-player Dutch team. I want to see a 4-player Austrian team. We know we've got the Germans, the French. I think you could get America.
Sacco.
You could get the UK
or Arbiter.
Mm-hmm. There are plenty of good players out there to do some Olympics style internationals. Obviously, China, South Korea, Japan. I think each have their
Australia
strength.
Also has
Dillo,
at least duo. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it's like people have to run a 4-player tournament. Let's go. 4-person by nation.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Somebody call Uncle Lazy. Okay. Looks like our submissions have closed. Betting is finished. Sacco, your favorite, carrying 103,000 rocks, while Woot, your underdog, at 2.89 to 1, carrying 54,600. So those are your final betting odds. Sacco the favorite, Woot the underdog. That is supported, if you will, by the initial seedings.
The real question is, will we get a round 1 vote versus Sacco?
I do not think so.
I would be flabbergasted. I would love to see it, but I think that there's no way.
Welcome to round 7, the finals of Weekend Tournament European number 107. That is the Elite Tournament for May of 2025, and 2 elite players are in it. Sacco, your number 1 seed, 6-0 after beating Apucci and Rooster on the way to the final.
Wow.
Woot, also 6-0. On his way, he has beaten The Conclusion and Capples, amongst others. So, both of them are carrying a 2v2 tournament championship badge, looking to add a gold elite tournament badge. You can only get those from the end of the month tournaments. There's only 3 end of the month tournaments to get them from. Starting the tournament, Sacco was your number 1 seed, Woot was your number 8. They are the last two men standing. Sacco, nearside aerial specialist with Steel Ball and Hound. Woot, farside supply specialist with Sledge and Hound. Hounds are good.
Oh, hounds are good.
Who knew?
Sledge is also good. Steel Ball also good. To me, these are like 3 of my top 5 favorite units. And Crawler being one of basically these plus Crawler are my 4 favorite starting pack units. And did somebody say Crawler?
I did say earlier that Mustang Hound is my #1 win percentage. Ball Hound and Sledge Hound are 3 and 4 for my win percentages. So, well, I told you guys Woot starts on the left. Woot coming out aggro on his left with the Arclight and Hound. Adding Arclights to the Hound Sledge. Sacco coming out on the what he expects to be Woot's weak side with Steel Balls that are going to aggro straight onto Tower. He's got the Balls and the Hounds. The Hounds are wide to provide chaff clear all across the board. And of course, having them vertically like this, they will be a little bit more clumped up for things like a Scorpion. But it does help against Crawler. It helps their Crawler clear, because they're less likely to all target the same Crawler at the same moment. At least while the Crawlers are rushing them.
It staggers them a little bit.
Yep. Very much like doing Sledges vertically helps with chaff clear a little bit.
Yes. Now the real question is, will these Crawler Horde be able to go get Tower and dodge the debuff killing spree? And I think they
Run!
will.
They do. They're off.
Nice.
They've got the Tower. There's the debuff. Sacco winning round 1. Sacco started with...
pretty significantly as well. Which is to be expected in a rotational headbutt where you have the faster units.
Right. Sacco started with 4,900. Woot started with 4,100. He's down to 3,600.
Ooh. I think it's Ray or Tarantula here.
Rays for Sacco.
Sacco being air spec, those Rays are stronger. Also makes for a decent flanking body that's tanky.
And protects him against the Ray take, right? Because he's got air up. Neither side really had anti-air in round 1. He's deployed them on the flank deep right.
Still plays Bird, which I like. It's good into the storm. Sorry, excuse me, the sledgehammers.
Right.
And the arc lights.
Hey, Cat, say mew. Cat. Woot took level 2 storms and just puts them straight on the Tower. Tower snipe in the finals. Let's go.
Nice. Is Cat?
Where is Cat say mew?
I thought you saw him when you shouted him out. I was really excited for a minute.
Oh, Cat has been in chat. Cat has been here all day.
You know what? I'll bet Cat's lurking.
Also has Crawlers over here just to delay this whole push if there's no mobile beacon. This is both cheeky and fun. Round 2 Tower cheese. I love it. Unfortunately,
that's one way to be faster.
Unfortunately, Woot does not have the anti-air. So, there's a beautiful pull, there's a beautiful Tower snipe, but at the end of the day, it's going to be 600 hit points of damage because it does not matter how much damage you do to the ground, the air is going to survive. And there's also no chaff to slow these guys down.
It's really sad when you go for a cheese strat like that against aerial spec and you don't add something that shoots up.
Right.
I also don't like the side pull because it meant that his army was further away from Woot's during the debuff when it was most vulnerable.
Right.
So there was a little bit of conflicting ideas with some of that cheese.
Yep. So that has done more than 600. It drops Woot down to 2977. Both players take the incendiary bomb. You're this far apart from each other. You can't just drop the incendiary on each other, and of course you can put it just past the halfway line where opponent can't shield. So
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Woot needs to get in the air.
Woot does get in the air. He buys a Wasp.
There you go.
The Wasp is in the back corner to play defense against the Phantom Rays that have been sold. He is not running AA on the Wasp bar. So that.
Oh my goodness! Nor ground spec.
It's
These are what?
shield,
I
jump
almost
drive,
want to get
range,
an
and HE.
interview with him on this to
Yeah,
explain it, because this wasp bar makes no sense to me. Like pure utility, but no carry potential when wasps are so strong right now. Unless it's uniquely an
it's
aggro thing that he could explain, because I give Woot the benefit of the
Woot
doubt that it makes sense. I just don't get it.
partner. He's only bringing in level 1 wasps off of boats, right? So he's not committing to carry wasps. He's got utility wasp techs.
But level 3 drops, like not running the AA mirror is baffling.
I get it, but you know, that would be the answer. I'm almost guarantee it. I've got all the utility techs that I need, and if I get into a wasp v wasp, I'm gonna be splashing.
The beacon misses the tower.
Steel balls are like, nope, nope. You guys get that one. I'll go get this one. It was calculated. Definitely.
And it's Sacco too, one of the master of mobile beacons.
Yes. It was perfect for a ranged steel ball. I've actually made that mistake, just miscalculating where the ranged steel ball gets to. But having taken out the wasps, Sacco will win round 3 as well. On the upshoot, it is 2977 will become 2677. Will a crawler survive? No.
Almost.
Just barely. Almost did 4 hit points of damage. Yes, Mega Space Player has a good point. That kind of wasp is also good supporting steel balls, is that they work as the chaff clear, following the chaff.
Without ground spec, Splash doesn't even one-tap crawlers, so I actually think you want ground plus Splash in that role.
But 2 wasps shooting into the same pack will kill a crawler, because they're going to hit 2 crawlers really close to each other. Because you no longer need to worry about one tap when you have that much splash radius. Try it.
Maybe.
Try it in testing grounds. You'll see what I mean. They clear a pack of crawlers pretty darn quickly. Again with the mobile beacon. Again, level 2 steel balls. This time
the beacon will hit the tower.
I am going to crash a steel ball into a tower, sir. You will take that tower. Sacco also picked up a deployment module. I have said this many times, but my personal fear is Sacco with double mobile beacon, redeploy, and a redeployment module. That just being completely unable to defend your towers. Like you would need to literally have carpeted your entire side with fangs to prevent him from getting to your towers. No, I deny you. What do you mean you bought Mustangs? Gosh darn it, I hate this game. Steel balls will get the tower at a pretty opportune time. The wraiths are the wasp cleanup. And
there's no AA on the wasp, which means the wraith will absolutely destroy these wasps.
Right.
Late game.
Right. And Sacco presumably looked and saw that, and that's why he opted into the wraiths, right? So it's very predictive.
Or so you get level 4. I was going to say level 4 marksman, but apparently the other level 4 unit interested Woot.
All right, Woot with
Are we going to have flying void eyes?
Level 4 void eyes. Let's go.
Oh, he sold one. No. Sadness.
They were not possibly the best chaff clear or sell option, were they? Oh well.
They probably weren't. I don't know. The Badgers makes a lot of sense to just. Wait a minute. If everything on the ground dies to fire on Woot's side of the board, the wraiths and steel balls are enough to win this.
Yeah, if the flying units survive, right? Woot's only got 2 techs on the hounds. Fire and fire extinguisher. That's fun.
I will never understand Woot's. I guess on the one hand, you prevent yourself from clicking text that you feel throw the game.
Right. If you are committed to that tech as a throw 100%, or
then you're protecting yourself.
Or protecting yourself from misclicks when we didn't have an undo button was actually a thing, but it really isn't anymore.
Right.
But
that's a lot of steel ball left.
Yeah, it is a lot of steel ball left. And this
also,
tower,
this tower
fortified,
more timing can be good.
Eventually goes down, but now there are 5 crawlers left, and 1 hound knows the mission. I will go protect the tower, guys.
And the crawlers pull Sacco's army out of the fire at the last second.
And that is enough to determine your champion. Woot never laid a glove on him here. Sacco,
remember when that one crawler almost died?
Yes.
It would have done 4 damage, and he would have been... At least he would have bled 1 drop.
He would have done blood. But Sacco in 5 rounds, super quick tempo. This is just... That is about as clean as it gets. Every decision pretty much perfect there.
Also, the cheese round when you didn't cover upshoot was sad.
Yeah, the cheese round went really poorly. Woot says the game was lost round 1, and yeah, the cheese round in terms of
So Woot, I would love to hear your take on your wasp bar, because as a air aficionado, not running air on the wasps seems wild to me, and I was curious what your logic was for not running it, if you would be open to sharing that.
It says, I got a bad unit drop, I just sold the unit drop, I got Mustang, I went Mustang, you went Wraith the same turn, I was just doomed. Yeah, it seemed like every decision Sacco made was golden. For this one. So your number 1 seed goes 7-0, takes the title, and adds a 2nd gold badge. Now I'm really curious. I want to see, how does that show? We wind up with two side by side. We are waiting for Woot's answer to the question there.
Sure. All right.
Ah, that's right. You can choose which one to wear, but you can only wear 1.
Right, yeah, you're limited to 1 at a time.
There is a checkbox to choose which one you want to show. That's true. I forgot about that.
For those of us that have concurrent badges.
For the few of us, yes. Anabolica with a gift sub to Foxalina. Thank you for the support, Anabolica. Much appreciated. We're still hoping Woot will explain the wasp bar, but right. That's exactly what I said. He says I only need jump drive and shield on the boat. I rarely range them, and I never go anti-air. Anti-air is only versus other wasps. If you play boat plus mothership and anti-air, they have the same range. And against something like Abyss, the Abyss beams the boats and the wasps. If my opponent goes air, I go other solutions.
So you just don't.
It's intentional to avoid
wasp as an anti-air.
Right, because we're at 90 plus 30 would be 120, and we would be at exactly the same range. Okay, I missed that part. I actually missed that part. I did say that the jump drive, that you were using them in a utility role. Right, so as a jump drive shield, and then explained splash, but yeah, again, I think the answer that Thonic said is pretty much weird, pretty much correct in that his his tech bar is specific to his specific play style.
Yes.
But honestly, I believe that's something that all of us should embrace. Anytime that there's been
I also agree with that.
Anytime there's been a discussion of what is the best decks on X unit, I think that's just a completely broken discussion because it starts with a false premise, right? Is the
you can talk about favorites or situationally what's best in this board state,
right?
And now, if you know that a player specifically plays a certain way, then you can have a little bit more of a refined conversation. But that's why, on the Discords, people will like to post unit tier lists, and my first post is this thematic to aggro defense, headbutt,
right?
The answers are so wildly different.
Oh, sorry.
And misleading because you can average them, but even averaging them is kind of a dishonest representation of the units being good when they're good and bad when they're bad by making them otherwise quote-unquote average.
Right.
When that's not really how the unit should be looked at.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that one with the right tech bar and the right board situation, every unit has its chance to be S tier.
Yeah. S maybe. I mean, again, the perfect unit counter situation, yes. I think every unit is very good if played correctly.
Mm-hmm.
There is no truly bad unit. As much as Saber gets memed on, I have won games with Saber, even into counter units, because you get tempos, or you protect them with levels, or you get intensive and you can scale them. There are a lot of lines at your disposal to make the most of every unit and every combination if you are willing to play the cards as they come. Which is the spirit of Mechabellum at its finest.
Right. It's everything should have a counter, a situation where it's good and a situation where it is countered.
And the sign that every card has value is that in the right situation, every card should feel a little too strong. Because they should have a use case where they are excellent. Now, I say a little too strong. I think there are blatantly too strong or always too strong cards, and I'm not endorsing that. But I remember distinctly that somebody said, once upon a time, this card plus this item on this unit feels like it's, something that can't lose. And I'm like, well, that's a 1 in 100 game, and if somebody is willing to take the picks along the way to give themselves that out, then that to me is a good game, that you can take a combination of cards and build a comp around it that could beat any meta level build when those come together. And that to me is valuable for game out. That doesn't mean that I don't think Imp Wasp is probably too strong. ER Sledge is probably too strong. There are other cards that are in that conversation as well.
Yeah, I actually think we need to have a balance, probably in the QA balance team, honestly, is probably a discussion of all the cards. And,
yes,
like, for example, improved Sledge versus extra range Sledge, maybe those two should get, maybe we should be mixing and matching those so that you've got, improved Sledge has longer range, slower reload fire, and more hit points, or something like that, and then costs 100 more. And then the range, the ER Sledge goes to something else that makes Sledge good.
As a rule, I'm not a fan of improved cards having any downside. I think improved cards should be strict upgrades.
Okay.
I think any other variant card should be a trade-off that makes the opportunity cost have situations where it is bad and situations where it is good.
Right.
I also think that variant cards should not appear once the unit is teched. Because once the unit is teched, then your opponent is obligated to counter it with something that's a dedicated solution, and the variant cards can invert those counters. If you have no techs,
right,
the variant means that you haven't really committed to that unit, and I haven't, in theory, committed my counter to that unit. Because if it's round 6 or 7 and you're already in, sledges, and I'm countering with Scorps and it's working because I win that range, and then ER sledge comes on round 6 or 7, that can be an almost unwinnable hard pivot that's unfun to play into. Whereas you don't want to say, if sledges are on the board, no ER sledge can ever appear, because then if you want to play ER sledge, you can't start with it. You have to sell out of it to hope it comes, to get into it. So to me, the tech check for that is the healthiest balance to prevent it. And there's still going to be cases where it's strong. But I think that's a very good mitigating situation. And that's also a good way where, if it's too strong, even untech'd, when the card shows up, that is a good litmus test that the variant card is too strong on its own merit. As opposed to, if the unit is simply tech'd and a variant doesn't show up, then I think that is a healthy state of the game. These flying Void Eyes are looking spooky.
And Eimer has beaten Rooster with them. There you go. So there is a Void Eye game. With the discussion in chat saying, Woot says, I have managed to lose 300 MMR by playing the Void Eyes a bunch. All right.
But I would love a dedicated unit variant synopsis comparison discussion at the balance level. And now that we have all of the units, and balance is going to be at the forefront, we have no Raiden cards.
Right.
We have no Hound cards. We have no Void Eye cards. There's a lot of
there's a lot of stuff to be dealt with, for sure.
There's also no cards for any of the rare units like Farseer and Typhoon and Badger. So categorically, some need to be tuned down, and I think that some of the rules regarding those could be tackled holistically now that we know all of the unit rosters and all the interactions.
Right. All right. That is our tournament complete. Sacco, your champion, beating Apuchi, beating Aymar, beating Beware of the Fog, who had the tremendous set of upsets, beating Rooster and Woot on the way to a title. Aymar comes runner-up, only lost to the champion. Woot, third place, also only lost to the champion, losing only in the finals. Keppel's, Explosive, and Coldfire, the top 6. Congratulations to you guys for 6-1. Well done, guys. And Sacco, of course, your champion. Beware of the Fog, Munin, Park 09, rounding out your top 10. Congratulations, guys. Nice finish, Park. Well done, man. We'll show you, since this was a full tournament, an elite tournament, we're going to show you down to 50th place, with for those of you who've had a great weekend tonight. And of course, for some of you who are potentially disappointed, we won't go much further than 50th. There you are. Again, congratulations to our top 3, Sacco, Aymar, and Woot, and especially our champion. That's the Elite Tournament complete. We'll be on, and I will be entering the America's Elite in about 2.5 hours. I'm looking forward to seeing if I can get a top 10 spot there. That
would be fun.
That's my goal. That's my hope. Let's see how well I can do.
Do I recall you saying that you had Kiddo?
I do. I have Kiddo
around
this
right now.
I do. Do you want to say hi to Kiddo?
Gotcha. Oh, sure. If Kiddo was here to say hi to, I was actually curious how that factored into your plans for the day.
I managed to arrange a sleepover for Kiddo in the and so Kiddo will have a friend over tonight. When do I cast a rookie group tourney? You think it could be fun? That would be silly. That would be very silly. Julia Sparkle says, we got it again this week. Surely. Yes, we both did. It was great. Despo asks...
That could be a weekend Wednesday tourney, potentially. It would be hard to miss a Wednesday tourney. It would be hard to miss a weekend tourney for the rookie group, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, I don't think. But, okay. So, the question from Despo is, how do tournaments work? Is it MMR based? So yes, the in the weekend tournaments, the group size is maximum of 128. If there's 129, we get a group of 65 and a group of 64. And if there's, like 200, you'd get two groups of 100, split advanced and rookie by MMR. So Anabolica came 8th in the rookie group with this fellow, our champion. And then if you looked at, if you go back a couple of weeks, I think there are some here. Oops, that's the intermediates. Let's look for, we have a week. Okay. We need a, weekend tournament European from a while ago. There were 3 groups here, advanced, intermediate, and rookie for that one. So.
Right.
What MMR do I have to tank to get into the rookie group? Asking for a friend. Love it.
That is maybe not the direction we want to be inquiring.
Yes, and since it is split by the people that sign up, you can't actually guarantee, anything in particular to get down to the guaranteed top or bottom.
Right, it kind of depends on who's there and how that shakes.
Yep. So we should have... Let's see what we have here. Weedy Gonzalez, Anabolica, you are on mute, but you're in the broadcast booth with Alpha Titan and I.
Hello.
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 How you doing?
Really fine. Yeah, I'm happy I won the 5 games in the tournament, but the last 2 games I just miserably messed up.
That's quite all right.
It happens.
Well, we will.
But
I have sent you the invite for the team matchmaking. We are going to be redeeming 2v2s with Anabolica. Woot redeemed a Twos Till You Lose, and we'll be doing that right after this ad break. Toast says, I committed an unforgivable sin today. I went quick supply, turn 1 hacker against a ball start. I didn't take any damage from my opponent. I tried to apologize for how toxic that was, and I didn't get a response. Aha!
Wow.
You do need to get your channel points, don't you? Congrats to those of you who supported Sacco as the 1.15 to 1 favorite. You guys have paid out.
I had yesterday the pleasure to first time get flamed. Like in 5 weeks of playing Mechabellum, nobody ever flamed or has been rude. And yesterday, round 1, he started to flame me because I'm German.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Well then.
Getting flamed in the game is a bit of a rite of passage. Sad that it was on something so ungame related, though. Not that it's ever good to get flamed, but that's, I would say, doubly sad.
Yeah, quite.
You're right.
Do you have a map type you love or hate in 2v2s? Have you played much 2v2s yet?
I hate Siege.
All right, you hate Siege. So do I. Perfect.
I actually kind of like Siege. Not more than the other maps, but I don't hate it, at least. But I don't begrudge people who dislike it, for sure.
Mods, somebody give Alpha Titan a timeout.
Wow. Mods actually can't discipline each other. For the record,
dang it!
So.
Shoot. Oh well. I tried.
I like Siege when we are on the outside, but not when we are in the middle.
And we
the
can't
middle
control
is the stronger
it.
side.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I had more luck with my mates playing on the outside so far. So yeah, we just are not able to play the middle.
Toast says, several months ago, I was on the other side of that matchup. I put the game down for a couple of days after that. Love it. All right, I have clicked the button. We are queuing up. So, if you want, Anabolica, you could stream your Mechabellum view to the Discord, and then Titan can be kind of seeing what you're seeing. And I don't know if you have any interest in doing any coaching at the moment, but just
yeah, for sure. Would be totally fine.
All right, we are facing Carrick and Rife. 1355 and 1085.
Are you fine if I would record it for myself?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome. Are you planning on playing aggro or standard?
Standard for now. I will get teached the aggro from wood.
Yes, got it.
But
I will also
no,
plan on a standard then. I've got a 3000 hit point Hound Stormcaller.
we'll get the supplies.
You took supply? Quick supply.
Yeah, and we'll get to Sabertooth.
Okay. My
And
person is supply specialist. Yours is farseer specialist.
sticker.
I added a pair of crawlers as we have some chaff. Opponent for my side has added a pair of marksmen. So, if you don't mind, Anabolica, tell me when you know, tell me what your opponent's likely carry unit is. Like, if they start teching something and buying a bunch of them, I need to know what that unit is.
Marksman.
Marksman so far? Yeah.
And I hate it.
Hmm.
Still lose against it. Here and there.
Alright, got your guys' tower.
The sledgehammers with marksman, and I guess he will later build some Vulcans.
Right. Mine also looks like they are thinking a Vulcan build, would be my guess.
Okay, I am dialed in. I had some stuff I was working on in the background, so I am now paying attention.
Alright. So what is your favorite answer to Vulcan marksman?
Giving up.
Oh no.
Scorpions, normally. Massive amount of scorpions.
That can work in theory, but long term, the marksman will outscale them and typically will outrange them, and you will also have inferior chaff clear. So I don't think that is a strategy that you should, like, if the game gives you scorpions or gives you a high level scorpion, then you can take it with tempo to try and counter. Or if they're playing a bunch of other supplemental units like sledges or things like that. But I would not encourage scorpion as the answer to Vulcan marksman.
Okay, what would be your advice?
Wasp is really good because they struggle with single target or with multi-target air, and Wasp can be especially strong when paired with worms. So Worm Wasp is honestly very strong with armor on the worms and being able to rush in. You can also actually play Melter potentially depending on tempo, but ideally you want to play something that is either fast and aggroing them, or you want to try and play something like Worm that can get in and distract while also capitalizing on their heavy reliance on single target anti-air for their sniping damage.
My person has already ranged their marksmen, so they have that is their carry on this side as well.
Nice. Also, on your person's board, right now they don't have a Vulcan, obviously, so the Chaff and the Mustangs in particular are really good into the marksman. So you're definitely doing well with that at the moment.
Yeah. Wasn't I lately winning with you against Amarok?
You did win against with Alpha Titan
You
against
won
me.
your side, and I was up against Wood on the other side.
Yeah, I think I have you in
Sub staying for
profile.
you if you were planning on going a
He's
whole
already
bunch
got
of Stangs.
he's already got 2 of them, so
Okay.
he would need 4 more for it to be profit,
Right.
which is possible but not likely. I think EMP in 2v2 is incredibly strong.
Yeah, I agree.
Because later you can combine them to guarantee shield goes down when there's a high level spell.
Right.
So EMAG is doubly valuable in 2s unless you have a super key reason to take something else. Plus, if your guy's already in range, Amarok, then you can both shut down his marksman.
I'm fine. Actually, I'm winning my side without shutting down those marksmen. I like them where they are. I don't want to EMP them. I'm actually thinking of slowing down the steel balls there for the Stormcallers to just pound on.
I would recommend the EMP Anabolica. I think y'all both having it is really good.
What's still good for Rhino right now? I think.
Say again.
There's a Rhino drop was
Rhino
available.
could be strong as well.
There's a Rhino drop, but
was.
you have a Saber going to the back corner. You have those Mustangs in the middle. If you just drop a Crawler or a Fang kind of middle of your board behind your Storms, it'll be pretty much enough to stop that Rhino.
I also 8 seconds, so definitely make sure we get our clicks in. I'd love an extra arc light if you can get the clicks, but I don't think there's time.
All right, round 3. Okay. I've ranged my hands, stopped the steel ball aggro there, so those will just die. Mustang. Somebody went AM Mustang. Mine has a ranged Mustang.
Yeah. Most likely. Oh, and if they're both in Mustang, then honestly, I really don't hate Vulcan for you, Anabolica. You floated. You didn't mask the arc light. I could definitely see Vulcan being really strong for you, especially if you were to say sell out of the Storms that they've now committed a Mustang Tech to.
Yeah, and
that's definitely a line if you want to take that line.
I just was too slow also to I have still 250 money left.
Right,
we're
and
fine.
That's part of where you potentially can afford a giant.
Yeah, we're fine with that. You're in great shape with us winning a round and you having floated 250.
Yeah, 1050 now. So
and there's either efficient giant or heavy armor, but this game is so fast. I think heavy armor is better because y'all are about to win. I think efficient giant is more of a long-term play, whereas if you go heavy armor, you take and unlock a Vulcan and you play it mid, you sell the Stormcaller behind it. I think that's incredibly strong.
I will start to resupply now because I think we can end this in the next 4 rounds.
I could see there's definitely a world where y'all could win this if you loan and range and you could go for a crazy knockout. You don't have to, but it's definitely a realm of possibility.
Yeah, at 1,800, I think we can handle this. So I will.
50 seconds though, so make sure that you get your clicks.
Yeah, all good. Yeah. I'm going for agree with that. I already took it. I loaned ranged sped.
I think Vulcan is the play here. You have the money. I think it's really strong. You also have the heavy armor for it. And use your EMP spell on his clump of units in the middle to disable both of his Mustangs. Yeah. And include the blue marksman if you can, just in case he techs it.
What?
Include his blue mark. Well,
it's too late.
It's nuanced. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. You're good.
Vulcan over here. My guy loaned for it. Rhino gets tower.
Nice. Anabolica, if you had, with the loan you did, though, you really wanted to make sure you took range for future reference. But I think you're still going to get the game this round.
Yeah.
With a crazy round 4 tempo knockout.
That's a lot of tempo.
It's hard to win the game on round 4.
Yeah, that is not easily done, no matter who your opponents are.
Ooh, with just a casual 1,000 overkill.
That is all the tempo. And Anabolica, great shout to call out the loan early, because that let me plan my whole turn around it.
Yes.
Right, so you deciding that you felt like we were in that tempo position, that was absolutely critical to finishing that out. So, like, it literally let me plan my entire turn with that money in mind. So, absolutely, go ahead and do that again if you see that opportunity, or feel where you are with it. I love it. So,
I feel really complimented with this. But
excellent.
it was what Penny Feather also taught me
Yes,
so far.
I completely agree with it. So, that is win number 1 of Two's Till You Lose.
That was pretty commanding.
We'll be right back after ads. I'm going to get water and coffee, so I'm not going to click the team matchmake just yet, but I will as soon as I'm back.
Oh, I'm back on place 4 of the German list of combat power.
You're what? Oh, for combat power, right. Because combat
Yeah,
power is more about how much you play than it is about your skill level for the most part.
I
But
have
it's
a challenge with Wood. Whoever gets first to Grandmaster, either he gets paid his coaching lessons twice, or I get them for free for 4 hours. So,
nice. Sounds like
he's
fun.
already on 178.
And what are you at?
172.5.
Well, winning with Amarok in twos is a great way to get some extra combat power. Although Woot got a lot of combat power playing tournament, because tourney wins are always worth 2,000 combat power. So, although you got a
Yeah,
lot of combat power from the tourney too.
exactly. Yeah, I got a lot. I was at 167 before, kinda. Then won 5 in a row. I got 1,000 per game, and yeah,
Very
here
nice.
I am. But yeah, don't mind to pay the training twice, because it also supports the Mechabellum streamers, and I just want this game to go on. I just got into it 5 weeks ago, and yeah, best auto chess I've ever found so far.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Very satisfying, in my opinion.
Yeah, and especially the community is really great here.
Yes, I completely agree.
I'm coming from, like, this is my first strategy game that I'm playing. I was into hardcore shooters like Escape from Tarkov, DayZ, and such stuff. It's now this is my chill out game, and it's
Nice.
really good. I love
I'm
it.
glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah. I'm also already setting up my Twitch profile to stream again after all those
Good.
years. Let's see.
We are
We'll
in
do my
matchmaking.
perfect. We'll do my 0 to hero.
You're doing 0 to hero? That's very cool.
Yeah,
Bob is
that
also
was
doing
my
something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Sob actually dropped an account to 0 for the purposes of doing a
Right.
0 to hero. So there's the link for anybody interested. I think it's a great idea. I was like kind of wanting to do something similar, but now that since he's done that one, I'm gonna have to come up with something more. So I was thinking,
Go for it. Go for it. I wanna see it from your side as well.
what I'm thinking is I might have to do it with like complete locked text and everything. You know, like
Yeah, with
here's the
your
order.
amount of MMR and knowledge,
Right, like
maybe
create
Yeah.
a dummy account and
Yeah.
only lose.
Exactly.
And so you never. Honestly, you might even be able to ask Bear like for a 0 MMR account. Frankly, that way you don't have to smurf your way down. I know that sometimes developers will support that.
Interesting.
It saves time, and it also prevents people from like the inflation fluctuation.
Right.
Chess.com does that for chess content creator stuff and other things.
Got it.
Yeah.
What are you taking? How much hit point?
I have no idea. I have only shit. I'm going for Reno
Hit point.
with
Hit point.
before.
Okay.
Before.
All right. I took 26, so we have 26 and 24, which is not great. But I need that number earlier, or if you only want to take low. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying I need it earlier so that I can make my decision quickly without being under pressure. But the other thing is, if you are like the only pack I want is low hit points, you can just tell me take your high hit point, right? Or if your only packs that you're thinking about are high hit point and you haven't decided yet, but it's fine, right? I don't need to compliment your exact choice.
The units are a little less important when you're not in compact as well. In compact, sometimes unit composition can matter, but especially in this map, the HP is more valuable.
Yeah. I mean,
I have no idea about that.
yeah. No, it's fine. I just want the hit points so that I know whether I'm giving us.
So you're wanting to do a sledge aggro?
When I play with my friends, I just mention the units so they can focus on that what they are taking.
Yeah, got it.
Looking at the units of the enemies. But yeah, I'm going for like left build and a middle build.
Okay.
So to go through there and defense just on the right. Might also as well upgrade my power.
Your outside tower eventually, naturally, when you're doing asymmetrical. Oh,
no.
A missile round 1. Lovely.
That's great.
Your fangs will eat that. Hopefully the crawlers don't get in on the action of sacrificially dying. I don't think they will.
Yep.
No,
perfect.
Does your opponent supply, by the way? Did you check what your opponent's specialist is? You should make a habit of checking that as the first thing.
Yeah, his is supply, mine is cost control.
Okay. So they have all the monies.
It has all the monies. It's true.
Although Anabolica's guy paid for the privilege of -50 round 1.
Right. I'm gonna win my side. I don't have a ton left. I will have some Stormcallers if what you leave is slow. Looks like what you're leaving is slow.
I think I will win my side.
Very nice, very nice. Uh-oh, 3v3, 3v2, 2v1. Sorry, the artillery support was a little slow getting there. I'm not speed spec.
I started to love artillery lately. In the first, I thought in this game this is pretty worthless, but now against marksmen and such stuff, yeah,
Yep,
really great here and there.
you can outrange your opponent, which can be really helpful.
Yes.
Oh no, misclicked. Or not misclicked. Wait, there is an undo button now, right?
There is Control
Yes,
Z.
there is.
Control Z
Or
gets
the little clock symbol.
yeah, the little clock
You want to
right
use
here.
the button
Undo previous action.
next
It's right
to your
next to your
supply above the shield.
Yep.
Okay, it doesn't rocket man.
Oh, it doesn't
doesn't
work
undo
for
the card
cards.
selection.
That's true. That's true. It does not undo a card.
Or an end
Okay.
turn.
Okay, yeah. In the momentum, I will just take the Mustangs here and I think some more crawlers. Or no, thanks.
I like a thing behind tower to slow things down. And I would. Where do we want to put your underground? Let's take a look at his side of the board.
I
would.
Can you put it exactly where mine is, please? It's between our two boards.
Really?
Yep.
That's so far away. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, on the summon in.
On the summon, it's between our two boards. That's okay. Never
It's okay.
mind.
It's 3 seconds. I think that positioning is a little late to get into the fight where you put it Amarok.
Oh, both sides. What I was looking at was both opponents were completely vulnerable to it.
Right.
And
but the travel time.
I don't care about the travel time. It's fine. They both covered it, but it's eaten a missile. It's distracted some Mustangs. Your guy is in the fight. Your call-in actually worked out really well.
We also got Rhino dropped on his side.
Ouch. Okay. Well.
Okay. I will win. Or? Oh, no.
Your guy added birds, you added Mustangs, though. That's solid. And you're killing the sledges under debuff, which is also solid. We're about to lose tower, though.
Mm-hmm. Good with the Rhino and the...
Hopefully we kill the bird first. Not quite.
Hey, by the way, I see in your stream, you are so far zoomed out. How can you zoom out that far?
Ah, yes. There is a settings in, if you go to settings control, increase max camera height.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like the internet. Let's for sure. But based on the other side. And I wanted to build some scorpions, but in this scenario, I'm thinking just to upgrade my Mustangs and my Athlets. At least one of those units will upgrade on. I think here.
I mean, now that you have 4 arc lights, I absolutely recommend range.
Yeah, exactly. I also wanted to put this now, but
I also think that a marksman would be very good for you, given that he's got bird. Unless you want to add him to the Mustang. Honestly, Mustang. Actually, yeah, I actually like Mustang for you there. Arc light Mustang, a little vulnerable to sledge, but you can counter the sledge.
Rocket and still take the Mustangs.
Yeah, I think that's good. You got both your chaff already. 13 seconds, so let's make sure we get our chaff deploy as well. Put it more to the right where his Phoenix is. That's okay. Actually, his Phoenix are really greedily placed. That marksman is almost perfect to punish that, I think. Unless the chaff gets ahead, but I think your arc lights will clear the fangs.
Oh.
Did he range his Phoenix already? Did he range his Phoenix already?
Yes.
Yes, he did. So that's a super early Phoenix range.
Alright. Heard, I'll be ranging my marksman for the late game. Late
I
engagement.
have to do it on my Mustangs.
Have we had a unit drop yet?
No. Oh, yes,
We're
we
looking
just
for a
did. We just
special.
did. We had four,
Okay, the arc lights.
4 arc
Gotcha.
lights.
Okay.
Exactly.
Elite Tourney, Little Miss Dumpster Fire, has just completed, but is the weekend tournament, but with a special badge, so it kind of draws some extra people. It's the last tournament of the month, each month.
I'm thinking about to take the elite rhinos and put two into the.
Spicy. Elite Rhino would definitely do tanking. I am not a great Rhino player, so I am less able to counsel on it. You already have the... Are you Rhino specialist?
Yeah. Okay,
I think you
then.
are Rhino specialist, right?
Yes, you are. So you
In
have
that
a
case,
blue
I don't
rhino.
hate Elite Rhino and then armoring it, and you have, like... I think that could be really strong, actually.
You have the level 2, you'd have a level 3.
No, I mean taking Elite Rhino and then using the armor tech, not the armor card here.
Take the elite
Assuming you run armor tech.
elite rhino card, and
Yeah.
does run armor.
It's already unlocked, yeah. Ooh, you doubled recruited them. Okay, so no tech this round. I would put your rhinos in front of the Mustangs instead of that far back. You kind of want them to do the tanking for you. You also forgot to take your unlock, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Try not to end your turn early on twos when you can help it, because there's always little tweaks that you can make when you're communicating.
Yeah, I just thought about how nice this employed is. It's huge there. So he's running to the front line.
That's a lot of time that he's shooting you while your rhinos are only running.
And that's why the armor is good, right?
Right, because it's the extra 50 hit points on top of everything else.
50%, but yeah.
Yeah, 50%.
Do both upgrades next rounds, like the get the health back you have killed the unit with. And
Health back.
Yeah, there's a health pack.
Health pack. Yes, the tower HP upgrade.
Mm-mm.
No, I mean a rhino upgrade.
No, don't do that
right.
one. Do armor first. Not snacks.
Armor is much stronger.
For sure, but I would do both.
Oh,
like
okay.
the armor and the health pack.
Okay.
I think that would help your really good. At least the one.
I will say double teching the rhinos like that does make them somewhat vulnerable to single target removal. And they die just as quickly to something like a melter. Ooh, scorpions are interesting here.
Never mind, I changed my plans. I will do scorpion.
I do still think taking the armor tech on your rhinos makes the health worth it.
I would start alone.
No.
I would alone on round 5 for it.
Please do not.
Okay. I won't.
Also, I would put 3 of your scorpions on the right side, which is his strong side. You also are currently your right side, which is his strong side, because that's where the units are that you want to scorpion. Yeah. And try and line them up with his sledges and other things. So like one in front of his super heavy sledges in the middle. Oh, and those sledges have AP, by the way.
Which
So I would
means
probably 2 of your scorpions should be lined up with his super heavy sledges, and then one of them with the other sledge, but not too far forward because then they'll die to the birds.
and adding more scarf. Element, but this would take
So
like
the
more
stack
range.
scorpions. So the it's 8 seconds. It's hard positioning. It's okay. Not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. Do you have any unit you want to unlock? Imp range. Okay, don't hate it. There's boat.
My guy also
so he is
took a
definitely
boat.
going here.
Yeah.
So you'll need to take like range on the Mustangs would be good. Also, you'll need to pick boat and currently you have nothing, and level 1 marksmen are not going to cut it.
Yeah, I wanted to take.
Could be melting point, but that's a lot of units to range. It could just be Mustang if we have confidence in Mustang.
I don't think he will get much damage on me, although he will win most of the boat. Because yeah, I'm getting his tower. And
Very nice. You don't have AA on marksman, but you do have like full carry marks. Titan.
Yes.
my Reno saved me here.
Just had a game where you almost crashed. Opponent said his almost did as well. Was it round 7 or 8?
We want. Did your marksman? No, sorry.
Also-
did your Mustangs level?
Escape velocity. Save replay on that one.
Can you hide for a minute, Anabolica?
Thanks.
Okay, so the Mustangs didn't level. That's what I was curious. It's not the center ones. How do you want to answer the boat?
With Phoenix.
Okay, then if you know that you want to answer it with Phoenix, then let's look at the cards again.
Yeah, I mean, Melter would also would take over, look at him, what he is playing now.
Well, Amarok is winning his side hard. Don't worry about Amarok's board. Amarok is absolutely winning his board. Let's focus on how you want to answer your board.
Then I think still.
So there's 50 seconds.
I'll go for Melter.
Okay. Then EMAG is really good into an opponent who's going air, or the item for the giant were the two comments that I was thinking. So you'll definitely need to range the Melter.
Exactly.
I think temp range was also really good. Is this alone for? It's round 6, maybe.
Yeah, this would be alone, I would say. Don't know.
Make sure you get your items. 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Here, get your giant item and your crawler summon.
Cool.
He sold the boat. What? That's wild.
My guy took level 5 crawlers.
How's it going?
They're feeding experience to the Mustangs.
I see. Okay.
Anabolica sent me a level 3 rhino.
I see. That rhino is doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, two rounds in a row. First he kind of won my matchup.
Those rhinos deserve armor, by the way. They would do so much work.
Yeah, we'll give him some tech up.
Okay, I think you were right about lone this round, but lone range for sure from round 7 onward.
Yes.
I didn't loan, I think.
Yeah, no, I didn't either, but we're
we ran out
in
of
very
time,
good shape.
Anabolica, so that's part of why I discouraged loaning to try and make sure we didn't not get clicks in.
Right.
Yeah.
We barely even placed our item on the Melter. Incendiary is so good here.
Exactly.
And we have to shield.
Exactly. Incendiary bomb.
Connect it to the oil. But make sure that, I think, well, maybe he shields. Okay, if Amarok's hitting it from behind, that's really good. Yeah, I think that's solid. And then
I will first place my units, upgrade those, and
blown range.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I will place 2 more of them inside.
No, I'm saying make sure you. I'm not understanding.
Units, I thought if it just decides to start with Wraiths or I don't know.
Well, Amarok has 1 million marksmen, so I think that you're not in danger of a Wraith cheese.
Okay. Yes, you're right.
You've got 40 seconds. And you haven't loaned yet, you haven't temp ranged. So I think a couple of chaff and then take armor on the rhinos. Or shields would be really good to prevent the fire from torching your left mid. About 20 seconds. Seconds, $200. No fire.
Oh, there's fire on my side.
Pretty much.
Anabolic person is dying in fire. The oil that you placed last round getting lit is devastating.
Yeah.
He's in hell right now.
We take a look at how Amarok's side is doing. Nice.
Just fine.
Oh, GG.
Yeah.
Casual 4,500 overkill. You know.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Oh, Keppels! Welcome.
Hey, Keppels! Congratulations, man. You had an amazing run. Really well played. Really well played, man.
I was so sad that you committed to the boats. I think that the turn that you go quick cooldown, if you just take EMP and turn off the boats and commit to winning that turn, you win the game. You had him dead to rights on round 4, and then I think you panicked or something. I'm not sure, but you were playing really, really well.
Okay.
Hacker would have been great for the balls. Melter would have been good for the boats and forts.
Yeah,
Hacker would have bitten him in 1 turn. Ouch.
No, not much kind of experience playing hackers. I played it like when somebody doing spamming forts or such stuff. But else, yeah.
I think Hacker Melter absolutely wins.
We have a match.
Yes.
Yes.
So focus on match in front of us. Much higher MMR than you've been facing. So, you're up against Sugar Shane and Harry. He's been playing for like 2 years.
Oof. Spicy matchup.
No. I hope we won't lose.
I mean, it's choose till you lose for exactly this reason, right?
Exactly. And you're helping out, so I think we would have lost anyways in the second game already, if not so.
I don't know. I think the opponent wasn't that scary, but let's focus on this game.
3,200?
3-4.
Great.
I like the new unit with tarantulas, but also snipers are good with tarantulas.
Well, with this pack, you have to add chaff round 1 for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm thinking about. I will go with Fangs here.
You haven't even looked at his units yet. So you should always look at your opponent's units before you pick what you're adding to your composition.
I saw his Mustangs, but I still thought I would go for the Fangs. Because,
Okay.
Why Fangs instead of Crawlers?
Because I can add them always later, and I thought they would be more units and kind of slower. Going to the
Crawlers are more
turrets.
units and more health.
Okay. Shit.
Yeah.
So you're gonna play it with standard, okay?
But yeah, that was my opinion. Then I was
Gotcha.
wrong there.
Okay.
I will place Crawlers then next round.
Okay.
Or not.
Probably
no.
yes. Also, I will say another spider and ranging the spiders is very strong into this as early turn priorities.
Also, personally, I have less problems to get the speed together between Fangs and Tarantulas.
Yes.
As new player.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But now I can go at its less.
No, it's okay. The reason that I prefer Crawler to Fang against Mustang is there are 24 units with more hit points, and it takes 8 shots to kill a Crawler for a Mustang. It takes 3 shots to kill a Fang. So 24 times 8 versus 18 times 3 is how many shots it takes the Mustangs to kill them.
It's about a 5 times faster clear speed.
Yeah. So, and then each Crawler killed awards 8 experience to the Mustangs, and each Fang killed awards 12 experience to the Mustangs. So again, we come out a little bit behind in terms of feeding the Mustangs experience. So that's why Crawlers are way, way better, especially in round 1, when you don't want to feed Crawler. You don't want to feed the Mustangs levels, especially not on round 1 or round 2, right?
You'll definitely want another spider next turn, unless we get a really good, like, Badger here would be great, for example, but otherwise with spiders, I really think that your missile spec, that's also going to help.
Yes.
Oh, damage item is amazing.
For him to...
Yeah.
One spider, this upgrade here, and 2 Crawlers. With the 50 upgrade. I would do 3 Crawlers. Or, no, never mind. Sorry.
No, you want 1 spider and 1 Crawler, because another spider is big here, and you can also missile strike him, and we can pick what spider. That spider's going to go on the left, where his push is on the other side of your tower, and you're going to want a Crawler vertically behind it, more to the left than that a little bit, so that way it's not shooting the same thing as your other spider. So scoot your spider like 3-ish tiles to the left. Yeah. And then I would probably damage item 1 of your 2 spiders. I'm not sure which is better to damage, probably the one that you played last turn, because it's already got some experience. So the middle one.
But since this is on the main flank,
okay, you can put it. Which one isn't too bad? Now make sure you get your missile strike on one of him, like the Hound. Yeah, and then save the other missile strike for the next round.
Normally. In my MMR, normally nobody does the barrier.
Well, he had it from the item drop, which is really good. And the fact that you're both missile strike, or was the missile strike on off for Amarok?
I'm missile strike also.
So the fact that there was a shield drop on this turn is really unfortunate for y'all. But your damage spider, I think, is going to help get through that shield before it goes down, which would be amazing for you to crack that shield, because normally you wouldn't have shield break. And since you are missile spec, popping that shield is huge. Nice.
Woohoo! We're getting there. Speed up.
And who's your opponent, Emerok?
My opponent is Lignosia, who's a Farseer specialist.
Yes.
No Farseers yet.
You just can't see far enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would pick the Wood and
I think Fort is your play here. I think it's strong Anabolica. I think it's good into the Vulcan. I think you have 3 marksmen already for the possibility of Wraith. The Fort could also AA the Wasps if needed. I think he already has Mustang, so Wasp isn't good, and you're already into 3 Spiders, so you don't want to also diversify into Vulcan. That said, Vulcan is really strong here potentially, but not when you already have triple Spider. So I think Fort is just correct.
okay. Trust the noobs here.
That's a little too forward, I think, because you don't have any chaff in front of it. I would put it more like that. And we definitely want some more crawler. All of the levels on your marksman are good because there could be a Wraith.
Yeah, I would put like kind of 3 times crawlers right now. Like
I really
in
like
the
that.
back.
I like 1 vertically behind your fort, and then
And
behind the
others
tower.
probably.
I like that. Don't loan. Okay, yeah. Mass recruit, don't loan. Don't want to miss like that.
I didn't wanna misclick exactly.
Hurry, 9 seconds.
You can
Let's
hold
get that
your
last
missile.
crawler.
Hold your missile.
So that way we have one for next round.
Yes.
Unlocks though. Quick something. Mustang probably. Not time. Also, the fact that he went Wasp means that y'all's missile specs can be very solid for that.
Right.
He also pulled a lot of your chaff and chaff clear with that flank, which means you're going to need to answer that. Good news is the balls die, and so your fort will do a decent amount of tanking. Your chaff is coming back. I think this is well, I don't know. I'm tempted to advise an immediate fort AA click since he's in 2 packs of wasps, but maybe we hold a turn since you can missile spec them and see if he goes deeper in.
There's a 3rd pack of wasps on the flank.
This guy went for
Whose flank, Amarok?
Middle flank coming my direction, and a 4th pack of wasps deep on my side. So if you have a surviving, there's 4 wasps on the board already. So if you think AA is the right play, it's definitely the right play.
Let's go Mustang.
No, AA Fort.
I actually like Fort Mustang here. If there's that many wasps, I actually like going Mustang instead and letting your fort be a fort.
Right.
Ooh, stonk module. Do we have something that can stonk? Let's hide. Another shield drop.
Personally, would skip this and just put everything into Mustangs.
So let's get the stonk module and put it on our spider. Take the free level. Eventually, the fort will level.
Anabolica, do you know what he means by stonk module?
No.
Okay, too complicated then. Let's just go. Nano fort is super tempting, I will say.
What? Sorry.
I'm not trying to be too many cooks, so I don't want to try and play your game for you, but I think Nano Fort is definitely a strong option here.
Nano Ray packet. Okay, yeah. Good.
And we definitely want 2 Mustangs. We need more chaff as well.
Yeah, Mustangs I really wanted, and I would also loan right now.
No. It's 2 Mustangs,
What?
mass out a crawler, missile strike, make sure you play your nano on your fort.
Okay.
No loans yet, man. We're not loaning until somebody in this board is under 3,000 hit points.
Both on your weak side, and missile strike one of his wasps. Hurry, 15 seconds. Fort. That works. Yep, We're not getting clicks in time. I was trying to cut the commentary down to help.
Yep, I heard it.
We didn't get our extra chaff. We didn't miss out. All of your chaff is getting pulled on the left.
My guy tried a mobile beacon to your tower right side.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got it covered. I'm chasing, but I don't know if I'm going to get there in time.
I think the blue wasps are going to get him.
Yeah, they do. My guy with his Farseer ad, and me with 300 heading off to your board. I've lost my side hard.
So have we.
That's okay.
When I give you a time crunch heads up and I stop Anabolica, that's your cue to you got to make calls because I don't want to talk all of your time away.
Yeah, I think
exactly.
Yeah, at the 30-second mark, I think it's time to just let it go. I still don't think we loan, even though we just dropped under 3,000. I don't think it's time.
Just kind of keep me off from doing big mistakes, and I will just try to play it myself. No. I will take another honorary jacket here. I think this would be great for another fortress.
I think that works. You've got to play on your side that's getting pushed. You can't afford to hedge on the outside. Yeah.
I'm still thinking about either giving those upgrades or getting a Scorpion.
Scorpion does not complement well with fort. You've got 2 forts. I think that there's reasons to consider either a fort tech or a range on the Mustangs. 30 seconds.
Not then I will go for.
I think you should use your missile strike on the crawlers that he has in the corner of your side of the board, in your back flank. That way your chaff doesn't run backwards.
Place box there.
Well, no, we don't need to unlock and play another new unit. The jab was painful. That was what I.
Exactly, that was the problem I had in the tournament in the last 2 rounds. And some people who watched me were like, oh, why did you place so much units? And I was like, because it was helping me, but I lost it because of that.
Right. The goal isn't to play the perfect unit for every unit. You need to pick units that can fill roles.
One of the biggest mistakes I was making at 1100 is having 1 tech each on 5 different units.
Yeah, right? I'm doing it like that.
Yeah, don't do it like that.
Except for Mustang.
Pick 3. You're multi-teching 3 units. All right, we are loaning now.
Yeah, we need to loan now.
Sugarchain and Harry probably goes Melter here. It's rough. Ideally, it's Scorch Vulcan, I think, for you. Because he's rushing in with so many units. And you need to missile out his crawlers in the back and loan and temp range. Okay, you do run Scorch, good.
Alright, I have put them on mute. We really need to have a bit of our own focus right now. Is it as simple as pair of barriers? Let the board run.
to live with enough to kill melters, I don't think. Maybe he will.
Doing my best.
Not temp ranging hurt.
Oh yeah, if we click loan, we have to take temp range, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I misunderstood the temp range to get range on the movements.
No, that's why I was saying temp range.
Right, but range instead of temp range.
Yeah,
It's easy to misunderstand in a foreign language, Titan.
Ah, that's also fair.
Well,
but it was GG.
that was
And
GG's,
thank
and
you
we've
for
run our
the-
3. I'm going to mark Woot's request redeemed. GG's to Lignosia and Sugar Shane and Harry, and congrats to you, man. Like you won games until the matchmaking thought that you should be facing 1600s. So that's a hell of a long way to go from 992
Very commendable.
when you walked into this. So
It
well
was
played.
A great pleasure. Yeah, I love that. Getting smacked by 1800s or 1600s.
Exactly. You learn what to do. You learn what not to do. For sure.
Yeah, and I'm not for long here in this game, so I'm quite really happy I'm getting along.
Right. I'm
Everyone
yes.
here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too, and I'm glad you're enjoying the company. Thanks for joining
100%
us.
agree.
Have a great evening still, and I will see you in stream. And next time, won't take long time until we will do this again, I guess, because I'm watching a stream community.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Well, Ironrock has Tooth to You Lose on Redeem rather frequently.
Yes, I do. It's on. I mean, I do turn it off occasionally. I'll turn it off at the end of the season when I want to like just concentrate on my own MMR for end of season stats. But
Even if I would have redeemed it, we just search for a great time and
Yeah.
place. And
yeah, exactly.
100%.
And then you know, I'm totally happy to have you on anytime. You know, like for the Fun Fridays. I don't generally do Fun Fridays when we have a. I'm sorry,
sure.
chat would like you to do this again. Chat.
Me?
Chat says you have to do it again. I'm sorry, you do not get to leave. Wait, it's not your chat that's redeeming this. Let me rephrase that. Do you want to go again? Chat has redeemed for you. I'm the one that's compelled.
Obligated.
I have to get up in 6 hours, but I would love to, and I will just endure the pain tomorrow to
Well,
play
why
again.
sir, why don't we do it this way? We will leave that one redeemed for you, and you can take it on another day when you don't need to sleep. You'll go now?
I'm into it.
Okay.
I will just
A man is determined.
All right.
1.5 minute break
Got it.
for getting sick and doing some other stuff. Be right back.
All right. We are going to run ads while someone takes a smoke break. Apparently, we're not that family friendly right now. And that's a +3 minus 29 for your streamer. That's sort of how it goes. It's fine. It's fine. I trust you can get me back up.
I mean, for me to climb, we're gonna have to beat people that are like 300 to 400 above that even.
Right, I know. Emma tanking the MMR. Thanks, Toast. Toast is pretty much a Rocks millionaire. It's true. Toast does very well in the betting unless she decides to stop a losing streak.
I see.
Are we likely to do 2v2 tournaments tomorrow? I do have kiddo, so it's fine if we don't.
I am free, but
okay.
I don't want to infringe on kiddo time.
Right, kiddo will be tired from sleepover. They're having friendo over for the night, so
nice.
You know, like slumber party.
I also I mean, there's no way that the there's no way that I don't think. Mag 1 is going to overlap with Europe timing,
Oh, unlikely. Very unlikely.
right? It's many hours ahead of that.
It's many hours ahead. I mean, unless they have a surprise, you're in a 64-person single elimination or something.
I mean, if Mag 1 wants to keep me, then I reserve the right to
Exactly.
put R2s on hold for
Exactly.
whatever bizarre eventuality that is. And
Fair
I'm sure
enough.
you would be just as happy.
Never. He's back. Okay, that just for the record, that was 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Okay, congrats to those who bet on Luke and Sugar Shane and Harry. We will queue up for our next one.
Yeah, needed also to get another beer.
Yep, fair enough. Proof of the Germanness.
Never call me a German. Please.
Never Austrian. Okay, got it. You said you did say you said German earlier today, and I was like, I thought Austrian, but okay. Urkel and Natelio. All right. How many hit points?
I'm gonna play marksman, so I will go 3-3 with
Thank you.
Increased movement speed.
Okay, I've gone 2,000, so we're a little low, but 5,300 isn't bad. I was only going to do that if you took more than 3,000 or so. So a missile specialist. Both opponents are missile specialists, so there is a lot of missile value coming.
Okay, that sounds.
Well, being fast helps to mitigate that.
Also,
so you added fangs. Why did you add fangs when you have ball crawl with speed?
Because I wanted to have something defensive into my back line and go full aggressive on the one line.
Okay, so that's not always the first priority, but I guess that's a level of nuance that's hard to get in for coaching. So that's fine. I don't want to. Yeah.
Actually, it's a decent coaching tip to do that on round 2 or later, because you don't need anything behind your towers on round 1, really. But he's got the fangs up front, and they'll be slow. I kind of like that. I don't mind that terribly.
Right. I think that's a better use of the fangs at the moment.
Right.
He used a recommended formation here for this.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I tried them through and thought this would be the perfect one here to start.
Maybe that's how I need to practice aggro, is use recommended formations because the starting formation is where I struggle.
Yeah, use the starters and then...
I actually think that would benefit me a lot.
Right. And then
learn why I do or don't like them, as opposed to trying to figure my own theory.
Right. And think about what the lines from them are supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Naturally.
Yeah. Like it.
I get also wood recommended a lot, and I most often don't choose his strategies because I can start with them but not finish them.
Well, and a lot of
it is incredibly hard to mirror stylistically, so you got to know who you're choosing to follow the path of.
Right. Yeah. And Woot in particular, a lot of his strategies are he has a fully tailored tech bar to it.
Right, abandoning side, switching around. So a lot of what you have at the start is not what you're going to end with. Unless you're planning to play that way, it can be very difficult to maximize his recommended formations.
Yeah. But if I get to Grandmaster before
oh my gosh, that Stormcaller was trolling the steel ball. It moved just fast enough to step out of range. The steel ball closed and started zapping, and then it scooted out of range.
Love it.
Like 3 times.
Yeah. Oh, good luck. So here I would go for the electromagnetic impact. Or Yeah, I would go for it. Oh, let's see the board again. Nah, anyway, no. I go for the Reno in Salt. This
Rhino is
could be
good.
OP here. Yeah, this could be OP here, I think, and I will place it right at the mirror so that it gets close to the launcher soon. And then I will add here, I think, 1 times Mustangs in case of he spawning air
I would play the
units.
Mustangs closer up with the with the balls as kind of a ball staying, since you're in aggro and it's speed. Yeah, something like that. A little bit of
Okay.
space between is good though. Yeah.
Remember,
And
there
I
are
think a forward.
four missiles are up right now.
That's true.
Crawler,
So
good.
missile strike
Oh,
is going to hurt.
doesn't
15
matter in
seconds.
this round, I think. I will just place my board for the later
Mhm.
rounds.
I think in that situation, it's better to float the 50 than it is to spend a missile there.
Yeah, it was just last second decision. I would also
Right.
have gone with the tower high mobility, like more. But
Rhino drop was very strong.
Yeah, Rhino drop was amazing here.
It's also nice to get tempo into the missile spec duo.
Yes.
That way you don't lose behind tempo, and then you're able to actually get levels on units. And oh, you also shielded Amarok. Wow, that was some serious tempo then on your side that you invested into.
I was quick supply, so I
But
had.
I like it for your formation.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I like that investment, especially if you can protect it.
Mm-hmm.
So those marksmen are too far back for playing aggressive balls up on the front. They're going to not even shoot anything by the time the fighting starts.
Yeah, you're right. You're completely right.
Also, you want to put a little more space between the marksmen so they don't shoot the same thing and get overkill. Like putting the marksman behind your fangs would be a decent option.
So now
Behind your fangs, not your sangs. Fangs. Yes. Yeah, something like that. And then for the other one as well. Yeah. Make sure you're leaving room for giants, though. You want to have 4 spaces or 5 spaces. You have 50 seconds, so you've got time, but we haven't made our deployment decisions yet.
we'll just put one in the back, and here should be 4. And
I think you should use 1 shield over your Mustang.
So, answer to the question, why did you put the fort so much in the back? Is I'm planning on taking Fort Barrier, and therefore being able to protect most of this grouping. And also the hounds are going to have range, so the fort's just going to walk forward of them anyways. So it all kind of made sense to me.
15 seconds. Four seconds.
No.
So the Scorpion is kind of rough that far back, because again, it's walking while the rest of your army is fighting and it's not doing anything. You really want to place units that are slower forward if you're going to play them like that, or you need to play units a little bit more speedy. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. And yeah,
Okay.
I still have problems with the movement speed of the units.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of that
And
can
you need
be
more Mustang.
a lot of that can be sort of workshopped in the testing grounds for different formations.
Yeah.
Okay. Never tried that.
Yeah, if
There's a
you
lot of things there.
Oh. It all are good. All are good. This is kinda
You
an
benefit a
amazing
ton from
unit.
lots of crawlers. I don't hate additional deploy and just stacking crawlers and some Mustang, so that way you can
Yeah,
have chaff and speed.
but if I
That would be
would
my
go
line.
later for a melter with that, would
Alright, need to think here. I want all of those. What do I want the most? You. Fort. Okay. Sweet.
Corner, and all of your important units are dead, and then your chaff shows up.
guess you're pretty right. But
Now you don't need all of them there. There's a middle ground. Oh my, oh my.
Why so many shields this round? We don't have the missile strikes up.
He didn't want to float.
Oh, I see. Float.
Yeah.
Float is great. Always be willing to float. Don't take anything that is not 100% necessary for your army. Float, float, float. It's great.
Hopefully those marksmen, I think, are going to also cost the shields. Maybe they'll at least take the giant down with them, question mark. I don't think they will. Yeah.
those. Yeah, I should stop talking and just play. Happy for your advice, but
Yeah.
I understand.
Alright, we mitigated a lot of that. That's good.
Late storms definitely helped.
Right. Alright, what are we taking here, gang? Oh, Farseer. We'll go with 3 EMPs. Levels for both of you. Levels for you guys.
I think this is the right decision here to take. Other Scorpion. Alright. And maybe some.
Presume the riding is for the hounds.
Around, I think.
The scorpions need range badly.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my next move to upgrade.
And I think temp range is a click every round because you're so far back. Your deployments are still having to walk before they fight.
And I would also start to loan next round.
I would only loan, like, you keep having random $200 that you're just clicking shields, like, so I don't, until you're spending all of your money usefully, loaning isn't going to help you. I'm not saying don't loan. I'm saying make sure that when you loan, you're making sure you're getting something valuable for it.
Yeah.
All right. Missiles are up again. Hello. We're going to hang out over here and see if he loans.
To me, I think this is a skip, or it's intensive on the Mustangs. And you got 45 seconds, so I'll let you do with that what you think. My.
Loan for your Scorpion and Mustang ranges if you need them.
He can't afford it with a loan.
Okay,
Unless he undoes his turn.
I got it. That's fine.
Temp range is a must.
Yeah, temp range for you is huge. Spend the 100.
10 seconds.
Ice.
Temp range, temp range, temp range.
At least permanent range.
Yeah, you got
Right.
permanent range. That's great.
The Scorpions are still lacking their range, but at least the Mustangs were able to get range, and that's definitely going to help. And
Also,
the Rhino drop is
your
huge.
far right Mustangs saved my bacon by destroying a two
Yes,
wasp
there
flank.
I saw
Like,
that.
thank you so much. If we go on to win this, that actual deploy is probably the savior there. Because I die hard to that otherwise.
Range on the Scorpions and temp range are the two first buttons that you need to click.
Yeah,
Then you can figure the rest of your turn.
I always use the temp range normally in the last rounds where I wanna finish, but in this case, I just thought let's do everything else and get the permanent range onto them.
Yeah, but from
No,
here,
permanent range
what he's
is
saying,
good, but you
what Titan is saying is that 100 on temp range is essentially mandatory from round 6 to the end of the game at the highest MMR.
also you took intensive and didn't use it, so be mindful of that.
Okay. So
Also, this is not an advanced targeting system game. You don't need to pay $450 for 10 range.
I was thinking about skipping this.
I like that. I like that.
Let's just upgrade our units.
Yes, Mustang levels are huge. Temp range.
Yeah, for sure. This I will do now first.
Yes, and range the Scorpions.
Good
Okay,
idea.
now you want to loan because you don't have money, and
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Last
Mm-hmm.
rounds, let's always loan. And then let's go for...
I think crawlers are good. He has very poor chaff clear. I think you add a bunch of crawlers, you intensive a Mustang,
Okay, but would you do it as level 2 or level 1?
No, just bodies, just bodies.
So that poor Fang. Yes, that poor Fang is in trouble. But I only know of one person who loaned on round 2 and won. Don't try it at home. I mean, we saw Woot do it on round 1. It's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
10 seconds. You've got 250. Make sure we get some shields. This is a good round for shield. Good. Sure. And nice. But the wasp got jumped away.
Just so if he thinks about getting any aircraft in behind.
By the way, your steel balls are actually taking down the shields on those forts because you have crawlers streaming in, and now your fangs are feasting on his. Your stangs are feasting on his fangs.
Yeah, see, this is going pretty well. Holy. It's got from a 0 to 7 right now. On the epic scale. Oh god. This looks so beautiful.
Hey, won your side, won the game. Great
It was
work
close,
over
but
there,
yeah.
pulling it out. Woo.
GG.
GG's.
We're getting closer to wood. The combat
By the way, you played that much more like a standard game than like an aggro game. If your Mustangs had been closer to the front line and engaged more expediently, if your Scorpions had been more aggressively positioned, you win that much harder. So you definitely have a lot of room to improve on your positional play because you're using
Right.
too much
Positional.
of the depth of your board when you're trying to aggro
Yeah.
for the units that are doing the carrying.
Positional play is
Never
really
got-
difficult.
Never got
Yes.
teached about aggro playment. I just saw what Wood would do and tried to imitate him, but
Right.
Oh boy.
really.
That is
So-
definitely trial by fire.
All right. Do you want a break or do you want to queue up immediately?
How you want.
I'm
going
fine.
to. I'm here.
All right. Let us queue up again.
Yeah, for sure. We just
Little Miss Dumpster Fire won one rock. One. Love it. Soon you will be dictating the stream like toast.
By the way, who gave me the honor to play again here?
That was toast.
Toast. Thank you very much, Toast. I will go with the cost control 3-5.
3-5, thank you.
Thanks and Sabertooth. I think this is always a great beginning.
If you enjoy it, then I'm definitely glad of that. I find it to be average.
I
but
like to get rid of the Sabertooth in round 3 or 4 and then get Scorpions for it.
You just love Scorpions, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. I
Alright.
love them.
You'll have 7,000 HP, by the way. So you're just a Scorp Stang player, then I see.
Oh,
Yeah,
that is a valid
well,
strat.
that-
It's a valid strat.
Yes, it is. I'm not knocking that.
Only thing I got teached, like only strategy I got teached so far. So I would go here first. Crawlers. Right?
Yes, I like crawlers into this. Yes, I agree.
And then this time I will put my own formation because I don't like any of those.
Okay.
This will be fun. shit.
I have lost 2 wasps round 1. Apologies, partner.
Doesn't matter.
Clearly, the game is a throw.
Now, well, he didn't. No, it's not the meta now. He didn't loan round 1 for a boat, so I'm not really that screwed. If I only had a fang. Oh, wait. All right, we started with 7,000. We're down to 6,100.
Oh,
Oh, there's my wasp answer.
I'm thinking still about just getting more Sabertooth, spam them, and going anti-rockets right now.
You can. I don't think that's very good in standard, but if you want to play that, that is a choice that if you make, you have to commit to it.
Yeah,
So I want you to play what you're comfortable with. I think that that is a risky play, though, personally.
yeah, it's just my noob thought.
But we have
Yeah.
50 seconds, so I don't want to burn your time down.
Yeah, nah. Don't
Farseer is
worry.
really good, just generally.
Mhm.
It's high value,
Yeah.
it shoots up, it shoots down. I'm not saying that we play a ton of them even, but I definitely think picking one is correct here for you.
Or do you know what? I will try it right now with rhinos.
Mass prod rhinos? Okay. 20 seconds, so
Paging Jerry Hattrick to the broadcast booth. Paging Jerry Hattrick. Please arrive to coach the mass-produced rhino destruction. Mass-produced rhino.
Mass prod, cost control rhino.
Oh,
excuse
cost
me.
control.
I misspoke.
Sorry, it wasn't mass-produced rhinos? Okay.
No, nothing about rhinos. I just placed rhinos.
Got it.
No.
Right, you're just regular cost control rhino, right? Did somebody tower cheese on the other side?
No?
Oh, just fast and got to tower.
Speed,
Ooh,
yeah. I was like, I mean, surely he's gonna protect this, but he did not. And then he also bought a Wraith into my Farseer, so...
My rhino is doing pretty good, but the other one...
Geek out, Nick, you remember when this game was only the 5 mechs? Well, there's 32 now.
Oh. I think that you are in a position where you need to start getting your Scorpions and your Mustangs if that's what you want to play.
Man, what time of that was, what year was that, I guess is the proper question. He says, so much has changed since I have played. Well, come on back. We just added a new unit. Just now.
He does have Fire Badgers, so I mean, you can only get one unit at a time.
He does.
So Scorpion is particularly strong into that, but the sooner you get your Mustangs, the sooner they can start getting levels.
No Mustangs, in your opinion?
All right. I don't know what's going on over there, but just from the 300 hit points image to bar. A lot of tempo pressure on. It's a gift sub for Geek Out Nick. Welcome in, old timer. Get comfy and enjoy the stream with the rest of us. I mean, to be fair, part of his problem is less, this thing. Why are there steel balls in my face? The meta to focus outside edge in 2v2, sort of ish, where there is plenty of value in focusing outside edge 2v2 and then working your way right to left. There's also, like, work your way through here and out to the outside. There's plenty of different ways to approach it. We've got one tower. Looks like...
Going right and then left, the zigzag can hurt how fast you can reinforce your partner if you're winning. And if you're aggroing, in theory, you're fast and therefore winning fast.
That's the answer there. Thank you very much for the underground threat. That helped mitigate some problems on my side.
It won't both the problems.
There's a lot left on Anabolica's side, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not going to carry it, but I do have a.
At least we are losing less.
Yeah, you saved a bunch.
Super early Farseer, Degen.
Degen, yeah. I love it, actually. I'm like, you're throwing that into the...
Farseer, which has Photon on the bar.
Right. Literally has Photon on the bar, exactly.
That is a not playing around the unit play.
Yeah.
I will go for orbital bombardment.
Okay.
Then we'll go for shields on my side. And I thought about taking my first loan because if we lose...
Not on round 4?
No. Not with 4,000 HP.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just thought we could lose it in the next 4 rounds, and if we don't, we have a chance to get straight.
40 seconds, you have $800. Range on the Mustangs is good. You already have a bunch of them, although it's going to be oil rays, so that's what's happening. It's Badgers and rays with oil. So he's going to be setting your Scorpions or your Mustangs on fire. So you're going to want something like... Answer that. 20 seconds. Don't hate it.
No.
I'm glad you didn't get that shield off. That shield wouldn't have protected very much and would have just wasted 100, I think.
Huh.
So with that many rays, you're gonna need something like Raiden, I think, and you're gonna need to get out of the rhinos so you can sell them for cash. So you should be selling the rhinos, selling the saber teeth, and going Raiden.
Oh my god.
Because otherwise he's just going to be in the air. Okay?
So get rid of rhinos, get rid of the sledgehammers.
Sabers.
Raiden is
No,
the
the
answer
sabers.
to that board.
Yes.
Saber. Okay, yeah. And get... Wait.
Overlord free cell.
Phoenix could hurt here,
No.
right?
If you're going Raiden, you don't want to be also in Phoenix. Because they both want techs.
Right.
Okay. Good to know.
Now, the fact that you have free boat means you could try to go mass boat here, actually. What are your boat techs?
Uh,
Oh, no, don't go out of the game for it.
I don't have the one boat where attack which could spawn the wasps. What
That's okay.
else?
Oh, you don't run range at all. Okay, no, then it's not boat. So you need to get Raidens and you're low on time. So I don't hate getting Overlord to sell it because it's the best money value. And then getting 3 Raidens with range. And you're going to have to move quick. 30 seconds.
Wraith or Raiden? Sorry.
Raiden. Triple recruit, 20 seconds. Range. Oh, you can't. Yeah. Yeah, ooh, I like that. Good. Get your Raiden, range them. Hurry. Make sure you get the range button.
Which one?
Range.
Temp range is what he
Range.
means.
No,
No range on the Raiden?
No.
On the
It was
Raiden?
range on the Raiden.
Ah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
He didn't text them, and we loaned for it.
Oh god, okay. I see.
We needed range on the Raidens, because otherwise they're just going to get swarmed by the Rays.
Right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Good, sorry.
Okay.
It's okay.
I think the answer to which one was probably Raiden range on the Raidens.
I can
clarity.
understand from you.
It's okay.
It was a language thing. That is
yeah.
the thing that's...
That's trouble for you guys right now, for sure.
The good news is it's not game yet.
No, it is not.
Cool. Let's do something.
Oh my god. What?
So this, I think, has to be... It's either... I mean, if you think you can place a great Ion Beam, it's Ion Beam, otherwise it's Orbital. And I think Orbital is the time convenient option.
Yeah. I also think, for sure, Orbital.
We need range on the Raiden. We need to sell our one of our rhinos, and we need more Raiden. We need temp range, or we can sell a Sabertooth. Make sure we take range on the Raiden.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Now we need more Raiden.
More, yeah, exactly.
And I think we are in lone Massa Raiden and temp range on the Raiden. I think we just need... I think you are in Desperation Raiden mode. So Mass Raiden and then temp range from the tower.
No, and I understood you.
Yes.
Sorry, but
That's okay. This is a hard strat to counter if it just turns into like a spam, and so you're taking the best option that you've got.
Yeah, I don't play this unit very late. First time in 2 weeks I play this unit.
Oh, it's a good unit. It is exactly what you want for facing Raiden and... Ray and Badger and that sort of thing. Like, anytime somebody is spamming units that are like 3 or 5 clumps, Raiden is pretty much the answer.
Right.
You were late on... The problem is the Rays got levels because we didn't range earlier.
Right.
And now the Rays with shield are taking multiple hits to kill.
Right.
And you loaned when we didn't use the loan value, which is now means we are in loan debt cycle.
There is a tourney tonight, Geek Out Nick. You gonna come join? The Elite Tournament America is up this evening.
We'll hide for a minute. Did any of your Raidens level? So here, okay, so take the enhancement module. Take the enhancement module.
Yeah, I will.
You take the enhancement module, put it on your Rhino in the corner. On the Rhino on the corner, the back corner. No, the one that can level, yes. Yes. Now level him up for free. Sell him. Sell him.
Okay, never thought about selling and upgrading
Now
some.
take that module, put it on the Raiden that can level, and get your level for free, and you made money. No, the Raiden. The Raiden that
Right,
can
and
level.
on the yeah,
Yes.
this one here.
And then level him. Yes. Yes. Now we want to take temp range, and we need 3 more Raiden. This is all about Raiden numbers. And we're going to loan so we can take temp range.
Where would you place them?
No,
Right,
make sure play them all in a line. You need those firing as soon as possible. Yes. That one's going the wrong way. Make sure he's on board. 10 seconds when they loan for temp. Beautiful, beautiful. And now missiles.
You'll watch. Love the show. Okay.
And your crawler summon. Just click it anywhere. Didn't happen. That's okay. There was more nuance to what you needed to do here, I think, but you had to play with the time we had, and this was kind of our only line that gave us a shot here. We also got crawler flanked that pulled 3 of our Raidens out of position. That's where the missile would have ideally gone, was to protect our flank.
Ouch.
But did you see how you used the enhancement module to level up a unit that we were going to sell to use it twice?
Yes, this was awesome tip. Like,
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
can
That's what it means when someone says stonk. That means to level a unit and then level another unit in the same turn to double dip on the value.
This is awesome. I would have never thought about that.
It is a high level strat copied from, I think it's from Sacco originally, right, guys? Or did it come out of the 201?
Idea. It was a thing when I joined the game. It was a thing, so I don't know the origin story.
I'm asking chat, not you, because I know it predates you. So, if anybody remembers where that came from, is that a Sacco and the brain trust thing? I think it is, and that's where it got the name Stonk from. Tourney is in 45, so whether or not you guys redeem for Anabolica, I am going to say no thank you. I need to take a... You first saw it from Rat. Yeah, it spread really quickly. I'm going to take a brief moment to make my dinner start, and then I am going to run a game on ladder to warm up for the Mechabellum Elite Americas. Whew.
Also, used to the Stonk module was a 100 cost item, and it was broken.
Yeah, it was badly broken then.
Now it costs 200, and it's still really good, but it's not an automatic pick anymore. Also, you could get it on like round 2 or 3 instead of having to wait for round 4, and you could just it was out of control how hard you could snowball with that item.
Thanks for letting me joining you guys. Thanks for distributing those gifts to let me join even here. And gotta say, yeah, I will also stream my 0 to Hero in a few days, and let's see us there.
Nice.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You as well. Yeah, the Raiden, the Ray Fire Badger combo play needs to be reacted to quickly, and committing 3 Mustangs with range the turn that the Badgers were down was difficult, unfortunately. Ray is a difficult unit to play around.
All right. We are back. Welcome back to those of you that see ads. Thank you for the follow, Geek Out Nick. I missed that a little bit earlier. Too focused on the game at the time.
That was a Toast Strikes Again moment.
Yes, that was Toast striking again. And thank you, Toast. Well, I knew Toast had struck. I didn't know that.
The recipient.
No, I knew the recipient. It's the follow I didn't know about.
The follow. I'm just. My apologies.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have I am Znart as opponent. Congrats to those who bet against Anabolica and I. Hey, wait a minute. Marksman specialist with marksmans? Anabolica, what? Anabolica has just cracked 50 gifts for the month. 50, just so you guys know out there, 50 gifts lifetime is the qualifications for getting on the end of stream screen. So Anabolica's done it in a month. Guild, I will read off those in a moment as soon as I've finished my plays and gotten my okay, prediction is up for this one. What are we doing here? Quick supply. Okay, he's in ball staying, right? Ball staying aggro. Hold on. Oh, we don't want you guys there. No, we don't want you there. Okay. We're not going to get to do the U-shaped pull thing. That is unfortunate. In that case, maybe we just sit mid like this. Hello.
Hi. Look, I found one of the balls that was like half made, and I.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness.
Hello and goodbye, kiddo.
Round 1 Wraith. Titan says hello and goodbye.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, hello again then. I hear you have fun plans. Plans?
Says, I hear you have fun plans planned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a way with
Right
words.
now I saw it.
Round 1 Wraith into Marksman?
That's a choice.
Yeah? Yeah, it's interesting.
So were they quick supply with ball?
Yeah, quick supply ball. Huh.
I got literally nothing but tortilla.
Ballsy, I know, he says.
Very funny.
Go get me towers, please. You be on Wraith side, I guess. No. You'd be wrong-sided. Oh, hello. Alright, Anabolica's gift subs went out to Guildhand, a Viking Raider. Oh yeah, we saw you recently. Akachak, Teddy, Saltsmine, Mega Space Player, Velati, Waterman Games, and Daralani, and Julia Sparkles. Holy macaroni, indeed. Aw. Emma and Anna are kind of hard to distinguish, aren't they? Alright, Kiddo's friend is dropped off. I have no idea what that's going to hit, but... let you be deep, I think. Well, lurk watching, no sound, says Geek Out Nick. Alright, thanks, man. Well, appreciate you being here. There is lots of Wraith out there. I thought we were friends. Nope. Son.
You round one Wraith. There are no friends. All's fair in love and war.
This is going splendidly from my perspective. Finish it. Come on. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Just the way we drew it up. Alright, you're going to be in 3 of those. I am perfectly happy. EMP 2 of them? Sure. Range the chaff clear by round 3. I mean, I'm a turn late, but, you know, it's better than never. Yeah, we skipped it. We skipped it. For a unit to make it in a build, how many do you have to buy? Woof, Dachshund. I mean, you could...
I think that's a strange way to think about it.
Yeah, that's a strange way to think about it. I think about it in terms of, like, did I...
Does it have a role, and is the unit filling that role?
Right. And...
Like, for example, let's say, like, in theory, you have a chaff clear unit, but if your opponent literally only builds 3 chaff, then you may only need 2 of that chaff clear unit.
Right.
So how many you need depends on how in demand the role that unit provides is.
Right.
Now, chaff clear, you can't just pretend your opponent will never add chaff, so you kind of need a few more than you need right now if they're super light, so you don't kind of get hit with a pivot. But I think the number of units you need of a given unit in a comp is the degree to which that role is in demand. And to your specific question there, I also don't think a lone melter to answer a specific problem is not part of the build. That is efficient answers to specific problems that oftentimes a build will need if your opponent is challenging your build effectively. If that one melter, you know, if that one boat turned into 4 or 5 and you needed 3 melters, then you're kind of in a worm melter comp at that point. But I think a singleton unit countering a specific niche of a build doesn't qualify as a build per se. It is part of the toolkit to keep builds in check. Okay, well, if he had 4 and it only took 1 melt, well, I guess that actually even further illustrates the point. If 1 melter can kill all 4 of them because your worm comp was winning the board, then the melter is doing its job, but to me it is not part of the comp. Because the comp is winning so hard, 1 melter can kill 4 boats and win the game. So that more speaks to the merits of your build than it is that melter is part of the build. It was just the most efficient part of answering a specific threat. That's my take on it anyway, I guess. I didn't mean to step in on your toes.
Yeah, that's fine. I liked that answer.
But your question actually implies a deeper conversation, not to like try and make a mountain out of a molehill, but I think people think of comps dogmatically, when in fact they should think of comps as units fulfilling roles. And I think the more you think about them as role fulfillment, the number that you need will become more organically obvious.
Yeah. And I go with a let's focus on the game in front of us request.
Yes.
Thank you. Since I'm on 500 hit points here. Neck rage, the chaff problem. What is the one last unit I need here, Titan? This marksman, maybe?
Marksman have the anti-air. Is there a are your marksmen connecting but failing to kill? If so, double tap could be potentially valuable if it's a DPS on the wraiths.
It's not really that, it's the...
Otherwise...
Actually, the wasp's getting in the way.
8 seconds. Gotcha.
And, you know, we're shooting other things, but... Well then, that is a loss for us. That's why we play a warm-up game. Minus 24, that's fine. We don't really care about current MMR. We're more thinking about oh goodness. Rematch. Hmm? Hey, jeez, man. Good luck, have fun in the rematch. Okay, what are we gonna do here? I think that, probably. Are you in crawlers? You are in crawlers. So we can fix breakpoint with you guys, right? So just amp core these guys to have the better breakpoint. What I'm thinking?
Yeah. I think that's certainly a solid option there. What is your... Sabers obviously are for the spider, and then
Yep.
you have your chaff clear, so now it's just adding chaff.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to go aggro with this, or standard?
I'm thinking standard, actually.
Do you mean aggro? Because that's aggro position. Okay. Oh, I see. I'm behind because I'm watching this.
Right, you're watching a stream instead of Discord. I can fix that for you. There you go.
Then, okay, more hounds.
Gotta figure he's coming from one side or the other. No? Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be Void Eyes.
Interesting.
Void Eyes are actually pretty decent into hounds.
Yeah, they are.
Although it's a little redundant in that regard with fighter, but not hugely. It's also decent DPS for round one.
The DPS is for the sabers, not the...
Naturally. It is nice that sabers still one-tap things under debuff.
Yes, they are so buff. Just doing 800 or whatever it is. Right. It's a nice first round for him. But I think we're in a solid position that can answer that. Right? And now we probably triple recruit some real chaff, or double recruit some chaff.
I like the underground to keep him honest. If he's going to be pushing, then that's going to be useful for you long term.
Right.
I also think that Raiden is very good into what he's trying to play, because one of the big things that Void Eye lacks, as opposed to Phoenix, is that it will never outrange the Raidens. And as a result, I think that Raiden is strong into it. And as long as you can clear the chaff on the ground, then I think Raiden is a pretty solid option.
Right. And that's the whole hound plan, right?
Right.
All right. Now, question: wherever he puts the underground, can we pull it to
A hound.
a hound? Exactly.
I do think you should unlock Mustangs here, because I think that they're just good to have and solid into the possibility of Wasps countering Raiden, and it's also very good if he clicks the flight prematurely on the Void Eye.
Right.
They're not the best into Spider, but having them on offer if we need them and not having to use them as an unlock, I think is valuable.
Right.
And you will get his right tower. Oh, do all of them pull?
They did all pull, yeah.
Oh.
But I've taken all of his chaff, so it's gonna be a little rough for you. Uh-oh, he's got 4 crawlers that knew the mission. Guys, quick! Somebody pay attention to the crawlers. Will nobody think of the crawlers? Nobody will think of the crawlers. Okay, fine. There's a cheeky scorpion on the line for some of this junk.
I think Scorpion is tempting, although it does invite the air pip. Oh, it's free. I see, on the drop. Ooh, Quad Fang. It's either Quad Fang or Scorpion.
Yeah, that's the only two I'm thinking about here.
I honestly like 4 Fangs. I think that's so good.
I think 4 Fangs is just too darn good to pass up. So I'm as tempted as I am.
I like that call. I also think the bodies matter a lot, and it plays well into long term. Yeah. Yes.
Round 3 range.
And I think
for you.
Honestly, like, he could be going Rays. Are you prepared to lose to the Rays and go Raiden next turn potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what I am hoping happens.
Okay.
Honestly.
Then get a crawler flank established shallow that distracts him, that horizontal in his shallow flank. Because he's been rushing your tower, and if you stall that, like on his right side flank.
Got it.
the one that would normally get. But yeah, exactly. But you can mobile turn it horizontal, and that way you can mobile beacon it deeper into his territory. Like, yeah, there we go. Okay, keep him honest. I like it. Nice, you eat the missile.
And he does go through the raise. Perfect. Wait. He also added fangs.
Your tower.
Right.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. Fangs are just so good to add here.
Yeah. Everybody, either way.
Hmm. It may be worth selling the leftmost of Sabertooth to help fund your giant pivot if you need the money for it.
Yeah. I mean...
Also, maybe there's enough fangs to kill those? I doubt it at level 3.
Will they get one? Yes, they get one. Oh, they get a tower debuff.
Okay. Right, that's what I was wondering, was maybe they'll get another question mark. It was closer than I think we thought. Wait, what's there was another crawler at the tower. You can Rhino drop that spider. I don't know if it kills it via Goomba, but that's honestly pretty strong.
That is amazingly strong. Actually, we could also Goomba these guys, but no. We just...
Oh, that's the play this round. That's... well, maybe. They're definitely dangerous. Pound levels are super valuable.
I know.
Ray.
And with one Raiden, we're going to add one more of you.
I think you should missile out the chaff and... well, I guess you have the Hound for that.
Put the Hounds for, yep.
Maybe... I mean, if we're relying on that Fang getting the level back there might actually be valuable. I don't know.
Yeah, it did great work last time, right?
Boss back there, okay. And the blue fangs will actually... nice.
Yeah, it'll run right into those blue fangs. Alright, tournament registration is open, everybody. Tournament reg is open. If you haven't had your dinner or whatever, it is time. Grab your... set your thing in the microwave, whatever it is you do for hanging out with us.
And the Raiden level on that one in particular is important,
yes,
so that it can one-tap those in the future.
Yeah, that is why I wanted it to not be necessarily be Goomba'd, but instead go just get a honest level. You might have been right about missiling it out, though.
Mm-hmm. I think the insta-lock was important. Also, the fact that one got pulled was a little... unfortunate. I would have wanted that horizontal flanking crawler a little deeper than that to prevent that kind of thing.
I had 5 seconds when you gave me that.
I know, and that's why I didn't...
And I had another deploy, so...
Like, that's a future reference comment.
Yeah, I absolutely would have if there had been any more time. It literally, the mouse movement up to there would have prevented me from getting back to the other one. So, Gulthand says, "Talk for enumeration's gone." I hope I got that anywhere close. I think I hope I got that close. Ooh, Elite Stang. Don't be tempted. Don't be tempted. Just,
Was there a giant card?
There was a giant card. How did you know?
Did you take the giant card?
Of course I took it.
Very nice.
You know me. He loves his Giants here. Sure did, buddy. That sounds like probably not, then. And look at that is like perfect monies, isn't it?
I like that Raiden on the right side. I think force him. Yeah, I think you should establish your position here. I do also think that another Hound on that side, a little bit deeper, is going to be valuable.
Right.
Because you had late shaft that was getting in. And when you can afford it, the beacon for your crawler distraction is going to be valuable.
Right.
Also for the unlock.
Yep.
Is there anything that you think that you would want that we don't want to have to multitask unlock? Because storm potentially. that crawler call in for him was actually not as helpful as he thinks because it kept your hounds back.
Yeah, the hounds enjoyed that.
And that meant that they didn't run in and die.
Yep.
Our marksmen, are they leveled? Oh, no, those aren't marksmen, those are void eyes.
Yep. They don't reach the sky. Only the fangs. He has fangs, which are Raiden's nemesis.
That's not functionally speaking, he's out of upshoot.
Falak, you got yourself over for 1700. Very nice. And Gultand, welcome in, first-time chatter, long-time lurker, I believe.
Win quick if you're going to get to Tourney, though. That's the spooky part.
Yeah, 10 minutes, we got this.
Okay. Yeah.
In case there's an anti-missile device. I need double missile to make sure I get those kills.
Okay. It's round 6. Do you want to loan for temp range and try to go for quick close?
Yes.
For Tourney's sake, if nothing else?
Yep.
And I actually don't think you want him to have late chaff. I think you want to have more chaff.
Yeah, more chaff for ourselves.
Behind your tower center, yes, right there, perfect. $100.
That is...
Like attack. Oh, the beacon, yes, perfect. That beacon is nice because of the distraction it provides.
They won't get there, but you know. We're done.
Okay.
Oh, is there anything we want to sell? No, I don't think so.
That's what I was going to ask, but I think...
This guy just dies?
Yes, that's a good sell, I think. And we take tower attack, yeah. Unless it's a shield on your front in case of something.
Attack would get us one-shotting these guys with the level 2.
Nice.
Sold them. Sold. Perfect.
On Melter. Then we're gonna go EMP on your Raidens next.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That way you can turn off his melters.
As soon as we connect with them, but I think it's actually...
Exactly.
I think you might be right about some later hounds on the right side, and Mech Rage for all hounds.
Yes.
And early chaff is the other thing I'm thinking here. Coaching stream is amazing, Amarok. I love it. I'm learning a lot. Well, thank you, Hell on Fire. Appreciate it. The coach is Alpha Titan. He has been with us, as you guys know, for a long time, and
very nice.
He has reached what MMR have you peaked at now?
20. Well, this season it hasn't.
No, just overall lifetime peak.
Oh, lifetime peak is 2110.
Yeah, sweet. So you broke 2100. There you go.
Lone range.
Yeah.
I also like more chaff. Question is, do we want to shield Fang and do Fangs as late chaff since you're doing... I kind of like that. Oh, Mech Rage on the Hounds, right. So then it's definitely 2 crawlers. And or it's maybe a hound, lead hound.
Yeah, it's a late hound. We do need another row of crawler back here as well, in my opinion. And you know what?
Do you want to... let's sell the Farseer for another Raiden. I think that's a good upgrade at this point.
Sure. I can get behind that.
Blue one. Okay. Beacon. Oh well. Okay.
Actually decided I agreed with you about the late chap. I almost sold that flank distractor.
Well, the flank distraction I think is still valuable, but okay, if you don't want it to be too late, then that's certainly fine.
I mean, at the point that I'm literally running a backline hound for this.
Curious. I don't think the spread on his crawlers is mattering, but maybe we're wrong. It's hard to know when that's good and when that's not
Yeah,
good.
Hound is less susceptible to it than Arclight is, but it will help.
Massively.
Yeah.
Tankiness could also potentially matter.
No, we have high-level Hounds at this point, so the tankiness is less important to him. You get some locks. Those are very nice locks. I agree.
We have time for another round?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
5+ minutes.
Ooh, Battleship call-in could be really strong.
Yep. Agree.
I think middle it gets locked. I think you just play it on his crawlers and hope that they run. Or you have a Goomba as well. Interesting. A lot more things. Range.
Mm-hmm.
EMP on the Raidens could be really strong. Missing out a bunch of chaff on the front is also really good here. Like just
Right,
kill his chaff.
because they spread.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, got it.
And just get your clicks. I really hope you don't miss Tourney.
No, we're not missing turn.
Okay, okay.
Remainder of this match will be for subscribers only, though, because we do need to get our ad break in. So,
Right.
apologies to those of you who might be missing it. We're going to run the ad break now. Yes, yes, you can. So, and in fact,
Nice.
Mechabellum is amazing for that because you.
There we go.
That clutch earlier gift sub giving me the end of the match. There you go, Viking Ride. Viking Raider. All right, that is our victory. And we've got a couple of things to get done between now and Tourney. So we're going to be rebooting things. We're going to be a couple of other things. But GG's Znart, man, welcome back. That was a lot of fun to get to see you twice in a row there. Where is the second Znart game? Oh, that one. This one. And out here. Tournament, for those keeping track at home, tournament is in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That would have been... so it turns out we did actually have time. I should have waited, but... you know, c'est la vie. Apologies to those that see the ads. Not that they're hearing me, because they're at the ad. Twitch Turbo, protect me! Twitch Turbo is very nice, and we get credit for it. Like, we actually do. You peasants, you'll never see the finish. Yeah, sorry guys. No, I mean, I actually think Mechabellum is great for ad scheduling between matches. The only time, you know, because I was not paying super close attention to the timing, and I saw that the ad was going to be running anyways. So this lets us go into the tournament with three snooze buttons, and don't forget to go click register. What am I doing on the front page with 2 minutes to what?
There's no way. There's got to be people that
There's
just
got to be people,
signed
yes.
up.
Looks like it'll be 2 groups of 80 or so it's likely to be 6 rounds, but could go 7, depending on spoiler rounds. We can rat you out. It's true. Would love to join Anabolica, but you do have to go to sleep. Have a good one, and of course you can always catch Tourney on VOD. And thank you very much for the 2v2s and the many gift subs. Really appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Sleep well. Welcome to Elite Tournament Americas. Hello, Egophobic. Good luck, have fun. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Let's go. Okay, we are, of course, in Advanced Group 1. I guess this may mean we're in an even number and down in the bottom half. Choose outcome for the previous one.
Oh no! I queued up on my alt because that's the last time I had played.
Yeah, well, there you are then.
Do I play it? Do
Yeah.
I bully the lower leagues?
Oh, are you in the lower league? Oh dear.
Maybe I'm in the. I don't know which league I'm in. That's part of the problem.
Oh, it says Advanced Group 1 above the button.
Oh. Okay, so I am in the advanced group. I'm just in under Minion Mascot. Okay, well then. Maybe we'll see each other around.
All right, man. Well, until then, I'm going to throw you on Deafen, but we'll chat between rounds, for I'm sure. All right. There is my favorite pack and my giant specialist. We don't need to stop and think about that one. Egophobic, of course, is wearing a tournament champion badge from Intermediate Group 1. Tarkus just handed you a win? Like, didn't ready up? Interesting. Well. One of the things I have been doing to make this hound staying start so successful for me is kind of offsetting them and picking a side. We are facing tarantulas, which is not great for us. We'll try an early marksman and just hope he can get a kill or two. And in that case, we're going with a 4th hound, and we're building the rest of our hound line out here. And he's on this side as well. He's got a bunch of marksmen behind his line. Wow. Our marksman did pretty darn well to take down a tarantula. I don't think he's going to last. He does not. Round 1 to egophobic. But we started with 5,300. Hockey is on intermission now. Do I want ER Fort in a headbutt? Better to have a haste module on the far side Mustang, I think. Sorry, bro. NFL playoffs are more important than me? What? What the? You've got to sort out your priorities. Banned. Permanent ban. Oh my god. It's amazing. Okay. No, we don't throw out random permanent bans here. We do throw out forts, though. Eco is asking to meet the forts. Nobody gambling against. Somebody's got to put at least one bet on egophobic. Because then you'll be like, if you win, you get like 700 to 1, right? And look, he's dominating right now. There you go. Round 2, we drop down all the way to 3,700. It is so nice that we started with 5,300. Oh, hey, look. Marksman, you've had a good run there, buddy. And we block Melter. And it looks like it'll be you guys. Coming off the back row. Range and a Raiden. Okay, the Raiden's a little bit annoying, but, you know. There is the Alpha Titan rule. Range your chaff on round 3. Ooh. Escape velocity. If you are in Tourney... Oh, you have the skip, right? You got the buy from Tarkus? Okay. In the Discord, there is a... in the Mechabellum Discord, there is a... share your replay. Right? Not ours, not the guild one, but the main one. There's a share your replay link. Share a replay. And then there's also a bug reports, and you can link to the file from share the replay. to just throw the replay up, throw the bug report up, and say, hey, like this is it. Yeah, and then there is actually an existing bug, I believe, on that issue. So having a replay that demonstrates it might be very valuable. To the devs, I mean. Giant spec, huh? I will buy myself a scorpion. Scorpion! Well, no, I mean, if it happened during the game, like, the bit there is, even whether or not it happens during replay, being able to say, this is a game it happened in, is valuable just in and of itself, because if it turns out, like, maybe the replay file holds a whole bunch of data, you know, unnecessary data or something. So. We're down 200 on economy on those shields. And down a bunch on that, huh? Alright, 800 hit points left to stabilize. Phew, thank goodness. You shooting there. You're gonna do 53. Oh my god, rhinos on the flanks. Are they armored? Tell me they're not armored. They're not armored. Okay, that's fine. Alright, well. You do not have access to the feedback and support bug reports. So feedback and support report a player bug reports, localization reports you don't have access to. The bug report, okay. And then throw me the link to it, and I'll throw it in the bug reports, the QA side. Hey, Egophobic! Congratulations, man. Well played. Yeah, it just spiraled away from me, and I did not have I did not go quickly enough to an answer, right? So he played it really well, really quickly, and I think my mistake was probably buying the haste module and extra Mustang on round 2, rather than taking. There was something like EMP drop, I think, was also available, and that would have been much better for me. Throw down EMP on top of a bunch of your units, slow you down. I might also have needed to missile out your starting position more frequently. So, but it's round 1 of a tourney. It's all good. Go get me lots of minor points. That's how you can make it up to me. If you're really sorry, you owe me minor points. And Tarkus lost before I did. No, I'm not 13. Where are we here? Fort build is on. Okay, I was 20th, you were 29th. So that's one of the upsets in the group. Nicely done. Are there... Oh, Zalix is in, facing default name. Teddy got a win. Minion mascot versus Tryon Tiger. Or Tryon Tiger. Oh, hey, Spade. It says, I had to abandon early, sadly, because life happened. One of these days I'll get to do a whole tourney. Yeah, it is tough to build out the 3 hours and really have the time and space for it. Is that enough for Titan to get the win? 2488 becomes 240. Oh god, why are you so deep, sir? That is so punishable. I hope Titan is thinking storm cheese here. Weird amount of alts lately on ladder or tourney. I mean, right. So if it's not sure, like if he's relatively new account and stormed up through the placements, then yeah, it is the then some of your MMR loss gets devoted to his starting MMR, the hidden starting MMR, because a new account gets started technically with a zero experience. or 0 MMR, and gains a bunch as it does its placement matches. And then if it ever loses, the amount it loses gets given to a buffer account of it, a buffer MMR of its own. So like it starts with 1,000 MMR buffer to give away. So like some of the loss will have been devoted to the buffer instead of to the main account. So that just means it's a new account. Maybe he got there that quickly. Maybe it's an alt. Maybe it's a Smurf. We don't know for sure. There's not that many YOLO guy. That is a pretty rare position to be in. This is a pretty efficient flank answer there. I like it a lot. But this is why opponent is just not protecting the towers at all. Titan had about 4 different ways to finish this board off. And gets the round 1 win. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Boom. Well, good news and bad news.
It was.
I lost mine quicker than you won yours, so.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had a bad start into a spider board. He committed to the spiders really quickly and dropped me in 5.
See. Oof.
Just didn't have enough time to stabilize. I felt like it was getting there. But then he knew I was Giant Specialist, so he saw my pivot and countered the pivot right on the turn that I did it. So,
Onyx, I posted earlier, but I had been playing 2s with somebody from the lobby, and so I hadn't switched my account. I hadn't played it all today. I just casted, and I didn't realize until I was paired with somebody that didn't say Alpha Titan.
Right.
And so that's why I meant to be on my main account to get some
MMRs.
Combat power for the and
combat powers. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely need the combat power on your main.
It would have been nice to have.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. I got my daily dose of kicking the 1400 around, I guess.
Yep.
Or 1400. That was rough.
Well, the fun thing is you'll be one of those who pairs upward. So this would be one of those where, like, knowing your alt
upset potential
and being able to cast it would have been amazing, right? Like, okay, we know this is actually it's not really a 1400.
Yeah. I felt really bad too, because like if I do well, it's gonna be on my minion mascot account.
I know.
Like, imagine this unknown 1400 goes and like
wins tournament and that's it.
Thing.
Yeah.
It's like. And that one time I accidentally played the Elite Tournament on my alt.
Yep.
At least I'm not in... I would have probably quit if I was in the wrong bracket.
Yeah, I think that's...
The bottom one.
Honestly, I think that's correct, right? If you belong in Advanced Group 1 and your alt queues into something else, I think that the polite thing to do is abandon.
Sportsmanship thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So who is Vibe? Okay, it's Archwise. Gotcha. By the way, I don't know if you caught the tail. I think you caught the tail end of my match, but I actually used the EMP in case there was a Wasp shield. So I
saw that.
Missile.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that. I called it out as being a really explicit, or really
like, you know what? I don't want to use
answer.
Too many missiles here.
Yep.
And he didn't leave room for a crawler protection. And
right.
I was winning so hard that there was like nothing else I needed.
Love it.
So are those suck multi-melters?
They are now suck multi-melter, yeah.
Something is EMPing them, though. At least one of them. Was there Void Eyes with EMP armor or something? Because that one melter keeps having EMP on it.
I hadn't seen an answer there. Oh, Suck Melter kills the worm. Uh-oh. Vibe in trouble. 13th seed in tournament. Well, it's 13 versus 36. I don't remember which one is which.
Curious.
Sweet
I'm assuming
vibe.
that's one of my disciples. That's quite a. I didn't even know I had disciples, but okay. Are you referring to Teddy by chance? I can't think of who else you might be referring to.
Phonix is saying because he forced Vulcan Marksman, he's one of your disciples.
I see. Phonix is obsessed with the idea that I only play Vulcan Marksman, and that's
Right.
what the gotcha.
Right.
Keep in mind, I'm a convert. I am not like the instigator of this. Ooh.
I mean, Vulcan Marksman has been one of the classic comps for the duration of the game. It's literally built into the tutorial. So.
Yes, it is. Oh, how did that go, Falak? Fade, I was playing Hound, and then you got gifted Vulcans, so then I went Worms.
Well, yes, Vulcan Phoenix was the other classic comp. It's
I
true.
remember when Vulcan Marksman was called the Walmart version of Vulcan Phoenix.
That is,
and then people realized that the ability to summon your marksman with levels off the giant you already had was kind of a big deal.
Right. So is just destroying a tower off of Rip. Holy smokes!
Oh my goodness. That was painful to watch. And the Suck Melter cannot heal off of crawlers.
I mean, technically it does heal off of crawlers.
Okay. It cannot consequentially heal off of crawlers.
True. You know, I just love, because you are so precise with your wording in so many circumstances,
Right.
You know I like to tweak just a little bit. So Vibe, using the vertical tech on the Abyss at 1780, upsets a 2000 MMR Archwise. Let's go, Vibe!
Nice.
Whoosh!
What was my seeding in this tournament? Where was
88th
I?
or so?
Oh my gosh, so I literally barely made it into the
Yes, you did. All right.
81st.
81st, sorry, not 88th. My bad.
Oh my gosh, Teddy was one place higher than me. He's 80th.
So you guys almost drew each other for the opening match.
Yes.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been hilarious. Ironically, I think that would be because Teddy's played me enough that might even have behooved him.
It would have been a harder matchup for you. Around the group, as we heard, Doxson beat Falak with the armored Rhino, with the armored Vulcan, for the extra hit points and minimizing some of the damage, slowing the damage. Yep, in the Vulcan Mirror. Apuchi beats Becca Mellum, Forgotten Arbiter over Tekla. We know Tarkus had abandoned against Dragonlord, or didn't ready up. Fury beats Ping Shi, a Vibe we just saw beat Archwise. Nameless.
We know Crispy Bacon is
Fury.
Fury, right?
Yeah, that's what I said there. But yes, I did not call out that it was Crispy Bacon, right? That was Fury, that's true.
Gotcha.
Cheese beat Reborn Lord. Thonix with the win over Fantasy Seal. T-Tophus beats Park. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu loses. Fort Build over SFTV. River Skende beat I Am Znart. So, unlucky there. We might wind up queuing into I Am Znart in the second round. Egophobic, as you guys saw, with the upset win over your streamer. Brutal.
And it was Egophobic. You played him as well.
Yep. Exactly. Asite beats Bellicose Drake. That's a nice upset for Asite. Very well played. The Magician and ERS are still going. Sparty faced off against Dr. Hay. AWM beat Bimpy. B-Man over Sag Pseudo. Floofy Boy beat Julia Sparkles. Okay, I have a question. Sajsuda was in like the top 15 seeds for Europe. What the heck happened to you, sir? All right.
Oh my word.
Yes, right? Floofy Boy beat Julia Sparkles, Odyssey over Freedom, and Godog beat P-Nova. That's B Farmer. Further on down, we have wins from Gingerman, Fedez, Jazonk, Mumbo Jumbo, Dabu, 790, Dreadmaker, Treeflow, your moderator, Zalex, Parvis. We've got plenty of hit points. We'll jump into that one. Space Raw, Laplace's Shadow, and then two favorites from chat, Teddy and Alpha Titan, get wins. Your moderator, Alpha Titan, and our co-host, 2v2 partner, and all of that, the voice you guys are hearing. Bob 1-1 with a win. Semtex, Ashbash, Chimera, How Real Are You, Rash, and Chick In. There were 96 in this group, so we'll have 48. 48 goes down perfectly to 24, which goes perfectly to 12, which goes perfectly to 6, which goes perfectly to 3. And then we'll have a spoiler. Barring
assuming no one ever drops or abandons.
Assuming no unbeatens abandon, right? Because plenty of people will abandon at the bottom half. Let us step into the... Oh, they're down. It looks like Maffin Mango TV is going to go down here. But we'll put that one on for you guys.
I'm looking at the round now, and I can tell it looks bad. There's Elite for level 4 and level 3. One, the level 4 with a laser sight.
Ooh.
And they are launcher elite range.
Oh, my old build!
They are the Uber Giga Forts, and they are saying, who cares about Melter on the other side?
Yeah, this is amazing. I absolutely love it.
And the real question is 175. So even with launcher, the level 4 fort outranges the Melter now, and is elite launcher overload, doing 52,000 damage a shot.
Per shot, right? Heal this, buddy.
Right. And one tap to you, and one tap to you every 0.9
9 seconds. Unfortunately, getting both of them together got them EMP'd, or this round could have gone a lot better for him. Getting two of those forts EMP'd at the same time. A bit painful. The produced crawlers are useful. So this round not as big as it could have been for Pierogi Boy. Round 15 or bust. It's over already. Forgotten Arbiter takes the Maffin Mango TV side. Gamba still up. We can hide that for you guys. We can hide that. I mean, everybody's in this tournament though, right? You guys know if this match.
It is round 12, so in theory, even if this goes to
round 13, there's no spoiler.
And on top of that, maybe there is not enough damage, and
oh yeah, right.
Pierogi Boy wins by having more health left.
More health left. You're right.
Losing the round by a bit.
Right. What kind of odds do we have now? 48-7 is the odds. I mean, I guess that's about 7-1.
That lightning storm is brutal, though.
And so is that fire over there.
Yes. But the Uber Gigafort.
Uber Gigafort just hanging out back here. I don't care. I'm fine. Pierogi boy, would you invent EMP, sir? Please. Please invent EMP. Any of your units.
Oh no, it got EMP'd.
We have a EMP Phoenix over here.
Oh, the fort needs to get out of this acid and not get, oh my gosh, the Void Eyes over here. Kill it in the acid.
Oh my god, Void Eye supremacy! Void Eyes beat Uber Fort! Amarok devastated!
They just did 150,000 damage this round. And that's without charge shot. Not even running charge shot. But you've got to win and do 1,700 damage.
Right, it's not enough to just win the round, Baffin Mango. You have to win big. So what does he need? What's the best way? These, right? A whole bunch of Scorpion to have the 900 hit point damage survive. Give them Siege. He doesn't run Siege. Well... Napalm Badgers.
Napalm Badgers? I see range.
Yeah, somebody called out those.
Oh, I think Napalm Badgers are going to light your own side on fire. As the pushing person, that would be spooky. The acid is gone for what it's worth.
Yeah, there is no acid this time. And we're bringing we've EMP'd the Stormcallers.
I don't know if these storms are going to be able to hit these melters. I think with the crawler prod and the better chaff clear and the armored rays, just, I guess, I'm not sure what the armored rays are for. That's a little strange, but there's a lot of them, and in that sense, there's very little upshoot on the other side. I think the melting points are going to get through. The fact that this melting point didn't get leveled, though, is criminal on the far left side, because you need more than level 1 melter damage to kill level 6 and level 4 forts. Also, the Raiden keep was a huge misallocation of resources. Checking one level 4 Raiden, I do not think was the key.
But it took out those. It took out. He knew what we were talking about. It took out the Void Rays, and it's a counter to the Phantom Rays from the drop. I mean,
maybe.
We are backseating somebody in round 13. At this point, we are correct. Pay me, bear-like. Pay me. Level 6 fort, since the time we've gotten here, has done 850,000 hit points. Congratulations, right. Pierogi boy. That is one of my favorite builds. I ran that build for a long time. And
there is nothing more satisfying than a laser sight elite launcher fort.
Exactly, just deletes the entire board.
By the way, it's scaled to doing 97,000 damage a shot.
Right. Let's go. It does look like it will be Amarok versus Park, Drake versus ERS. If you're in the top half, you can figure out your opponent by going 49 minus. So Minion Mascot, you're up against number 8. Teddy, you're up against number 9. That'll be B-Man for you. AWM for Teddy. You guys generally dodged Fury. Good luck with that one.
I would have much rather had Fury than B-Man, I think.
Onyx, you're up against Zalex. Let's go.
This is where being on my main account would have been much preferable.
Right. But on the other hand, you can get lots of MMR for your ult.
Right, because that's wonderful.
Because that's what I needed.
Hey, my alt can say it beat B-Man, in theory.
Right, strongest opponent beaten, right? Good luck, Park. Have fun. We'll put up channel points up for you. Minion mascot is Alpha, the magician. And of course, we'll throw a mute on there, so we're not hearing each other. Deafened Discord. Channel point prediction are up. Yes, 0-1 is better emotionally unless you really want the trophy. It can be true. Alright. Channel point up. Can we tilt Park again? That's the question. Get in his head, Emma. You got this. Elite spec, huh? Elite sledge supply. I do not want to be in a mirror as elite. So we are not going to go run sledges. Of course, that's the line from Doctor Who. I hope you know that, Park. I'm not. Spoilers, sweetie. When you're a time traveler and you also have a time traveling wife, you know, you have to check which side of the timeline you're on when you run into each other. He is aggressively symmetrical. Okay. With elite crawler. That is going to feed a lot of chaff to the hounds. We like the hound. We like the hound. Let's go. Zalix has actually checked out to... Oh. Alright, all the time. Supply specialist with advanced shielded device. We can literally just drop this, and I think it'll brick those sledges all day long. Yeah, you'll see. Now I do. I love it. Yep. I can keep his sledges from leveling and keep the shield is the real hope here. Calculated, baby. Mm-hmm. Sorry, man. Now, he could bring out fort of his own to bring the shield down. If he does, then we have 2 forts there. 2 forts to 1. And if he does, it's going to be targeted this thing, so we're going to run a crawler mid instead of behind towers. We're also going to try to have a slightly better fort, maybe. Is there a breakpoint here? 554 versus 492. There is. 551 versus 554. Oh, darn it. Needs to know that breakpoint cold and take the defense instead. Yeah, but it's not improved. And 100 that he spends is good for us, because we're supply specialist. He also managed to get a level into those level 2 sledges, which kind of annoyed me, but it's alright. We bring his down. Bring his shield down, so we're up 100 econ-wise. I mean, we lost our shield too, so I guess it's a wash econ-wise, but lots of experience for our forts, lots of experience for our hounds. Round 4 nuke? That can't be right, right? That just cannot be the right choice. We'll find out. Oh, we're gonna be the bet upon match? Alright. Works for me. Oh, it's level 2 Storm for Shield Break. Kinda good for him. Level 2 Storm in Nuke. That hurts. But again, we talked about that during the European tournament. It's just punishment for that kind of positional overload, where you've got this, like, I am in a super dense positioning. He was wise to take his tarantulas out wide, where they were not as vulnerable. Yes, Alpha Titan is playing B-Man. Wow, I want all of those, please. Can I have all of them? All 3 of them? Pretty please. Fort number 2, steel ball prod instead of range. We're going to have the hyper range fort versus his. And what kind of fort bar does he have? He's got launcher overload versus what did he give up? He has launcher overload instead of elite. So we're going to be the ranged forts. He's going to be the we shoot quickly. Alright, sit there with the range advantage, buddy. You got this. Lock on the level 2 so you can get your... Yes. Go get it. Go get it, boy. Get that valuable experience. Level yourself. Let's go! Alright. Our fort is halfway to level 3. With elite on the bar. You like the music in B-Man stream? I like it. Let's go. Ooh, acid is up. It's time to armor up, right? Shh. It's time to I mean, that would be absolutely devastating if it lands. We shield up. We take the 300. We're just going to have a nice little anti-wasp and a nice little anti-air. Because there are... At this point, I'm playing around what is going to beat me, not what am I... Defeat round 2, collect 1 MMR, watch the stream for a little while. Sounds fair. Oh man, we called this so well. He had to do something. And we even got the side right. We've left his forts sitting in acid. That is very rough for the forts. The one hound turned around to go play defense for us, which is ridiculous. Our fort has leveled off of his forts in the acid. I don't even know what he's supposed to do to come back from that. No. Stay in Amarok's stream. In your game, go click on B-Man's match. Well then. He has no real upshoot solution, right? think we just handled this side, right? Even without a... Yeah, even without a shield, we just handle that side, right? Oh my god. That's amazing. Those two are just like mutually assured destruction over there. Destruction. He's got his forts up to 140. We've got this guy to 130, and he punches for 34,000 damage versus 13 from these guys. That is why we went for that. He is vastly gold damage dealer. Tries to fight us. Oh, fights his way out of the acid. So he's done 156,000 damage that round. And yeah, that is round complete there. Definition of insanity, do it again. You don't get targeted. Just keep extending the line. Yeah, the boats literally staring each other down is ridiculous, right? Hounds have quietly done 235,000 damage up the middle. He's sold out of it. Does he actually have upshoot? So I actually think, Park, if you watch this back on VOD, I think Void Eye with the EMP armor was your best shot at this round. To turn off the fort techs. Wowza, that one was a very good game. Park making us work. I said at the start I did not want to get into a mirror, and then you got us into a mirror. You won faster? That's how I was gonna be 5-2 and I missed this tournament. Just America things. Probably true. Probably true. All right, 1866 MMR for Park. And we take the dub. So the reason we win this one, and this is part of why I switched to this bar, is to be able to win this kind of match off. We've actually got 150 range to your 135 with the laser sights and the elite marksman. So you know, you could have had 155 without the launcher overload, but even then it's just a 5-meter difference. So I'm fine walking the extra 5 meters. It's 1 more second. And then this guy is doing 34,000 damage to these guys 13. It is really good for clearing a whole bunch of other stuff, so that was why I skipped the steel ball production earlier in the match. Did take it later because I wanted this level 2 to survive. Whew. You left a lot of money in the last round. Ouch. I'm not sure if you caught what I was thinking over here, but 4 Overlord missiles would do 40,000 damage, and then 2 Sentry missiles would do 10. So I was thinking I could delete your Overlord and have about 8,000 hit points left, and come in and get tower. It didn't go that way, in fact, because there was nothing left over there, and then there was no upshoot. So, actually, just doubling down on it was rude, but doubling down on the headbutt there turned out to work, because they did get in and get those towers. And then the other thing was, I was shocked you didn't put up 1 shield for 100 on the acid round, because I think that was just too much value to skip in a Fort v Fort. Thank you, Titan. How did your game go?
I am really proud of myself and very disappointed because I was up against B-Man and he was elite spec, and I had a very poor pack to defend against his his spider aggro. However, I played the cards, I got the heavy arc, and I leaned into it, triple recruited elite them, selling out of one of my units. And then I went elite hacker the following round and actually pivoted and did 1,500 damage.
Nice.
I had 2,000 left. And then he loans on round 5, and he puts 2 forward shields. He took the EMP small spell. I took smoke.
Right.
I should have thought about the fact that sometimes hackers' shields are bad anyway.
Right.
So he barely kills me with like 15 over damage. If I take the EMP instead, I actually deal 1,000 to him without loaning.
Oh god.
So it's a 3,000 HP swing difference, me taking the EMP spell or not.
Right.
But what that tells me is I correctly countered B-Man so hard I was going to win the game.
Right.
I misplayed
a
good way to play around hacker counters that I should know better too, and so I both learned from it and was validated that I was on a winning line against him.
Right.
Because I would have been no loan, I would have been scaling.
Right.
And he was elite too, so I had to elite the arc lights in order to even kill his crawlers.
Right.
But eliting them when they were heavy arc with the card meant that I was tanking the spiders and then hacking them and then disrupting him with it. There was a wasp drop, which I immediately committed to, by the way, by ranging.
Right.
Which lets me also win the air war on the previous round. We both took wasps, and then I committed to them. I was so proud of myself and so disappointed. I was at 2,000 health, and it was round 5, and I had just won the round by 1,500.
Right.
He was loaning because he was scared of the tempo side of things.
Yeah.
And it just completely, like, I just barely lost. I'm so bummed, but I'm extremely proud of myself. And that's one of those games where you have to remember that MMR is different than skill, and he earned his win.
Right.
But I was winning the game and found something that I can improve myself, and my decision making wasn't at fault. It was a specific play around shields.
And a specific knowledge
angle.
Check. Yeah, a specific experience of the game. Good night, Thonix. We just hit Master 3 with that win over Park, so thank you very much, Park. Appreciate it. Julia Sparkles says, I replayed Dealing with the Wasp Swarm and won. Oh, ouch. Yeah, happens. We'll be back after ad, and thanks for being with us.
That was an incredibly hard stabilize, though, by the way. I was down bad, and I was like on round 3 when I was down 1,500, and he had spiders that were just coming at me.
That's okay. I need to go look at that game then. Where is that? Because that
was my game round 2.
Yeah, it's exactly the match.
I had Sledge Fang which is terrible into spider mark. Like his marks killed my sledges, his spiders killed my fangs. It's probably one of the worst matchups I can be in.
Right.
I didn't add marks because I wanted to go birds, and the birds did help. I was able to add one bird, but then I got the double arc light drop, and I was like, well, I'm going to lean into this because I need shaft clear.
Right.
But against blue crawlers, that's a limited angle. I was able to put them together so that one of them was able to level. The heavy arc card gave me a line, and I don't think my line works without the tanky arcs, to be fair.
Right. Right, but
the blue
being able to
hackers
take
was
the
incredibly right. I knew that something would come, either
Right.
money, and I was also Rhino spec, so I was fighting with no bonus until round 4.
Right.
Which I probably misplayed my Rhino. Oh, I put it in the back right corner when he was pushing me on my front left. Somewhat out of habit, and I think that was probably a mistake. I don't know why I did that. Actually, in hindsight, that's just an obvious blunder on my part. But it was a challenging game, but I feel like I refuted it commandingly.
Nice.
And that made me feel very good, in spite of the disappointment of, I think I would have beat B-Man.
Right.
Like, on a hard stabilize of hard losing to hard winning.
Right. I mean, I think that's just speaks to where you've gotten to. And, to be losing to B-Man, who's been playing the game 2.5 years longer than you have, is,
Right.
Yeah. That says something. Zalix has apparently a free W against Thonix. Thonix, what happened there? What was going on?
He said he was going to bed, that he was tired,
I see.
So I don't know if...
So he messaged,
chat,
and then he also messaged, yeah, he did say that, and then he also messaged Zalex in Discord, I believe. So, around the group, your favorites, Arbiter, Apucci, and Dachshund, 135, all get the W's. Very nice. Actually, maybe I'll just wait until people come back from the ad, because they're just about here. Magician, we must remember that wasps exist. You and Julia Sparkles both.
Wasps are spooky.
Wasps are very good, and one of the best pieces of advice you gave me was that piece to just take an untacked wasp and force opponent to counter it. That has made a huge difference, yeah, in terms of like forcing deploys and commits that aren't into their carry.
Mm-hmm.
It works.
And if they don't, then you can just snowball a wasp kind of out of nowhere.
Exactly. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads. Going around, your favorites have won. Forgotten Arbiter, Apucci, Dachshund, 135, boom, boom, boom. All easy W's. It looks like none of them lost a round. That is kind of as expected. Bob 1-1 goes down. AWN beats Teddy. Space Raw goes down. Nameless beats Pierogi Boy. There will be no repeat of the big level 4 forts. Zalex beats Thonix because Thonix decided to go to bed. But Zalex is 2-0, and that's nice. He's sitting at 22nd seed at the moment. Dreadmaker with the upset over Fort Build. We did get into a drinking game last night. I wonder how Fort is holding up today. Dabu over T-Tophus. That's a bit of an upset. A-Site over Jazonic. Vibe goes down in the middle of the pack. Dragonlord beats Gingerbread Man. Fedez over the Magician. Egophobic gets to 2-0. Thank you for the minor point, my friend. It's a win over Mumbo Jumbo. 790. Riveruskende getting wins. Cheese beat Parvis. Parvis apparently Julia Sparkles, I guess. Because Julia Sparkles is saying, I lost due to not playing around Wasp to Cheese Mechabellum. Sparty with a win. Laplace's Shadow beats Fury. Laplace's Shadow keeps coming up with these. Like, it's such a great name.
I think it's Laplace, by the way. I think
Laplace?
It's an anime reference.
Oh, okay, Laplace Shadow.
I'm pretty sure, but either that or I'm just wrong. But
okay.
I think it is.
All right. As you guys heard, B-Man beats the Minion Mascot and Hackers. Oh, Julia Sparkles was playing Sag Pseudo. Okay, thank you, Cheese. Floofy Boy beats Semtex Odyssey over Chimera. Godog beats Rash. Further on down, the folks getting to 1-1 to the group that includes your streamer and the voice in my ear, Alpha Titan, will be Bellicose Drake, Amarok, Reborn Lord, Ava Stigma, Bimpy, Sag Pseudo, Falak, P-Nova, Odds, Guess Who's Back, and that guy from that first game, Maffin Mango TV. Don't click the red button.
Where am I? I'm not actually seeing. Oh, here I am.
Yeah, it is Laplace. Okay, Laplace. The French, mathematician, sure. All right.
Yes, it's also a lot of tricksy magician characters in various anime come from that. And oh,
Well, I've been saying that one wrong for a year. Awesome.
Well, now you know.
We can fix it now. Saishu Heki says, that's why I like putting a Mustang in my back two corners. I'm going to say even more, that is why if this is your tower, this 4500 is your tower, that is why you have a crawler here and a fang here in almost every standard to deploy. One crawler, one fang. The crawler will head off and slow down a flank crawler or rhino. The fangs will slow down flank air, flank rhino, and flank wasps. They don't necessarily beat the flank wasps or wasp call-in, they just slow them down.
Which is enough.
It can be enough, exactly. Oh, we're up against Fort!
Only you had some experience in this matchup.
If only I had some experience against this individual, exactly. Who did you get, man?
Who did I get? I got Zalmoxis.
Zalmoxis. All right. Well, good luck. Have fun with that one. See you on the other side. Zalmoxis will be down around the 1400s, since you tend to be paired with somebody right around your level. Channel point predictions are up for this one. Amarok versus Fort Build. Streamer v. Streamer. What are we doing here? Hey! Okay. Tarantula. What are we doing against Tarantula, guys? Not going to lose the way we did last time. Sober match? Exactly. So for those of you wondering what that's about, last night, Fort hosted the first ever Tavern Brawl 4-player free-for-all the drinking game. So, just so you know, that's a thing now. He's running as a giant specialist with the Tarantula and Marksman. What are we going to do here? I think we're going to take hounds outside of towers, sledges inside the towers. We are going to make a 3-gap for hackers at both towers there. He's a little deep. Okay. Kind of half positions. Yeah, and what is that? He dropped back just a step with one. Really not sure what is going on there. We get one tarantula down, not the other. All right. Eats a start. How do you guys feel about playing around wasps? Since that was what chat was just talking about, we're going to play around a wasp. It's fine. Also a shield, which it could be really problematic for us. In terms of there being... a shield. So he could do what we did to Park, which was brick the sledges for a turn, brick the hounds for a turn, have that shield airdrop all the way out into my territory with this advanced unit that he's got. He has taken a wasp swarm in the back corner. That'll pull our wasps to his wasps. It takes a third tarantula. Did he forego a deploy? 50, 100, 300. I think he did forego a deploy. Bring out the one extra. Show him the power of the true fort build. I mean, he is giant specialist. It would be a bit dangerous. We're gonna lose round two to the wasps, and again, this is those tarantulas starting to scale on us. That's exactly what happened in game 1. So, sort of glad to see it. I was going to take wasps anyways, so we get given wasps instead. We'll take one more crawler. We're relying on the wasps to actually kill the tarantulas this turn. We will mass recruit for another hound. We need honest damage. Splash, and wait for it, 3 wasps from both sides. Right? Well, you have Splash, Wasp War, air battles, let's go. So this alone has changed both what he's thinking about and what he's, the total output from his side of the board. I have a level 2 sledge that heals. For a time, we'll have anti-air wasps. We've ranged the hounds. He goes to the Mustangs. We now have range on both of the hounds and the wasps there. Wasps with using their range only for the AA. And we get the tower, please. Please, please, please. I really appreciate that tower, because that'll let these guys heal. Get in and heal, boys. Alright. 22, 2,000 hit points. Hi. Vulcan? I think it is. He sells a wasp. He's got a nano repair sandworm. Well, you won't out-heal the fort at 7,000 damage, but you will out-DPS it. Versus, this needs to be level 2 to handle that bad boy. Oh yes! Go, crawlers, go! The crawlers get in there and do a lot of work. He has, however, bricked the wasps. But he's selling out of his wasps now. Uh-oh, don't die, you dummy. I told you not to die. What part of don't die didn't make sense there? when your fort ignores your orders. A power outage caused by a solar storm, sir? That is, a bit frightening. Big photon, but the worm goes under. Wormy no get. Wormy no get. Don't stand in the acid, you dummy. Wait a minute, you heal. Okay. Good work. You know that bit I said about not standing in the acid? Why didn't you listen to me? Wasp call-in saves us a bunch of hit points. 64 left. 64 hit points in a dream. Hit point was a resource. I think you mean was. Hit point used to be a resource for me. It no longer is. We have consumed it all. Okay, it was not a requested strat from chat, But we did show him a true fort build game. Dang, here we go. You might have wanted some shields there, Amarok. You did. You gave Amarok over 2,000 combat power, which was much appreciated. You know what? We've got the ability to control Z now. How far back do we have to go? Control Z saves lives, chat. We literally would have lost that game without Control Z. Oh. Your face saves lives. Got him. Didn't quite got him. Alright. Oh, goodness. Are we taking here, gang? I have to sell you, I think. You've been very valuable. We absolutely have to brick those EMPs. We absolutely have to have those. Well, that's a finish I didn't see coming, sir. Not sure the Fangs have got this. I don't think the Fangs have this, guys. I tunnel visioned on the board. Tunnel visioned on what we had. Not what could beat me. Hyper-focused on the wrong thing for that round. Whew, Fort Build did play very, very well there, and gets a deserved win. Yeah, you too, man. You too. It's me many minor points. Man, if we'd had... Yeah. Alright. Don't think about it. Don't overthink it. Minus 22. Oh no, I've been demoted, guys. I've been demoted. I haven't been demoted to Rookie Group, but I have been... I have been demoted to Master 2. Yeah, it was a great play by Fort Build there. And for those interested in dropping by to say so to him, here you go. You have the... try to be pause over there. Nope, nope. That fellow is the one there. Hello, Titan.
Hello.
Sigh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Godog and B-Man have both won their matches. River Ruskende over Laplace Shadow. Apuchi, Odyssey, Forgotten Arbiter, Asita, Fedez, AWM, Doxon, all with the wins. Amarok dropped to 1 and 2. Did you get yours? I presume so.
I had a flawless victory with Ride and Hound.
Yeah, you're
I had range on the Hounds by 3, mech rage by 4, the Raidens on 5, and 7 of them by round 7.
Brilliant. Well done. There are 12.
I took a steel ball drop.
Yeah?
As the round 2, by the way, and it bullied some Scorpions with speed.
Nice.
That was more because he had a chaff problem.
Right.
And then I was able to get... He was actually Rhino spec and took the blue Rhino, obviously, and gave it armor, and it was a bit of a problem, but then I got ball summoning for one of my Raidens on that side, and then that was solved.
Right.
And it was just... It was a lot of fun. I even took a speed card in the mid game and had to give up leveling a Hound so that I could range them on round 3.
Oh, right.
It was absolutely the right call.
Yeah.
Literally, I just didn't have the 50 to spare.
Yep. The tech matters a lot more than the...
One level on one Hound.
Yes. Yep. I almost beat Fort Build with big stompy robots, but lost to the abyss.
I saw that.
I just did not see it coming. It wasn't thinking.
64 HP in a dream.
Yes.
And you were so close. You
so
got
close.
Like
one giant away.
1-2 counter punch.
Yep.
And then just couldn't quite push it over the edge. And then he was like, "How about I just get off the ground?" And you were like, "Oh,
yeah."
I didn't think about that. Oops.
Well, I had, but I had sold out of the AA wasps, so. Yeah. All right.
And then you had a lot of time left over.
Good luck. Have fun in your next one.
Ooh, VV Bellicose.
Nice. we are back in the seat. I had to pee really badly. Let's click the ready for a rash this next match. Okay. All right, little bro, you're going to take a aerial specialist to get the win? To get the round 1 win, that's the question. Channel point prediction finally up. Let's take a recommended formation, something like that one. His opponent winning round 1 with the Phoenix. That is definitely cheating. These things happen. $200 hit points. He'll be at 5,500. We'll be at 4,600. Well, there's the problematic wasp, right? Cause a problem if you can. Force him to kind of answer it. You guys get the Phoenix. That is the question. Opponent tries the Tarantula Mirror. And a level 3 Arclight. Fun. We seem to have gotten the chaff pull we wanted. We get the drive-by on the Phoenix. Let's go. Split out to both sides. Can we get both towers? That would be nice. Well, we do need the wasps to kill the Mustangs. Look at that. That was pretty. The pull, everything calculated. Whew. That was an important round for us. Fun. We've given him one problem. Now we are giant specialist. We take efficient giant. Those guys head off to that. You guys grab shallow flanks, like so. Maybe like so. And what do we do? What do we do? Do we want a speed for this tower? I think we probably do. I'll take it. 50 for the speed. Ruh-roh. More Mustangs in the middle, but that is good. Mustangs in the middle don't help him much. Mustangs getting pulled out to the flank really don't help. Are you going to go with a saber-tooth defense out there? I kind of approve, thank you. It is indeed a very cheeky beacon, and it had speed behind it, so they actually get there when it matters. They are not going to survive to handle the Phoenix, I don't think. Oh, I take it back. Bringing in the level 2 Void Eyes behind it, they actually do get to tower. And get the Void Eyes wind up taking care of the problem back there. So we actually win round. Rash has gone from 5,500 to 5,000 in 2 rounds. While we were running what started as level 3, or what started as level 1, but have instead become quite problematic for him. Opponent has a Wraith, I presume, to stop the Wasps again. We're basically using this untacked Wasp. It's a reservoir of 400 for when we want to go to the Giant Specialist, right? We're basically using the Wasps to be a harangue him until he's in tears, and then we sell out of them. Wasps, are you gonna get tower again? Did you guys get in and get another tower? Let's go, Waspy Wasps. Alright. It was a pretty good round. So we lose it. We are finally going to sell out of the annoying Wasps to do something else now. Opponent trying to stop those wasps. Accidentally stops and slows down the teched void rays. Oh, we're gonna need charged shot. Okay. If we're gonna rely on them at all. Can I have a drop, please? Bearlike? I need a drop now. Thank you. We do have a slight addiction there, don't we? It's true. That is a bad fort bar for a matchup against me. Tower, please. Tower, please. Anybody? He has leveled both towers. Just in pure defensiveness, has had to level both towers. Which is fine. And it's still not working for him. You had fun with my fort bar against a punch fort bar? Love it. I actually want to know if the photon gets up to the void eye before they take off. It does not. They take off before the photon goes. So the photons run out that direction. He was worried about me lighting the oil on fire, which is fair. That was my original plan. So he's leveled this to a level 4 tower and run away. How does that song go? I like big forts and I cannot lie. Alright, and can we just hit both of those? Yes, we can. Look at that. And just bring both of those things down right away. You understand how that's going to work, right? You big photons. Oh, you're trying to melt things. That's cute. Retro, you are melting something. Hold on a minute. That's less cute. That's better. Team. Oh dear. Ah, that's okay. It was my own mobile beacon that cost me there. We were chasing him down, but, yeep, that's less good. Alright, we definitely need something like you, and something like you. So these are the answer the things that could beat us. First. Now what? Would be a very expensive button. Well, I do hope it is the right button. It was the right button, guys. We got the right button. Kind of having a, like, surely we're on last round, right? But it's now a level 5 tower over there. Everything is running to the big, the big defense around this tower. This tower is still only level 2. We've got all of our shields up. We punch through to the one tower. We're gonna punch through to the other one. The steel balls are causing troubles. The void eyes are causing troubles. It's a victory for Amarok. I do like my big stompy forts. Rash at 1296 made me work a lot for that one. Well played, Rash. That is, whew. We have knocked one player out of the tournament. I mean, if you looked at the MMRs, it's the right result, but man, did he play it well. Let's go get our +1, shall we? Wait, I want to see something. Oh yeah, 500,000 damage for our level 4 fort over here. I mean, to some extent, yes, but like the struggling with the wasps early, and really the one round that I lost was the one that I chased, the one round that almost killed me was the round that I chased into the melting point with a mobile beacon rather than just letting myself take the tower and come in at a normal pace. So what happened was I ran the haste module fort out in front of the units that would have otherwise outpaced it. So, but we got a win with the Void Eye. Very much used the Void Eye for what for the EMP armor. We got back to Master 3, gang. And we got our 2 whole MMRs. Yay. Julia Sparkle says, yeah, now that I'm in the 1700s, it's somehow easier than the grind out of the 1300 to 1400s. Well, when I dropped down to the 1450s, 1490, I guess, Julia Sparkles, I was actually thinking of, like, hey, a lot of the time I'm taking something that's the right play at my higher level, and it's the wrong play because the opponent does not do the right play. Yeah, it's where chaos reigns, right? So, You know, if opponent would just nicely do the thing I expect him to do, we'd be fine. But he doesn't. Humph! Top of the group, B-Man beat Fedez, AWM beat River Skende, Forgotten Arbiter and Apuchi both 3-0, along with Doxson and Nameless. So we will have our 6 unbeaten Forgotten Arbiter against B-Man, AWM here, and it's a dog fight, dog world for Apuchi and Doxson, barring a change in minor points, which could adjust that, right? If either of them gets a minor point from this last match. Who is fighting? Who is still going? Minion Mascot against Bellicose Drake. You guys are the long pole down there. He's deafened so that I don't interrupt him. Those two are having a fight. Let's take a look. You're the fancy French vintage kind. I think you mean vintage. There has to be betting, right? Enchanté. Exactly. Get our bet in for Minion Mascot there. Saved the birds. Uh-oh. I don't know what they're talking about. Let's see. We might need to hide their chat. Oh, he's saving the birds. I see. Run away, birds. Run away. It is triple teched melters versus range EMP Aridon. So the triple tech are range, energy absorb, energy diffract. As soon as the chaff is gone, the melters get turned off. Yes, Minion Mascot is Alpha Titan.
Hello, hello.
We don't know the outcome yet. Don't spoil for us.
Naturally.
So we're in round 11.
I
know.
I've done this enough times.
I know.
Wow, is all I can say.
Did you just handle a crawler call-in with a mobile beacon? You did. You handled a crawler call-in flank with a mobile beacon multi-melt.
I didn't actually mean to pull the melter, truthfully. I was trying to pull my bird, which I did manage
Which
to
you
do.
did. You saved the bird. Exactly. For the late round.
The bird from hell.
The bird is going to... Is this the bird from hell? Level 6. Oh my god. 39,000 hit points. It actually doesn't one-tap these Raidens. They have 40,000. So, it needed a tower attack for the extra couple thousand hit points. It one-taps that guy. Oh my goodness. No, sir.
If the Raiden didn't clip that, I win on the suck and I win the round. It was just barely within range.
Oh, I wonder if I really wonder if this would have worked without pulling the one melter.
I didn't mean to. I needed to save the bird. I didn't mean to pull the melter.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, if that one, if the accidental.
So this is a game that you need to rewatch. The round that I take the immunity to healing item on my melter on the right.
Right.
I almost won the game. That's the game.
Oh,
that's the
yeah.
That brings me down to 200, and then I win every round after that.
Oh my gosh, it's because it can't be EMP'd. Wow.
Well, he didn't even have EMP yet. I just took it preemptively, but he did a disgusting tempo blowout that round.
Right.
By oil and fire my entire middle into no shields.
Right.
And it was almost a round 5 no game game.
Wow. Yeah.
And then he doesn't run Suck on his Melter. Which,
Okay.
let this be a lesson. Suck is non-negotiable, in my opinion, on Melters in the meta. It's just irrefutably insane. He also got heavy armor after heavy. Oh, I need to.
We have the next round. So, good luck. Have fun. Don't forget to ready up, everybody.
Right.
Sag Pseudo, good luck. Have fun. I'll see you on the other side of it. You too, man. All right. Thus far this tournament, we have won 2 and lost 2. We have won a match, lost a match, won a match, lost a match. So this would be the betting odds would say this is the time to lose a match. Yes, we did a 4-0 Wednesday followed by an 0-4 Wednesday. Now we're 2-2. It's an elite tournament. Sag Pseudo was the 41st seed in this tournament. I was the 20th seed. Welcome to round 5. We're gonna have to see how it goes. Opponent in sabers, arcs, and other problems for us. Opponent in saber, arc, problematic. We're going to go with a 4th Hound and a Phoenix. Opponent, as a quick supply specialist, picked up the Mustangs to answer this flying cheese. Flying cheese denied. So Susan says, I like your pack better. Round 1 sell. What are you cooking? I said, I'm cooking Phoenix to win the round because you have no crap stangs. Well then. Still our gold damage dealer. We're going to leave you guys for now. Do I have him at the right spot? And travel time. Got 1 pack. The right missile was great, right? Not everything is perfect. We do sometimes make mistakes, even with spell placement. And out of upshoot, we get our cheesy round win. I'll let you win around. Uh-huh, baby. I see, I see. It's fine. Yeah. Go, hero, arc light, go! Never. Come on, Phoenix, take them out, take them out! No, you got stuck on the wrong unit! Buddy, I know the forts feel dangerous, but they really weren't the problem there. 2300 to 3660. Do we want to throw down armor? Steel ball. No. Range the hounds, cause some problems. Kick in a second set of forts and use oil to scare the bejesus out of him that we're going to fire that next round for his Mustangs. Range on the Stangs. This poor thing still going down. Metal Monkey, thank you very much for the follow. And we EMP'd out this side. which is causing a lot of problems for Mustangs. We're also getting a lot of value into the Hounds right now. Opponent is going to win the round on the Wasps, I believe, since we don't really have an answer. And he's up an extra fort, up 1 fort on us. $962, huh? Well, hello there. Why, yes, I'd like to set the world on fire, please. I wasn't actually intending to, but sometimes the game just gives it to you. Round 5, no loan. We've got a level 2 itemized stang, which is sitting there defending the Wraith flank. Are you kidding me? Now, he does have to shield. He had to spend a zillion to shield that. This Wraith is not armored or anything. It can beat these Mustangs, but if it had not had to pay the summon in price, it would have done. The Stangs level off of that. The outside Stangs are doing pretty well. We outrange a lot of things. So we're going to delete that. His itemized Stangs are now level 3, or level 2. Ours are level 3, but... And he's going to get another 700 off of it. Worth a shot. And he's minus 200, right? There's another one of those. Throw you. You get a thing. You get a thing. 46,000? What the heck? Son, excuse me now. How do we want to play that? We kind of have to protect all of those. Get our clicks in here. Phoenix achieved their goal. Their life's dream. The Mustangs are most of the way to leveling. Ruh-roh lost the storm round. Indeed. It does not bode well, sir. Okay. Now what? Now what? Just another storm for him? Goodness. Keep going wider. We've sold, we've loaned, we've ranged. Nothing else we're going to be able to do, right? There's no more buttons we can click and unlock something. Big shield bubbles are up. He also took shield bubbles. Do we hit everything? Do we hit all of those? We miss one of the forts. Well, that's okay. He has gone back-to-back lightning storm, trying to knock us out, and we're still standing. And now we have economy. Brazening those 2 rounds out was huge. You were only over here to answer the Wraith. The Wraith is gone. You managed to do 0 damage last round. Congratulations. You has been sold. Silliest little mobile beacon you'll ever see, but the point is just keeping these guys as far into the oil as they can get. That group goes that way. You jump out over here. Get you back into the fight quicker. Replicating crawlers, huh? Uh-oh. We've got 1 Mustang playing defense out there. Some of the board going to the tower. That is a bad sign for us. On the other hand, we do have some big stumpy forts. Can we survive long enough? Whoosh. Yeah, if he hasn't won the fort round and the call-in round... wow. He gets the tower. 289 to 189. Oh my god. Well, you know how much I love my my ion beam plays and placement. We'll just run that right through you. It is a great fort battle indeed. One of the all-time fort battles. The smart money puts the beacon on those guys. I'm not really going to be able to do anything about that. So we're just going to put things up here. We can sell out of that to no longer give you more crawlers. We can have a little bit of extra chaff clear over here. No reason to put them in front. We want them clearing the chaff, not... Well, wait a sec. Yeah, there will be chaff coming, right? There should be one here-ish. Well, the ion beams are on those. Like, okay, but... Interesting choice of what to ion beam there. We are sitting back, sitting deep, outranging him. And even armored, GG. Hit points as a resource indeed. So, I did want to give that one out as a shout out to somebody from Reddit who had asked, how do you beat Mustangs? One of the many ways, is, you know, hit them. Keep them from leveling, and eventually we outscaled them, right? Because we elite recruited them. So we wind up with a level 5 and level 4. Versus his level 4, level 3, and level 4. So 4-3-3-2-1 versus 4-4-1, or sorry, 5-4-1 with 2 items to 1. But a lot of that was about making sure that they weren't dishing damage out. These guys were armor enhanced to try and tank a bunch of stuff, and yeah, the ion beam was back a little far. I forgot. When I placed it, I think it was for the for this thing. The double storm spell picks were minus a ton of eco, right? But they were both taken to try and knock me out. If they work, they win the game for you, right? So I had to play around of them. You won a game by building only your turn 1 units, Flock? That's amazing. Are you going to counter these? No? Okay, I guess I'll keep playing them. Yeah, it was absolutely the correct play to go knockout punch. And I thought long and hard about what to do with each of them to try and keep them, to try and survive them while still building my thing. Because in the board that I was in, you were going to beat me if I let you continue. So I had to run the risk of losing to the storm in order to continue building the board to the point that I could win. and just had to perfectly play around the storm. Right? Like, every little thing, the mobile beacon, the shield placement, every little thing felt like it had to be right to survive those. Other thing, I think this Wraith turned into a bit of a throw because it happened to be on the round that I dropped the level 2 Mustang with an item down there. The level 2 itemized Stang leveled off of it, and then you left it there one more round, right, which fed more experience to the level 5 the Stangs, and that helped them get to level 5 by the end of the game. The formula for... Yeah, you forgot about the Wraith, fair enough. And double bubbling the oil. So here's the funny thing about that is when I placed the oil, all I wanted to do was slow down the Mustangs. It wasn't about lighting the Mustangs on fire. And then so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna slow the Mustangs down and keep them from dealing damage, keep them from getting hit points, experience points. So I just want to keep them in the back line. Then I wanted you to have to play around them because of the threat of incendiary. So I wanted you to have to buy those 2 shields anyways. And then I was like, oh, hey, look, I can actually take those guys and set it on fire if he doesn't play around it. If I didn't force him into buying those shields, then I'll be able to hit it. So yeah, this will technically go in my stats book as a Void Eye victory, but I don't think it really counts. I bought them as a chaff over there in case I needed to be able to EMP that Wraith later. Well, no, if I could, but the thing was I wanted to threaten it by having incendiary on the bar, but not actually have to click it. So I would have failed to draw the -200 from you. Ah, well. Very fun to play with somebody who knows you that well too, and then like to get into the Fort v Fort. And this is another one where I looked at the Fort v Fort and I was like, oh, I can beat this bar. And yes, we cooked. We sold that. We sold the unit on round 1. You just correctly read it, beat me up for it, and still turned it around. Whoosh. Alright, we go up 14 for that one. And Justin Evans says, I just lost in the rookie tournament to the same person twice who is going to go on and to win it. You guys did a Fort v Fort as well? Well, I'm sorry to knock you out there, really sorry to knock you out. Poochie versus Dachshund, they're still going. That will be bonus coverage for subscribers because we do have to run our ad. Sorry. God, that was hard. That was such hard work, man. Satsuno. Oh. Sweaty Gamer, it was a great fun match. It really was really fun to play. Are we in War Factory versus War Factory? Level 4 versus level 3? 2 level 2? What the... How did you guys get into this board? It's Ranged War Factory versus Ranged War Factory. Somebody keeps turning them off. Somebody else is ionizing them. Holy smokes. Wow. Surely I don't get that, Photon them up! But the main fight, he says photon them up. The main fight is happening after the photon, but... Hello, Alpha Titan. Are you looking at this craziness?
I am present in the chat. I am looking now through your screen.
Oh, I see.
Vibe didn't ready up. He was salty about last match. I was actually going to pop over to his stream to remind him, and he was just letting it count down instead of abandoning.
Oh.
So I didn't say anything, but I was bummed. So.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense.
So this is insane. A Poochie blue side looks to be on the ropes. Who won the last round?
Doxson won the last round.
Okay. With 2 level 3 war factories with only range on for both of them. Do either of them have any battle techs that they can add to leverage this?
They could conceivably add the launcher overload, but both sides are getting EMP'd. Doxson has gone to my favorite set, just in case there was a production to try and slow them down. They've gone to doubling the DPS by going launcher overload. Try to get those things EMP'd as quick as possible. The many anti-air missiles destroying all the Phoenix. But there are still a couple left. One war factory in trouble.
Yep.
Both sides have lost a war factory. Ionization Raiden doing great work. Now oh my. Yeah, it's terrifying. And Doxson, the War Factory Master. There was a time when these two would just do like an honorable tank duel. This looks like it was an honorable War Factory duel.
Is that an oxymoron?
No. Cheese has been there for a long time. He says, this game has been wild for many rounds. Brilliant. I don't think I got in time. Speaking of not getting in time, nobody bet on Sag Pseudo. So, Forgotten Arbiter, Doxson, and AWM will be your final 3, with Godog in the spoiler role against AWN. Doxson and Forgotten Arbiter having a go at it. B-Man and Apucci have both abandoned giving up spots, potential spots in the top 10, to those of us who have 2 losses. Yes, indeed. Now, there will be 6 players with 1 or fewer losses. So 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th are up for grabs. The favorites for those are Acite, Cheese, Jazonk, Sparty, along with potentially, if they were to lose their matches. Oh my goodness, we faced Guess Who?
Oh, I thought you were implying it was me, actually.
No, literally Guess Who? Good luck, have fun, my friend.
Oh, I'm up against Sparty.
All right, that should be a fun match. Enjoy.
That should.
All right, we have Guess Who. All right, man, good luck, have fun. It's like, oh, snap. What did we just do with this? We got plus 14 out of that last one, so. We're going to take a 5,000 hit point cost control Void Eye Mustang pack. Got you down to 399, whooped. Okay. I hear ya. So take him lightly is what you're saying. Got it. There is a outside rush. Do we have a decent pull? Not really. Hounds might be causing us problems here. Nope, they go straight on into the rest of the board. Kind of perfect. Let's go. There was actually no chaff at all on his board. Brick Ted is like, hey, I'm at 399 MMR all the time. Love it. Round 1 for Guess Who's Back. And Guess Who's Back is wearing the Intermediate Group 1 2v2 Runners badge. Well, you have no stings. I should go Wasp, right? I go Wasp. I put them in a flank screening attack tower position. Then what? We level the tower under threat. We charge shot the Void Eyes. Hit points to slow down the steel balls. Steel ball flank countered by Wasps, opponent in the Farseer. And steel ball flank might get it done over there. Danger! Danger, Will Robinson! We need you guys to take that thing down quickly! Thank you! Why are we switching their orientation, Duck Fammit? I want, because of the way that steel balls do damage, I want each steel ball to have its own, to be locked onto the same target, so that they kind of waste a whole bunch of effort. Because the way they work is like exponential growth, so you don't want to allow 4 steel balls to lock onto to 4 different targets. So vertically, I'm making sure that they lock in one at a time. It's also helping the Void Eyes shoot individual targets. So, you know, that's a slight benefit, not a huge benefit. We're going to elite recruit a Mustang again. Which actually means I think this hound wants to be further out. And elite Mustang gets the item. It's an attempt from opponent. It does not work out for him. We are going to work around from right side to or left to right. He does get that tower. Remember, we've leveled it up, so it's only taking a 7-second debuff. It is annoying. Now, he has... One of the reasons this is working for us is because he's running Fortified Target Lock instead of Armor. I think the one to drop is probably Energy Absorption, so that you can get Armor on the bar. He wins by a Farseer. That does 300 hit points of damage. And, you know, I'm not a fan of taking damage, but we will take damage. Do we Intensive or Laser Sight our many Mustangs. I think we're going to have a laser sight staying. That was going to help if opponent decides to go Abyss, because we will wind up with different layers, different depths of Mustang over here. You guys. You guys get that? Opponent has managed to clump a whole bunch of units together in ways that are super missile-able, but I think we're actually going to put it into the main front, so we can hit the steel balls and crawlers together here. We're already handling that side, I believe. We'll see. We'll see if we're handling that side, but well, that turns out lucky, because it's straight into the mobile beaconed steel balls. Yep, the charged shot Void Eyes are having a great day over there. There are now a laser sight Vulcan on the charge against this tower. Poor tower. Uh-oh. That has put everybody at the same depth, which is not what we wanted there. Oh dear. But we have a trick up our sleeves for this one. We can get that group in. Tower can be there. If you want to do this, go right ahead. You can. Well, needs to go the other direction. One assassin steel ball trying to take down the tower there. But our Void Eyes have gotten the job done. One hound threw his life away to eat a missile. It's a 600 or 700 loss. That's okay. Plenty of... We're going to skip that. He has acid up. We have just reminded him of the existence of fire. This might actually be a loan for a whole bunch of levels round. Yep, we reminded him of the existence of oil, so he has come for us. Level 3 Mustang is appreciating all the experience from this flank, honestly. Starting to feel like the Void Eyes need range. That is 1,000 damage. Problem 1938. Uh-oh. Have we just lost mouse? Okay, no. Did not do a pre-tournament battery check. We have 300 cost giants, gang. It is the dream. They are cost control, they kind of suck. I know what you're trying to do. Huh. Huh. Yep, time to turn on the burners. Literally and figuratively. Sure, shield bubble up for opponent. Pretty much perfectly placed, too. Does he have us? Or have we stabilized? That's the question. These things are beastly. We're in trouble. Level 3 Vulcan gets the job done. GG, well played. Guess who's back? You are indeed back, sir. Well played. Really put a ton of pressure on. Never gave me the chance to stabilize. The melters were the perfect call at the perfect time, as I got a second efficient giant, but really wasn't getting the job done. These maybe I needed to elite these Raidens at the end game. But be that as it may, I am now the highest MMR player you've ever beaten. Let's go, man. Well done. I hope that stays. I hope you climb. Please get me off of that list. I don't want losing to you to be memorialized. But that is the end of my tournament. That will be the end of my stream. Boy has been eliminated. We will stick it out until the dang it, my MMRs. Give those back, you villain. Well played, man. Well played. Minus 32. Congrats to those who had faith in Guess Who's Back. You guys have paid out. There is a spoiler match going, GoDog beating AWM. That would make Forgotten Arbiter versus Dachshund your title match. Thank you, Falak. I appreciate it. Let's stick it out. We'll stay in the tourney. This could be the final, depending on how this match goes, or how the match in the other side goes. GoDog currently ahead of AWM. Forgotten Arbiter over here, your 2v2 European Advanced Group 1 champion, currently on 2,400 hit points, beating Dachshund with 1098, but Dachshund has, what the heck, sir? Has a level 4 EMP healing Farseer that has won a round for him. Dachshund will give Dachshund some support. Let's go. And Steel Ball, the drop for Dachshund, and for Forgotten Arbiter. Dachshund loves the blue car. We saw him beat Abuchi with it. Here it is. It did 52,000 or 55,000 damage last round into the Tarantulas. It's a great counter to the Tarantulas. Now, Steel Ball is a good counter to the War Factory if you can get them to lock on, which you can do with range and heavy armor, but Forgotten Arbiter is running range and energy absorption. Problem with that is the War Factory does 19,000 hit points. The Steel Balls, even at level 3, only have 15,000, so that War Factory will one-tap them. It really doesn't matter. Now, of course, I'm sorry. Energy absorption gives them 40% extra hit points, which is, another 6,000 or so. So they'd be at like 21,000. But the War Factory is shooting every 1.8 seconds. They're not going to heal all the way back up. So launcher overload can bring its rate of fire down to 0.9. So you're not going to want to heal off of a War Factory. And the rest of the time, I think you kind of want the... Titan says, I'm back. I beat Sparty. I think that's what I'm hearing. Welcome to the booth, my friend. I used a level...
Hello.
You used a leveled Void Eye drop to huge effect. Let's talk about that one between rounds. I want to see what is happening here. Can Doxson close this out and win the Elite title? If the other match continues as it had been, the entire board's on fire, just about.
What tech do the birds have on the left? That's really the deal breaker, I think.
They only have range right now.
That's gonna hurt then. Although these Mustangs drive into the fire.
There's still a high level Farseer over here with EMP, but it is gonna go down. Yeah, alright. That's a round for Forgotten Arbiter. 3, 6, 8, 10.
That may just be enough damage.
GG's. Forgotten Arbiter gets the win. 2,480 MMRs. Beats Doxson here, 2,200. Whew. That's wild. A close game. That was a close game, guys. Runner-up in the mini tournament. Advanced Group 1 champion in Europe 2v2s. Let's see. Is that the final? It is the final. Because our...
Oh, it's over? No!
GoDog...
I wanted to play more games.
GoDog has beaten AWM. Forgotten Arbiter will be your Elite Tournament champion for May 2025 Americas. Congratulations, Arbiter. Well played, man.
And honestly, I feel like that is incredibly appropriate. Arbiter is...
Yes, quite.
like, in my top 3 in the game conversation at any moment, and Arbiter just... I don't think he played in any of the other tournaments. He just shows up, wins this one, so he can have a Elite Tournament champion badge.
He has been showing up. He has been showing up for others, but doesn't in other tourneys. Yeah, not always, but sometimes. Not today. No, not today.
Right.
No.
He just casually shows up to the last one and wins it because he plans to.
That's how he planned his day. Well, my tournament is over. I am 23rd. The tournament as a whole is over. Forgotten Arbiter is your champion. GoDog, your runner-up, having won the spoiler round. Lost to Apucci, but won the spoiler roll as against AWM. Doxson makes it to the final. Beats Apucci, loses to Forgotten Arbiter in the final. AWM, Nameless, this fellow, Odyssey, and another one of our guests, the finalists, final top 8 there at 5-1. Asite and Jazonk round out the top 10. Shoutouts to a former opponent, Fort Build, who came 13th. Sorry, I couldn't give you enough minor points to tip you up. If I'd gotten 2 more wins, you'd be up in the top 10. My bad. Bimpy, 14th. Drake, 15th. Guess who's back? Beat me to get 17th in our final. And Alpha Titan comes 19th. Sir, you are ahead of B-Man and Apucci. Congratulations on that one.
The fact that I had a bye,
yes,
and B-Man beat me and then dropped.
Yeah. Fair.
And like, I feel, I mean, the only people I lost to was Apucci and Bellicose, and the Bellicose game was a knockdown, drag out. No shame there. I feel like he got incredible early game tempo, but
yeah,
I think that the B-Man game was my game to win, and I lost to Shields as the hacker player that I could have played around. So I feel really good. And my game with Sparty, I did something out of character for me. I actually didn't mass recruit chaff early. I played a low chaff board and early, even though I was Vulcan into some Phoenix, because I wanted to lock Melter first, and then I needed my Vulcan next, and it was probably a little greedy. But what it ended up letting me do is I didn't mass recruit extra chaff early via crawlers because I wanted to have the money for key tech rounds. And once I started to stabilize, I was able to get items for my giants and chaff. And like, even on rounds where I got flanked or cheesed, I was winning in the mid game. And after I lost half, roughly 60% of my health. By round 4, I just didn't lose again.
Right.
And it felt really good to know that I was in control.
Very nice. Well done, sir. Well, that is our tournament complete. Congratulations to Forgotten Arbiter, our champion. We showed you all the way down to 50th or so. Alpha Titan, thanks for being here all afternoon and into your evening. Deep in, I mean, you're past midnight at this point, right? So
11,
deep
11,
into
11.
your evening. Oh, 11, right. Past midnight Eastern. Well, thank you very much for being here, my friend. Really enjoyed casting Europe with you. Really enjoyed having you here between rounds here. I am disappointed we didn't get to run up against each other, and of course disappointed to have finished 4 below you in the final standings. But congrats on your top 20, and
appreciate it. It would have been fun to go head to head.
More so, congrats on really taking B-Man to the wire in that game, and having found a way to have won that game afterwards, showing really good use of how to do replays, replay analysis.
Because I mean, I did not see a world where I lost 2,000 HP. It just was a cascade of unfortunate events that barely knocked me out there. I was very bummed, but in a like bittersweet kind of way.
Right. Well, folks, I will be back tomorrow. I don't know that I'm actually planning on streaming it. I might just enter it, and with Alpha Titan rather than streaming it, because I've got kiddo. I'm not going to be on for much tomorrow, so may just enter it. May stream with you guys. Depends how we're feeling. But of course, we will be back for MMR Monday on Monday. And big thank yous to our moderators who have been here all day today. We've had Jerry Hattrick, Whooped GG, Alpha Titan, Cat Samu, Tab Target, Cody, and Zalex today. Thank you guys very much. VIP sponsors, Anabolica, special shout out, 50 gift subs this month. Thank you very much. So generous. Toast94 retains the all-time gifting lead. Blue Feral and Just Nash XYZ. Indeed. Just Nash XYZ and Blue Feral are the long-time gift-holding champions that for a long time before Toast arrived. Fab4200, Xfirex, other top 50 gifters. Hardware has been provided by Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey Zach. Good night, everybody, and thank you all for watching. I'm going to show you guys down to 50th. For those of you getting your name in lights for the first time, congratulations. And again, congratulations to our champion, Forgotten Arbiter. Well played, sir.